Hachette Audio presents The Fires of Vengeance, the second book of The Burning. Written by Evan Winter. Read by Prentice Oniemi. This book is dedicated to Neville Leopold Winter. Quiet, stoic, impossibly hardworking. He was quick to laugh and had a joyous smile that crinkled his eyes. He was my father, and he passed away as The Fires of Vengeance was being written. Married for almost 50 years to one of the most wonderful women on earth, Neville began his career as a chemical engineer and finished it as a high school teacher. He gave everything to his students, working tirelessly during the week and tutoring each weekend to make a difference in the lives that he could. He certainly made a difference in mine. One of the most important things in life is to complete what you start, he said to me right before I began to take my writing seriously. He never gave me advice, and the one time that he did, it was surprisingly simple. Still, it stuck. And during the toughest writing days, when my story was wholly unwilling to be told, my father's words kept me going. 2 books came out of the strength that he gave me, and even with that strength, this novel was not easy to write. So much of this series is an exploration of the relationships between fathers and sons, that sitting down to tell more of it often felt like I was being forced to face the fact that my father was gone, and losing him had already blown a hole right through me. But reminding myself that my dad was there to raise me, teach me, watch me get married, and see me have a son of my own keeps me moving forward. He was there for me in every way that he could be, and I know that's not always possible. So, if this pain is the price for having had and being loved by a father like him, then I'll pay it gladly. This book is for Neville Leopold Winter, whom I never stopped calling Daddy. Chapter 1. Jabari Onai. Will he die? The voice woke him, returning him to torture. He knew he was in a hospital bed in Citadel City's Guardian Keep, and that his body had been blasted by dragonfire. But Jabari Onai did not know why the goddess would keep him alive in such misery. He tried to open his eyes, and pain roared across his face in scorching waves. His eyelids had melted and fused together, leaving him to peer out at a world as if from behind a field of long grass. He made to speak, to beg Tao or the Sa priestesses and priests to release him from his anguish, but he couldn't make a sound. His throat was too badly burned to manage it. "I won't tell you he's going to die," Jabari heard a woman's voice say, "but I can't say that he'll live either." The speaker moved toward the foot of his bed, and through the jagged gaps between his burned eyelids, he caught a glimpse of her standing next to Tao. She was a priestess of the Sa medicinal order. "He's only survived this long because he's noble," she said. "Their bodies can withstand more, and they heal faster than us. But the damage that was done to him, it's a miracle he's still breathing." "He's a fighter," Tao said. "He's always been one, and if you can give him any sort of chance, he'll take up the fight and do his best to win it." "We won't give up," she said. Jabari heard a chair being pulled across the floor. It creaked when someone sat in it. "I'm here, Jabari. It's Tao. And I'm here." "He can't hear you," the priestess said. "The pain. We are giving him herbs to help him rest. It's too cruel otherwise." "Will it disturb him if I'm here?" Tao asked. "No," she said. "We should all be so lucky to have someone with us at a time like this." Jabari heard footsteps. The priestess was leaving, and when the sound of her shoes tapping against the floor faded, Tao leaned over him to take his hand. He did it gently, but it didn't matter. Pain exploded from Jabari's burned fingers, and unable to make a sound or resist, he stared through the holes in his eyelids at his friend's scarred and worried face, hoping beyond hope that Tao could see enough of his eyes to recognize the light of consciousness in them. Tao didn't see. He kept hold of Jabari's hand, and desperate for any relief, Jabari sought refuge in his other senses. He caught the scent of leather, bronze, and earth from Tao, and struggled to pull comfort from the familiar, but his agony made room for nothing but itself. "I want you to know you did it," Tao said. "You're the man you always wanted to be. You don't need the blood of a greater noble to be an Ingonyama, not when you have their spirit, their courage." He could hear Tao choking up, and that hurt too. "Jabari, no matter what comes, I'll make certain the Omehi remember you for that." There was silence for a while, and though his mind was slow, sluggish from the herbs, in his head, Jabari was screaming. The burns demanded it. "It could have been different, ne? If not for the testing," Tao said, whispering. "Feels like 1,000 lifetimes ago. I just wanted to see you succeed, but when has the world ever cared what Elessa wanted?" Jabari would never forget that day. Tao had sparred with that spoiled brat, Kagiso, bloodying the fool in front of guardian counselor Abasi Odili. He'd been stupid enough to injure the petty noble, and Odili, intent on seeing the lesser repaid for the insult, tasked Kellen Okar to remind Tao of his place. Refusing to let his son face the already legendary Ndlovu initiate, Aaron fought Kellen Okar instead, losing his hand in the bout. It was a tragedy, but Jabari, like everyone else, could see that Kellen was trying to spare Aaron's life, and it could have ended there. It should have ended there. But Tao picked up his father's fallen sword and aimed it at Kellen's back. Stupid. There were lessers and drudge everywhere, and they all saw what Tao did. He'd threatened a noble, and Abasi Odili couldn't overlook that. The guardian counselor had Tao's father killed, and then he called off the Ndlovu initiate testing, threatening the stability of Kerem as a fief. In just a few short breaths, a personal tragedy had become a disaster, and it only got worse. On the march home, Tao attacked Lacan, accusing Jabari's brother of being responsible for Aaron's death, and twice in one day, Tao forced the hand of his betters. It had broken Jabari's heart to do it, but the only way he could save Tao from himself was to remove him from Lacan's reach, and so he banished his lifelong friend from Kerem. Tao's voice pulled Jabari from the memory. "They killed my father, and I was going to make them pay. I was going to join the military so I could challenge each one of them to a blood duel. I wanted to kill them, and it was the only way I could do it without the nobles coming for my family." If Jabari didn't know how the story ended, he'd have sworn he was listening to the ravings of a madman. "I thought I could become enough of a fighter to challenge and best an Ingonyama like Dejen Olujimi," Tao said. And as if the man's image was etched in his mind, Jabari could still see the soldier who'd killed Tao's father. Dejen Olujimi had been more muscle than man. Dejen Olujimi had been one of the Omehi's best fighters. Had been. "I was so angry," Tao said. "I went to see Lacan before leaving the fief." That part Jabari had not known, and he felt his breath come faster. "I went to tell him that when next we met, I'd kill him for his part in my father's death." For the first time since waking, Jabari's pain pulled back. "Lacan came at me with a knife. He's the one who gave me the scar," Tao said, letting his fingertips brush the mark that ran from his nose to his cheek. "I fought him. I defended myself, and he died. He died." That was how Tao put it. He died. The words boomed in Jabari's head like a war drum. His mother had cried for days when they found the body at the bottom of the stairs. An accidental fall, they'd been told, a slip after too much drink. His mother had cried and cursed and become withdrawn. She'd lost a son and a piece of her soul that day. I fled to Kigambi, tested in the Ihashi trials, and made it into Jayed Ayim's scale. Tao continued. I was lucky. And just like you said, there's no better Umkondisi than Jayed. Jabari prayed for the strength to strangle the lesser he'd called a friend and treated as an equal. His brother hadn't been perfect, but no one was. Lacan had just needed a chance to grow into himself and his responsibilities, but that chance was taken away when Tao stole him from the world and from his family. I gave my life to training. I was determined to be enough of a fighter to find justice for my father's death. It was the only thing that mattered before I saw Zuri in Citadel City. Jabari's pain was back, and the medicine in his system called to him, offering him oblivion, if he'd take it. He preferred the pain. He wanted to hear everything Tao had to say. She saved me, Jabari. The life I'd made wasn't worth living. Finding her in this city saved me. Tao paused. Tao let go of his hand, and Jabari thanked the goddess. It galled him to lie helpless while his brother's murderer coddled him. It was here that I had my first chance at Kellan Oka. I was goaded into a fight with him in one of the city's circles. I wanted to tear his insides out and thought I could do it, Tao said. I'd already learned to fight with two swords, and I was good, very good. Tao laughed bitterly. Kellan destroyed me, he said. He should have killed you, Jabari thought. I'd given every waking moment to my training. I'd become the strongest fighter in the southern Ihashi Isikoro, but I was still no match for him. Zuri had to save me from him, and I had to flee this city like a runaway drudge. Because you're no better than one, thought Jabari. I'd given my life to become the fighter I needed to be, but it wasn't enough, Tao said. I had to give my soul to the cause, too. So I did. Jabari didn't understand, and he waited for Tao to explain. What I discovered is more curse than gift, and it's there, waiting for any foolish enough to reach for it. You see, we all have demons, Tao said. I just learned to use mine. He was speaking in riddles. My scale. We made it to the Queen's melee, and it was the first time lessers would compete in it in a generation, Tao said. I was part of the improbable, and, Jabari, I'd become the impossible. I was finally ready for Kellan Oka, and then I learned that Queen Siora had brokered a secret peace treaty with the Zidin, threatening everything I'd worked for. Tao must have been uncomfortable with where his story was going. He kept shifting in his chair, making its legs scrape the floor. Scale Jayed fought well, and we made it into the semi-finals, he said. We were matched with Kellan's scale, your scale, and just like that, I had my first real chance. I could kill Kellan in the tournament, and it'd be nothing but an unfortunate accident. More chair shifting. You saw me there. You know I abandoned my sword brothers to get to him, Tao said. I gave up the family I'd found at the Isikolo for revenge. And when I held Oka's life in my hands, I hesitated. I didn't kill him when I had my chance. And then my chance was gone. Kellan Oka lived, and we were knocked out of the melee. Jabari had been stunned when he saw what Tao had done to Kellan. He thought the greater noble to be invincible, and the idea of the boy he'd grown up with doing that to scale Osas in Kokeli was unthinkable. The men in my scale hated me, and Zuri and Jayed tried to tell me that Kellan wasn't to blame for my father's death, but I wouldn't listen, and there was no time to be convinced. The Zidin invaded. Jabari remembered it. The sound of the horns that night. It made no sense. Peace was so close, Tao said. It made no sense until I found out that the Queen's royal nobles had planned a coup and betrayed her. They refused to submit their civilization to those they saw as savages. So, instead, they attacked the Zidane in secret, using a dragon to burn tens of thousands of their people to dust. The invasion wasn't the Zidane abandoning the peace treaty. It was them retaliating for the slaughter we visited on their women, men, and children, Tao said. Jabari didn't want to hear about why the Hedeni had done what they'd done. It didn't matter. He'd lost sword brothers that night. Omehi had died that night. In the battle in the fist, Jayed, Chinedu, and most of my scale went to the goddess, Tao said. It had been the same for Jabari's scale. They'd been massacred. The Zidane had us beat, and we fled, retreating to Citadel City, hoping to find safety there. What we found were Odili and his traitors trying to kill the Queen, Tao said. You remember, ne? We fought alongside each other then, in her defense. Jabari breathed out as hard as he could. He didn't want any grace from Tao, and it was a lie to say they'd fought together, as if they were equals in the act. He'd almost gotten himself killed several times over, and Tao had been forced to keep him alive each time. And we did it, Tao said. We stopped Odili from getting to the Queen, and I put an end to Dejen Olujimi. Jabari didn't see their battle. He'd been in the room with the Queen at the time, losing another fight to an Ndlovu. He did, however, see the battle's aftermath. Dejen had been enraged when they dueled, and Tao had blinded him, cut him to shreds, and stabbed him through the heart. Tao had fought an enraged Ingonyama alone, and he'd butchered him. On its face, it was an impossible act. But then again, Tao had a secret. He had, Jabari thought, picturing his brother's funeral burning. A few secrets. Odili fled, and we gave chase. He was trapped, but by then the Zidane were at the gates. Tao was speaking too fast. It was making it hard for Jabari to make sense of the words. Zuri called a dragon to make the Zidane back down, and Odili had his men attack the creature, creating enough confusion to escape. Zuri, she couldn't keep the dragon under control, and it went mad. It killed people. Jabari wanted Tao to stop. It was going to kill my sword brothers. Jabari had heard enough. But you didn't let it. It blew fire at good men, and another good man shielded them, taking the brunt of the blast. You saved them. It felt like Jabari was gasping for air, just like the night when the fires had embraced him, boiling away even his tears. The dragon turned on Zuri then, Tao said, his words coming out in a broken stutter. It attacked her. She died that night. And Odili escaped, and the Queen leashed the dragon. She leashed it, threatened the Zidane with it, and gave the warlord his son in exchange for their retreat, in exchange for a reprieve. Jabari didn't know. He didn't know Zuri was dead. He'd grown up with her, even fancied her a little when they were too young for him to know she was just a lesser. Before long, the Zidane will be back to finish what they started. And our people are split, Tao said. The royals have aligned themselves with Abasi Odili and the self-styled Queen Essi. Many of the other nobles sided with them, too. We're all dead then, thought Jabari. But it can't end this way. There's still so much to do. Tao trailed off, and that's when Jabari heard the footsteps coming closer to them. Keep fighting, Jabari Onai. I could use the help of a good and selfless man. Champion, a woman's voice said, you're needed. She stepped in and out of view. She was wearing a gifted's robes. Zuri was Jabari's first thought, but Tao had told him that Zuri was dead, and it couldn't be her. The chair beside Jabari's bed creaked, and a shadow fell over him. "Keep fighting," Tao whispered. "We'll get the man who hurt us both." "Champion, we must hurry," the gifted said. "Abbasio Dili won't escape what he's done," Tao told him. "Keep fighting, and I swear that before it consumes us, we'll burn our pain to ash in the fires of vengeance." Undeniable. "Where are we going?" Tao asked the gifted, who'd called him from Jabari's infirmary bed. She hurried him along and back to his rooms, telling him that the queen was preparing to attend a meeting with several nobles and that Naya wanted him there too. The answer was not comforting. It was late, and though Tao's experience with midnight meetings was limited, he couldn't imagine they were a good thing. Once in his rooms, the gifted woman urged him to don the dragon-scale swords and champion's armor that the queen had given him. The black blades, mounted onto his father's and grandfather's sword hilts, felt natural at his sides. But the armor, black and red leather in the Ingonyama style, made him uncomfortable. It wasn't the armor's fit or quality. The queen's latest offering was a marvel that gave Tao greater freedom of movement and far more protection than his old gambeson. The form of the thing wasn't what worried him. It was its function. Wearing it named him the Queen's champion. It told all Omehi that he was one of the best of them, and Tao had no illusions about what the nobles would think of that. "Champion," the gifted said with a shiver as she looked him up and down. "Champion Solarin." She raised her chin. "I'm gifted Tandy, but I was a high common before," she said with pride, though Tao couldn't be sure if it was due to her current station or some strange valuing of the one from which she'd escaped. He still had trouble reconciling the idea of gifted as ever having been lessers. The woman in front of him looked strong, well-fed, and the robes she wore were pristine. The very essence of her seemed something other than lesser, given the grace and confidence with which she moved, her smooth, unweathered skin, and the ease with which she let her beauty show. Lessers didn't do that. They buried the fullness of what they were inside themselves, because drawing attention to yourself around nobles was a quick way to be reminded of where you actually stood. "They'll think I have no right to wear it," he said, his thoughts spilling out before better sense could hold them back. "They'll be wrong." "How can you say that?" "I say it because if there was any way to deny you, they'd have done it," she said. "The only way to get as far as you have, considering what they think of us, is to become undeniable." She waved him on. "Follow me." Moving fast, they walked the halls, passing a few guards, who all saluted Tao, their military instincts overriding any reservations they might have about the man wearing the armor of an Ingonyama. Tandy led him to an unfamiliar and empty part of the Guardian Keep, where the walls were unadorned by tapestry or painting, and the floors were bare, echoing the tip-tap of their footfalls. Leading him to the end of the undressed corridor, she stopped in front of a locked door that was a little taller than Tao and reinforced by a bronze frame. "I'm sorry for your friend, the petty noble who was burned," she said, revealing the key hidden in the bauble on her necklace and opening the door. "I heard he saved many lives." "He did," Tao said. Beyond the door were narrow stairs leading down to darkness, and Gifted Tandy led them on. "A moment, Lady Gifted," Tao said, trying to keep the fear from his voice as he eyed the way ahead. "The stairs. You want me to go into the tunnels beneath the keep?" The robed woman looked over her shoulder at him. "Come, champion," she said. "The vizier is waiting." Tao took a step back. "I think I need to know more about what we are doing and why, or she may be waiting a while." Thandi tilted her head and blinked at him. She wasn't like the other gifted he'd met. Most of them were ascetic in appearance and stern, but Thandi's face was round, and she had large eyes and a mouth that slipped easily into a smile. She looked young, honest, hopeful. "The tunnels are the best way to move through the keep unseen," she said. "Why do we need to move unseen? Are we in danger?" She slipped into that easy smile, but it didn't extend beyond her lips. "Yes." He was fine for the first 2 turns in the torchlit tunnels, but after that, with the exit far behind them, Tao's limbs began to shake, and his mouth went dry. He hid his discomfort from the gifted, unwilling to appear weak, but the nausea made him misstep, and he fell against the nearest wall. "Champion?" "I'm well," he said over a tongue thick as porridge. I don't like small places." "Can I help?" she asked. He waved her off and squinted his eyes. "I'll be fine," he said, imagining himself in the open air of Kerem's mountains. "I can do this," he muttered, pushing off the wall as a peal of thunder cracked loud enough to send bits of raw adobe raining down from the tunnel's makeshift ceiling. Tao dropped to the ground and scurried to the wall, jamming his back against it while his heart leapt in his chest like a stick-poked frog. "It's just this storm," the gifted said, kneeling beside him and offering him a hand. "The tunnels are rough cut, but they won't collapse, I promise." Tao stared at her, but didn't see gifted Thandi. He was remembering the last time someone had tried to comfort him in these tunnels. He was remembering Zuri, and noting that the storm had raged since the night he'd lost her. He'd never seen one last so long, and wondered if even the heavens mourned with him. "Let me help," the gifted said. Like Zuri's, her eyes were brown, but that was the only feature they shared. "I don't need it," he said, and though Thandi looked like she doubted that, she didn't get the chance to respond. Naya, looking like she hadn't slept in days, walked around the far corner of the tunnel. "Gifted Thandi, you're late," the older woman said, spotting them both, and then, behaving as if it was perfectly normal to find Tao on his ass in the Guardian Keep's tunnels, she greeted him. "Evening, champion." "Vizier," Tao said, locking his eyes on her face so he didn't have to see the floor sliding back and forth. "You look awful," she said. "There's the sun chiding the cook fire for the hot swelter," he said. Gifted Thandi chuckled. Naya turned to her, and Thandi pretended she'd been clearing her throat. "Does this happen every time?" Naya asked, swinging back to him. "Are you always unmanned by enclosed spaces?" "It's uncomfortable, but could be worse," he shot back. "I could be the youngling." It was hot in the tunnels, but the temperature seemed to drop with the look Naya gave him. "Do you know why the youngling's presence and purpose are revealed to so few, champion?" she asked. "Because it's wrong," he said, working his way back to his feet. "It's because the powerless, having no understanding or experience with how much real power can save or destroy, think too simply. They see things as either right or wrong. But the world and the purposes of those in it are distorted, misjudged when reduced to so basic a binary." Tao shook his head, and testing his balance, he took a step toward Naya. "Wrong is wrong," he said, needing to know what was around the corner behind her, and seeing that only a few strides away, the tunnel ended at a closed door. "It's in there, isn't it?" he asked. "Turn around," Naya said, pointing back the way he'd just come. "We are going that way." He wasn't ready to leave. "They're intelligent, ne? It's why they can hold on to the gifted when they are entreated. They're intelligent, and you trapped one of them underground and behind locked doors for almost as long as we've lived on this land." The vizier held his gaze with hers. You think too simply, and you're wrong on the last count. She crossed her arms and stepped aside. The doors to unwanted truths are rarely locked, since so few wish to face what's behind them. Naya didn't think he'd go in. She thought him unwilling to witness the cost of their survival, but Tao had seen the cost and suffered it. He'd been there, helpless, forced to watch Zuri spend her life to save others, and he'd be damned if he couldn't at least stand in the presence of the thing that had killed her. So without even a last look in the vizier's direction, he stepped up and pushed open the unlocked door. Tools. The dragon's prison was hot as horde and cavernous. It stank like an inyoka's failed eggs and was lit by guttering torches, losing a battle against the dark. The space, taken in its entirety, looked like the goddess had inverted and dropped a rough-hewn bowl of hardened clay onto a cobbled path, and Tao stood on cracked, crumbling stones, smoothed by the passage of countless feet. A few steps farther into the room, spread out around the cavern at equal distances, were 6 gifted. They held themselves stiff as boards, hoods up, eyes closed, heads down, and most of them swayed with the unsteadiness of exhaustion. They were in Isiogo, Tao could tell. It was also the only explanation that could account for the restless slumber in which the beast before him was held. With no more than 40 strides separating them, it was the closest Tao had come to a dragon, and though it was far from grown, he was awed by the creature's size. The youngling was massive, and its scales, blacker than tar and harder than hammered bronze, blended into one another in a darkness so complete he couldn't hold on to their shape or depth in his mind. In the prison, no one spoke, but it was not silent. The chamber rumbled and hissed with every breath the creature took, and with his back to the tunnels and the wide-open cavern in front of him, Tao's stomach had begun to settle, but trying to make sense of the dragon turned it anew. He couldn't focus on any part of it without the scales twisting the light and pulling his eyes this way and that. "Goddess," he said. And behind him, gifted Thandi whispered to Naya, "There's been an edification from Palm. It's about the handmaidens." "Are they well?" the vizier asked. Ignoring them, Tao walked farther into the prison, trying to understand the thing before him. "They rode past Palm's walls last night," Thandi told Naya. "An alarm was raised over the missing horses, but the handmaidens were not pursued." "They got out," Naya said. "Praise the goddess. The news will ease the queen's mind." From muzzle to tail, the youngling was many times Tao's length. It was big enough to smash him beneath a single one of its claws, and being closer, he could see that it was missing scales along its body. The skin beneath the scaleless patches was gray, puckered, and angry, like the surface of a badly healed wound. He looked back at them. "You've held that thing here for lifetimes, in an existence between dreaming and death. You've used it to control its kin, and harvested weapons from it by ripping pieces of its body away. We've kept our people safe, champion," Naya said, letting her gaze fall to the guardian swords at his sides. "And none among us are innocent when all among us benefit from what is done here." Unwilling to face her, Tao turned back to the prisoner. The heat, he realized, was coming from it. He went closer. The dragon's eyes were closed, and its mouth was shut, though he could see a few of its fangs peeking beyond the meat of its lips. Its teeth were coal-black and scythe-like, tools for tearing flesh. "Do you think this helps, being here?" Naya asked. He ignored her, letting the heat assault him, punishing himself for his inadequacies, and Naya walked up to stand beside him. She stood tall and proud, even though her breathing was rapid and she had to squint against the invisible blaze radiating from the youngling. "Our queen needs us." Tao said nothing, his eyes on the dragon and its stirrings. While you've sequestered yourself these past few days, the remaining greater noblewomen in the city took it upon themselves to form a ruling council. Naya's mouth twisted. They think to advise the queen. There's already a ruling council in Palm City, Tao said. The insects in Palm rule over none but the treacherous, and how can they be a ruling council when they bow to Odili? The sounds of the 3 syllables making up Odili's name felt like the tap of fingers wrapping round Tao's throat. They made it hard to swallow and harder to speak. Are all monarchies so brittle? He asked. Why can Odili claim that the Queen's sister is our true ruler and get Palm City bowing to Queen Essie instead of Queen Siora? It's a mistake to think this break the result of a single blow, Naya said, shifting back half a step and wiping a hand across the sweat on her forehead. In the moment, as the knife scrapes your spine, it may seem that way, but the ones who'd kill you from behind are not hot-blooded. They'd never trust your death to just one strike. So there were other attempts to overthrow Siora? Tao asked. Well, you're the Queen's vizier. Why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you see this coming? It's always coming, she said. The knife was no surprise, only its timing. She wiped her forehead again and took another step away from the heat. She tilted her head toward the dragon. What you said earlier, you were right. We've enslaved this creature and kept it from its family. Tao had his left hand on the pommel of his strong-side sword, and his grip tightened. Why say that? Did you let me come in here to taunt me with the things you've done? Could I have stopped you? She asked. And why shouldn't you see how far we are all capable of going to keep those we love safe? He turned to face her. The skin on her lips was cracking from the heat. I love our queen, Champion Solarin, and this supposed ruling council meets without her, she said. Can you understand what that means? Can you appreciate the position in which we find ourselves? She turned away from him, the dragon, and its heat. Come now. We are needed. Naya wanted him to fight for the queen. And maybe Queen Siora was a better choice to lead the Omehi than the royal nobles or the Zidane. But Tao hadn't sworn the champion's oath because he thought it important to fight for Siora's throne. She'd been sitting on it when his father was murdered, and having her there hadn't helped Aaron at all. The queen's cause wasn't his. Tao was fighting to get to Abasi Odili so he could rip him apart, turn him inside out, piece by bloody piece, because that was what it would take for the nobles to see and hear a man like him. To be understood, he'd speak the one language the powerful share with the powerless, the language of pain, fear, and loss. The powerful had to be shown that people can only be pushed so close to the flame before they catch fire and burn everything down. He walked closer to the dragon. The royal nobles are the architects of the coup, and are lost to us, Naya said. The few petty and greater nobles who still side with the queen are restless, rudderless. We can't allow them to think that the queen is too weak to hold us together. We need to put this ruling council in their place. Tao's exposed skin felt hot enough to burn. You want to barge into their meeting and surprise them, he said. You want me there, with my swords and scarred face, to remind them that the queen has both words and weapons. Every tool has its purpose, champion, she said. Will you serve yours? Will you serve her? Naya looked at the dragon and back to him. Or only yourself? Without waiting for an answer, she walked away, leaving Thandi behind. The younger gifted pointed at the ground behind him and closer to the dragon. Watch the blood on the floor, champion. It can kill. Tao followed her finger and saw the wet blackness staining the cobbles in streaks. That's its blood. The youngling was wounded when it went above ground, and in any case, the blood is poisonous, she said. The Indlovu came and gathered as much as they could, but the Guardian's heat prevents any from getting close enough to get it all. Have a care. I see. She nodded to him, paused, and spoke. You'll come, won't you? She asked. Naya isn't telling you everything. Tao had his back to her, but he was listening. We cannot rely on the loyalty of the others, she said. The nobles follow General Otobong. He's the highest-ranking Indlovu in the keep, and he's close with members of this ruling council. Tao said nothing. We do need your help, Dandy said before following the vizier. Tao let her go and got as close to the creature as he could, close enough to reach out and touch it, the heat making it feel as if he were standing on top of a funeral pyre. Still, he leaned closer, letting his scalded lips almost brush the dragon's scales. She felt guilt for what's done to you, and I won't blame you for her death, he whispered to the beast. I just want you to know that the Omehi intend nothing but this for you. The flesh on his cheeks began to peel. They wouldn't forgive it if they'd been treated this way, and so can't believe that you can either. They think you'd kill us all if you could, and that's why they'll never let you go. He shook his head. But Zuri believed that this thing we've done, that we do to you, is a blight on our souls. She told me that a reckoning is coming, but I wonder if it must. Unable to take the heat, Tao stepped back. When the time comes, I promise you freedom or a quick death, he said. As soon as I'm able, either way, I'll release you. The dragon's eyes snapped open. Its blood-red iris ringed a pupil so deep and dark it felt like he were gazing into an abyss. Then the pupil thinned vertically, focusing, and the dragon shifted its bulk, trying to stand. Hearing something fall to the ground behind him, Tao leapt back, swords in his hands. Champion! Tao shot a look in the voice's direction. It was one of the gifted tasked with keeping the youngling under control, and she was pointing to the woman next to her. The gifted had collapsed, unconscious. Please, the pointing gifted said, your closeness to the Guardian makes the work more taxing. Please. The dragon roared, the sound cracking inside Tao's head like a whip, and the eye facing him rolled in the dragon's head as the creature scrabbled at the cobbled floor, trying to lift itself. Swords ready, Tao shifted sideways and away from its claws when movement from the circle of gifted caught his attention. The woman who had collapsed was on her knees, and she raised a hand in the youngling's direction. The effect was immediate. With the circle of gifted complete again, the dragon could not fight its way free. Backing away, Tao watched as the youngling's pupil dilated and lost focus, and the eye finally closed. Champion, the one who had spoken earlier said, teeth gritted, the strain of manipulating her gift evident. You must leave us to this. With another glance at the gifted on her knees, and wishing he had something more to offer the women whose work he'd made more difficult, Tao nodded and left the prison. His skin burned, but that wasn't what hurt. He was thinking about Zuri. The days since her death had been impossible. The nights were worse. Like the youngling, Tao had been living a life little better than death. But unlike the beast behind him, he could still control the direction in which his fire flew. He'd go to the queen. She needed him, and he needed her. He'd go to the queen, because at the end of his path with her stood Abasi Odili. Reunion. Tao found his sword brothers waiting for him in the hallway leading to the council chambers. He hadn't spent time with any of them since the night of the battle, and the faces of those present brought to mind the faces of those he'd never see again. "Tao," Hadith said, striding over and clasping him wrist to wrist before pulling him into a hug. "It's good to see you." "And you," Tao said. His head was spinning. The tunnels hadn't relinquished their hold on him yet, and he wished he'd had a little more time to come back to himself before running into everyone. But even so, he couldn't deny how good it felt to see his brothers. Udwak, waiting for Hadith to release him, wrapped Tao up in an embrace that pinched his still-healing ribs. "Tao," the big man said.
"Common of Kerem."
Temba, smiling large enough to show teeth and the gaps where teeth should have been, made a show of examining him from scalp to sole.
"The new clothes and swords suit you."
Kellen, standing at attention a few strides back, saluted.
"Champion Solaren."
Feeling awkward at having an Ingonyama showing him such respect, Tao returned the salute. Kellen had proven himself to be a decent man, but it was still hard for Tao to think of them as peers or as being on the same side.
"It's good to see you, brother,"
Yaw said, appearing out of the shadows to clap Tao on the shoulder.
"You've been missed."
"And you, brother," Tao said.
"Any chance we were called from our beds to get fancy swords too?" Temba asked. "The color on those blades matches my eyes."
None of them had their swords, and Tao wondered if there was any merit to Temba's joke. "It wasn't me who called you."
"Temba is just joking," Hadith said. "Well, not about us being woken up. We were all in our beds when Naya sent for us. You're not coming from your rooms, though. Where were you?"
"Ne?" Tao asked, knowing Hadith well enough to guess he'd not missed Tao's unsteady gait. Hadith put a hand on Tao's shoulder.
"You look like you've been spending time in tight spaces,"
Hadith said, too low for the others to hear.
"Where are you coming from, champion?"
The queen and her retinue saved Tao from answering. Queen Siora Omehia walked into the large hallway from a smaller side entrance, flanked by her vizier and gifted dandy. Behind them marched 4 members of the queen's guard. Tao and the men with him went to their knees.
"Rise,"
the queen said.
"We thank you for leaving your rest so early, and you have not been called to us frivolously."
She nodded to Naya.
"We go to the council chambers,"
Naya told them.
"It seems several greater noblewomen in this keep have taken it upon themselves to form a ruling council. Their rush to do so I will attribute to a desire to offer our monarch aid and wisdom, since anything else slips dangerously close to treason."
Naya clipped the syllables on the last word, making it sound even uglier than usual.
"You have been asked for specifically. Most of you are lessers, but you fought for your queen when it seemed hopeless to do so. Greater Noble Kellen Okar, nephew to the last champion, stands with you. He came to his queen's defense when few other Indlovu would do so."
Kellen bowed his head, accepting her praise. Naya returned the gesture, then turned to Tao, staring him down.
"We are also joined by the queen's anointed champion," she said. "Champion Solaren, who has sworn to serve his queen for the rest of his days, or for as long as she finds his service worthy."
Tao had little patience for the way she kept needling him, and he stared back, holding her gaze with his own. A breath passed, and Naya looked away, speaking to the others as she did so.
"I do believe this so-called ruling council hopes to tie the Omehi back together, and I find no fault in that," she said. "However, forming their council in secret and excluding the queen from this gathering suggests that ending our civil strife is not their only aim. It's only been days, but the noblewomen in that council chamber have forgotten who fought and died to stop Abasi Odili's coup. Well, you're going to remind them,"
Naya said.
"You're here because they need to see that the blades that beat Odili back are loyal to Queen Siora Omehia II, and not to councils, whether ruling or guardian." They think us too young to lead, the Queen said, stepping forward and catching the eyes of everyone present. They think the damage Odili has done can only be undone by their hands they'll call experienced and deserving. But the Omehi have been steered by hands claiming those merits for generations, and yet today a greater number of our people starve, suffer, and perish than ever before. The ruling councils have had their chance, she said, and it was squandered on a war without end that slowly grinds our people to dust. That's the experience to which they lay claim, and we say it's not enough. We say it was never enough.
The Queen walked by them, leading the way in her midnight black dress edged in patterns of gold. Naya, Tandy, and the Queen's guard followed, and the rest of them came after.
From her lips to the goddess's ears,
Tao heard Yaw mutter to himself as if in prayer.
Champion,
Naya said over her shoulder, lips tight.
Perhaps you'd care to walk alongside your queen, as is customary?
Feeling a mixture of annoyance and embarrassment, Tao sped up, moving past Themba, whose arched eyebrow and twinkling eyes made his face look like it was begging to be slapped. He caught up to the Queen, and they left the hallway, entering the Guardian Keep's anteroom. Tao hadn't been back to it since the day he'd fought alongside Champion Okar, and it was strange to see the large circular space empty, without the chaos of a dozen life-and-death skirmishes. Otherwise, the strange room was as he remembered. It had thick columns supporting a high balcony with 2 staircases offering access, and though such ostentation was still a sight, the columns, staircases, and balcony were nothing compared to the anteroom's centerpiece. The anteroom was anchored by a fountain made of chalk-white stone that was filled with a swirling red liquid. Standing in the blood-colored waters was a towering statue of Champion Siori, his sword plunged into its depths, and through some artifice, the carmine slurry was drawn up into the statue so it flowed to Siori's sword hand and down the hilt and blade of the statue's weapon. It was a gory reminder of the costly nature of the Omehi's first days on the peninsula, and it disturbed Tao almost as much as the memory of the lives that had been lost in the room only a few nights gone. Tao pulled his eyes away, and they settled on the corridor where his predecessor, Champion Okar, had fallen. Half-formed figures of gray hid in the murk, and Tao's hands snapped to his blade hilts. He thought to draw, almost did, but the shapes remained motionless, and the Queen placed one of her strangely cool hands on his. Tao had to force himself not to yank away from the unexpected touch. We asked a sculptor to render the scene of Champion Okar's last stand, she said. When the work is done, anyone who wishes to enter that hallway must pass the statues of the Queen's Guard who fell holding it. They must pass the likeness of Champion Okar, who gave his life for ours. She watched him as she spoke, and this time Tao was first to turn away. There was something in the way she looked at him. They were strangers, but she had no trouble letting her gaze linger. It made him feel like less of a person and more of a thing, like a favorite toy, long misplaced and only just found. "Do you find it fitting?" his Queen asked as they walked past the unfinished statues. "I do, my Queen. You honor Champion Okar and all who fought beside him." "He honored us," she said, moving down the next hallway and into a part of the keep that was new to Tao. They were in a short passageway ending at a tall wooden door guarded by 2 Ndlovu. The soldiers snapped to attention when they saw the Queen. Tao didn't pay them much mind. He was looking at the door. The wood was pale, and even in the dim torchlight he could see that it was made from brittle Ziddan lumber. For all its size, he could kick it down, if needed. "Open it," Queen Siora ordered, walking toward the Ndlovu. "We have something to say to those inside." The soldiers hesitated, glancing at each other, but the Queen kept to her pace, moving forward as if the door were already open, and the 2 Ndlovu hurried to make sure it would be. Councils. When the door to the council chambers opened, Tao heard a man's voice, cave deep, arguing the end of some unheard point, but the voice faltered when the queen walked in. Tao and Naya were next through the door, and the rest of their group came behind them. The room was circular, enclosed, brightly lit, but smoky from the burning torches, and its floor was painted black. Holding court in its center, wearing the uniform of an Ingonyama, was a boulder of a man. His freshly shaven head gleamed, and he had thick eyebrows that sat on a forehead large enough to keep rainfall from ever wetting his nose. Tao guessed he was the owner of the deep voice, but it was just a guess. There were 11 other Ndlovu in the chamber, sitting on rising rows of concentric benches, and as the queen's group entered, they'd all stood to salute her. The queen ignored the military men, so Tao did the same, letting his eyes flit about to take in the rest of the space. At first glance, the circular room gave the impression of no beginning or end, a room without hierarchy. It was a nice idea, but not an Omehian one. And across the room in front of Tao, instead of another row of benches, there was a line of tall-backed chairs on which 6 greater noblewomen sat. Queen Siora focused on them.
"My queen,"
said the heavy-browed Ingonyama, saluting hard enough to crack his skull were it not slate-thick. She inclined her head, but didn't look at him. Instead, she spoke to one of the 2 women seated closest to the center among the 6 in the chairs.
"What do you do here in the dark, Mirembe?"
"My queen," Mirembe said, rising to bow along with the other noblewomen. "Your presence is an honor."
"Is it?"
Head low, eyes up, Mirembe smiled as if the queen had made a joke. The greater noblewoman, with hair the color of Ihashi grays, had walked her path for many cycles and was still handsome. Her skin, the color of fresh coal, was unlined, her eyes were bright, barely a crinkling at their edges, and when she smiled, her teeth were cloud-white.
"It is an honor, my queen, as always, to be near you."
"If the honor is so great, why not ask us to attend this gathering?" Mirembe took her seat, her lush dress billowing like a wave when she did.
"We gather solely to explore the paths that lie before us. We gather to collect our thoughts so that, once they are collected, they can be presented to you, my queen."
Naya took a step forward, drawing even with Siora.
"By what right?" she asked.
Mirembe looked like she hadn't understood the question.
"Vizier, you heard me."
Mirembe flashed that cloud-white smile, and in Tao's mind it stretched wide enough to touch her ears.
"Vizier Naya, I did hear you, but don't understand your concern. We are simply fulfilling our duty as the peninsula's one true ruling council."
Naya waved a dismissive hand in Mirembe's direction.
"You meet in the middle of the night with the Queen's generals, vote yourselves to power, and have the audacity to have a care, Vizier," Mirembe said. "You have a voice in council decisions, but that tradition is not enough for me to allow you to undermine us."
She shifted in her chair, leaning forward.
"We were unanimous without you, but if you'd like to vote against this council's formation, you can do so now, though it'll change nothing given our majority."
The air was thick with tension. Tao could feel it like it was crawling over him.
"Majority? Who do you 6 represent but yourselves?"
asked Naya. Mirembe's smile slipped.
"We are the ruling council. We represent the Omehi."
"The unabridged title is the Queen's ruling council," Siora said.
"And perhaps it's time your queen had her say."
Mirembe's smile came back, and when she spoke, Tao saw that her teeth had grown and curved like fangs.
"Your Majesty, if it was my decision to make, your say would be all that counted."
Tao squeezed his eyes shut, doing his best to reject the hallucinations as the chairwoman continued to talk.
"It pains me to even mention it," Mirembe said, "but as we all know and accept, Omehi law dictates that the Queen's will be balanced with the will of the Guardian and ruling councils. Tao opened his eyes. The chairwoman looked normal again. He'd shaken the vision loose, but Naya had noticed his behavior and was looking at him from the corner of her eye. Our war with the Zidane nears its climax at a time when our queendom has been sundered, Mirembe said. Our existence depends on the choices we make these next few days. The general nodded. Your Majesty, Mirembe said, we are at war, and war should not be the business of queens or ruling councils. We have our people to consider, which is why General Ade Otobong has been asked to lead our new Guardian Council and your military. So, you've selected and seek to raise to power the man who will act as the third balancing force in our queendom? Siora asked, in a way that reminded Tao of how he might stab at an opponent. We have, and he will, Mirembe said, voice trembling as she swept her arm out in Otobong's direction. She sounded earnest to the point of being fearful, but her eyes told a different story. They were bright, sharp, and bold as bronze. My queen, to end this civil strife, regain Palm City and the faith of all our noble people, we need to be strong enough to show Odili that the cost of war is too great to bear. We need to present Abasi Odili with an opponent he has no choice but to respect, and this council, servants to you, one and all, have that person in General Otobong. In just one rainy night, you've decided all that? The Queen asked. She was too far away to do so, but Mirembe reached out as if she would hold Siora, if only she could. We have, my Queen. My dear, we have. Tell her, General.
The council has voted to give me authority over all the Ihagu, Ihashi, and Indlovu who remain loyal to your Majesty,
General Otobong said.
The path ahead will not be an easy one, but with the goddess's blessing, I believe we can reunite our people and retain hold of the peninsula when the Zidane attack.
With the goddess's blessing, Siora seems to be speaking to herself. Oblivious to her tone, Otobong charged ahead.
We believe Odili has the equivalent of 1.5 dragons or fighting men with him in Palm City. He has 5 scales of Indlovu and 30-something lesser scales that are pretty evenly split between Ihashi and Ihagu. In this city, we have 1 military dragon made up of a scale and a third of Indlovu and 28 scales of lessers. The numbers make it clear that we can't take the capital before the Zidane return, so our first step will be to open talks with Palm City. I'm confident this will go well, because Odili knows me. He knows my record, and that I'm good to my word.
Otobong clapped a fist to his chest 3 times.
He knows he's better off avoiding the fight I'd give him, and once he's offered a full pardon, we'll be able to negotiate reasonable terms with him and Queen Essie.
At the word, pardon, Tao's lips curled back over his teeth, and his hands dropped to the hilts of his swords. The movement wasn't subtle, and the general's heavy brows pulled together as his eyes dipped to Tao's sheathed weapons. He was about to say something when the Queen spoke. Queen Essie? She asked, her words so quiet they were hard to hear.
Ah, Your Majesty,
Otobong began.
It is your sister's current styling, and with no offense meant, I simply—
Queen Essie, Siora said, louder this time. Queen Siora, Mirembe said, emphasizing her name. I believe the general only meant to suggest that once talks begin, it will be prudent to extend every courtesy to the other side. Isn't that right, General?
As you wish, Chairwoman.
Yes, Mirembe said, dipping her head low to the Queen. Enough, Siora said. Save such scheming for another day. We won't allow— Scheming, Mirembe said, voice high. My Queen, That's not a fair— Your queen is speaking, Naya said.
Mirembe stood, feigning no subservience, and instead of showing a lowered head or lipless smile, she flexed her hands into claws.
Vizier, you overstep. We said enough, Siora said. This meeting rests on the mistaken belief that we cannot retake our capital and throne.
Keeping his hands on his hilts, Tao looked to the queen. He'd chosen her side, and that was where he'd stay. She'd promised him Odili. But even without having laid eyes on it, he knew enough about Palm City, which had tall, thick walls and stood between the forks of the Amansi River, to know that General Otobong was telling the truth. They didn't have the strength of arms to wrest the capital from Odili's grasp, and wouldn't without bolstering the number of soldiers they already had. To do that, they'd have to call up most of the Ihagu and Ihashi left in the peninsula. As far as Tao knew, it was within the queen's rights to do so. She could order the fiefs to send their fighters to her, but if the other Mbusi were anything like Jabari's mother, they wouldn't take kindly to orders that stripped them of their soldiers and left them defenseless. Worst of all, if they decided they were better off disobeying, it would weaken Siora. A leader whose orders aren't followed does not remain a leader for long.
My queen, I am afraid I haven't laid out our position clearly enough,
Otobong said.
Please allow me to explain.
Would you, General?
Siora asked, offering him a dead smile.
There are so many details.
If Otobong kept talking about pardoning Odili, Tao would be the first to gut the general. But given the queen's tone, his sense that the man was in danger was so strong, he almost wanted to warn him to shut up.
Of course, my queen,
Otobong said, nodding hard enough to make his jowls shake.
You see, we can't take the capital by siege. We don't have the numbers, and even if we did, we don't have the time. There's less than a moon cycle before our truce with the Hedeni ends, and if the totality of our forces are not aligned by then, we'll be wiped out.
Thank you, General. That's very helpful, Siora said. Helpful, but wrong.
Wrong? How's that, Your Majesty?
We don't need to siege the capital, she said. When we go to take it, the gates will be opened for us.
Otobong narrowed his eyes, trying to understand what the queen was getting at.
If I may be bold, Your Majesty, I do not think Odili will surrender his life and the city to you, no matter how many times you order him to do it.
We do not care what Odili will or won't do. We have agents in Palm City. They'll open the gates when we come.
Tao's grip tightened on his hilts when she said it. The queen had a way into the city, and that meant they were going to take the fight to Odili. Otobong shook his head, and the general began to speak even more slowly, enunciating each word as if empiric wasn't the queen's first language.
My queen, I must take you at your word about these agents. But even so, you are asking us to take too great a risk. What we have are a smattering of Ihagu, some Ihashi, a few initiates from the citadel, and several loyal Indlovu who survived the invasion. Together, they're a military dragon. But they just came out of a bitter battle. We can't expect to mobilize them, march to Palm, and win that fight, even if the gates are opened.
You began this boasting of your capabilities, Siora said. We've told you the gates will be open. Where is your faith, General?
They weren't boasts, and I do have faith, my queen. I have faith that if we do the right thing, we can reunite our people and survive. But it isn't right to face Odili in combat, not as we are, he said. He has too many in Lovu and Ingonyama. He has at least as many gifted as we do, and goddess knows the Ihashi and Ihagu in Palm City won't understand our conflict and are likely to keep fighting for him too.
Otobong turned his body to include Mirembe and the other councilwomen in the discussion.
To win this fight, we need more soldiers, but don't have the time to gather them. I'm telling you, if we wish to see another season, we have days to end this rebellion. Days.
Mirembe clapped her hands together, drawing the room's attention.
"What can we do, then, General?" she asked. "What can we do to survive?"
It's as I've said. We must compromise with Odili and Princess Essie.
"This is your decision," Mirembe asked. "The decision of the Guardian Council."
It is,
Otobong said.
"No. Abasi Odili betrayed us," Queen Siora said. "He tried to kill us."
Mirembe nodded, put a hand to her chest, and closed her eyes as if in prayer.
"His actions hurt us all. They are a stain on his honor and a blight on the history of our people."
She opened her eyes, fixing them on Siora.
"But that does nothing to change the facts the General described, the decision he's made, and the decision that we on the ruling council must also make."
"This is what you want?" Siora asked.
"You wish us to forgive and forget treachery. My queen, we are responsible for more than ourselves in this,"
Mirembe said.
"And to carry out the duty we owe to those we lead, we have to forgive and forget, or everyone dies."
Someone behind Tao cleared his throat. It was Hadith, and although he looked uncomfortable when the faces in the room turned to him, he didn't wither beneath the gaze of his betters. Tao was beside Naya and saw her signal Siora. The vizier didn't want her to let Hadith speak, but Naya's want wasn't enough. In the matter of Guardian Counselor Abasi Odili, Tao and the Queen were cut from the same stone. They could not forget, and they would never forgive.
"Ihashi,"
Queen Siora said to Hadith,
"you have something to say?"
Leadership.
"There may be a way to delay the Zidane attack long enough to gather the forces needed to take Palm City," Hadith said. "But if we fail, the Zidane will send their full might against us immediately."
Otobong sucked his teeth and stepped farther away from Hadith, like the Ihashi's smell offended him.
"You offer self-destruction?"
he asked, before turning to the councilwomen.
"I wonder, Council, should we not bring in a few of the stabled horses to present their opinions as well?"
"General,"
Queen Siora said,
"we have given this Ihashi leave to speak."
Otobong seemed to be waiting for Mirembe to do or say something. When she didn't, he frowned.
"Of course, my queen. Why not listen? We have nothing if not time."
Siora looked ready to respond to that, but her next words were gentle, and they were for Hadith.
"Go on, Ihashi. Describe the path as you see it."
"They haven't left yet," Hadith said. "The Zidane must wait out this storm before sailing, and that means they're still on our shores." A thunderclap boomed, as if to support his point. "There are only 3 beaches beyond the Fist where the Zidane could have landed as many raiders as they did. If we split our men into prongs, we can—"
"My queen," said Otobong, "I apologize, but must we listen to more of this madness? With no humor, I'd rather hear from the horses."
"General,"
Siora said.
"The Lesser is going to suggest we attack the Hedeni," the general said. "He thinks to void our truce by ambushing a force that outnumbers us. Why begin that journey when we can cut to the end of this path by slitting our own throats now?"
"Ihashi," Siora said to Hadith. She wanted an answer to the problems the general had raised. Tao worried there wasn't one. "We don't need to kill everyone," Hadith said. Otobong laughed.
"That helps, since we can't."
"We just need to kill the warlord."
"Good thinking, Lesser," Otobong said. "We won't fight the other Hedeni. We'll walk past them and only attack the warlord."
Hadith was becoming angry. His expression hadn't changed, but Tao had known him long enough to see it.
We can wait until most of the Zidane have left our shores before we attack, Hadith said.
Of course we can,
Ottobong said.
We have enough fighters to outnumber a single ship's complement. Our men can swim the Raw, blades held in their teeth, to attack Warlord Achak on his boat.
He grinned at the Indlovu around him.
I see it better now.
No, you don't, Hadith said, earning himself a sharp look from the greater noble. The warlord is the Zidane's military leader, and by all accounts he's a good one. He'll remain on shore, as the majority of his raiders embark. We can attack when the Zidane remaining on our land are too few to stop us.
Why in the goddess's name would the warlord remain onshore while the strength of his force sails?
For much the same reason, the Zidane fight women alongside their men, Hadith told the general. Ottobong waved away the explanation.
That's done because it's the only way they can field enough bodies to overwhelm us.
They do it because they view one another as equals, Hadith said. Women, men, soldiers, and leaders, for the most part, each life is considered to hold equal value and ability. Ottobong squinted at Hadith.
What are you, Governor Cast?
He asked, his eyes flickering to Tao.
Are you trying to tell me that a simple low common has equal worth in divining a fief's finances as you would? Come now. You're grabbing a dull sword by its blade and naming it a hilt. The savages are unsophisticated, but even they know that a warlord's life, with his knowledge of their numbers, strategies, and tactics, outweighs the life of one soldier. He'll be protected.
You are right on some counts, Hadith said. The Zidane will protect him, but I'm telling you that in this they'll behave more like lessers than nobles. Smiling, Ottobong spread his arms wide.
Don't they always?
He asked. Hadith turned to Tao. Champion, he said, a storm rages outside, and no ships can sail the Raw for as long as it does. When the storm dies and the Zidane board their vessels, where would you, as their leader, be?
Tao told the truth. On the shore. If I lead men into danger, I must see them out of it as well.
Letting his eyes slide past the general and to the queen, Hadith dipped his head, the gesture taking them both in. At its essence, isn't true leadership simply service? He asked. Tao didn't see the queen's reaction. He was too busy watching Ottobong advance on Hadith.
I'm right here, Lesser,
the general said.
If you have something to say to me, have the courage to do it openly.
Hadith took a small step back while meeting Ottobong's eyes with his own. When the storm ends and the Zidane begin to leave our shores, we know they'll do it in several groupings. It's the only way they can be sure to avoid having their entire fleet sunk by a rogue wave. Hadith turned to the queen. I think that the warlord will be among one of the final groups to take to the water, and that gives us our chance.
You think?
Ottobong asked.
You think?
I know it as well as I can know anything that hasn't yet happened, Hadith said, pushing on. And I'm not saying it'll be easy to get to him. All the fighters in the warlord's sailing group will still be on shore. It's like you mentioned. The Zidane can't deny that Achak is important, and he will be protected. But we won't have to face the full strength of the raiding force. The general didn't seem convinced, and Hadith gave it one more swing. Please, we'll never have a better chance. Ottobong closed the remaining distance between them.
You're saying that you understand our enemy because you are more like them than I am, and I won't argue that. On the other hand, I find myself revolted by the fact that you're using such base commonality as the foundation for your advice to our monarch. Goddess wept. You are asking your queen to break her sworn word. Lesser, do you lack even a drudge's honor?
Hadith drew himself up to his full height, coming just short of Ottobong's neck. If you do as I ask, Warlord Achak will never leave our peninsula. He'll die here, and his death will throw the Zidane into disarray."
"I'll do no such thing," Ottobong said. "I won't listen to plans for backstabbing and promise-breaking when we have Odili and Palm City to consider."
Odili stands behind the tall walls of a fortified city that is filled with Indlovu Ihashi and Gifted, Hadith said. "We don't have the strength to take him on without reinforcements from the Fifths, and we don't have the time to reinforce before the Zidane return to wipe us out. That's what you told us, right?"
Chairwoman Mirembe spoke then.
"And that is why we must make amends with Odili."
"There will be no amends."
The words were out of Tao's mouth before he could stop them.
"Champion,"
Naya said, a warning in her tone.
"Champion."
Mirembe cocked her head to one side, saying the word as if she'd never found occasion to utter it before.
"Is there something you wish to add?"
"Odili is a traitor. He'll die a traitor's death," he said.
"Really? But isn't that something your queen should decide?"
Mirembe asked.
"Doesn't that decision fall under the purview of one to whom you swore your oaths and her counsels?"
Siora answered, and her words helped to calm Tao.
"Abasi Odili attempted a coup and has thrown our queendom into a state of civil war. His crimes can have only one response. And in better times, we would respond exactly as you're suggesting," Mirembe said. "But, Your Majesty, we do not have the luxury of better times. We must do as we nobles have always done. We must settle our internal differences peacefully so that we can face our enemies with the full might of our bronze and fire."
Tao couldn't believe what he was hearing.
"Differences," he said. "Odili tried to kill our queen, and there are many others who no longer breathe because of him. He's a murderer, and there's nothing but justice waiting for him."
"How dare you?"
Ottobong said.
"You're talking about a royal noble."
Tao could see where this was heading. They wouldn't listen. They'd planned it out so they wouldn't have to. The new ruling and guardian councils intended to outvote the queen and welcome Odili back with open arms, and Odili would accept. He'd have to, or he'd die like everyone else in the Zidane attack. Then, once the rebellion was ended and Odili was pardoned, these greater nobles would get to keep their roles as counselors. Tao didn't know how a noble might rise in caste, but if there was any way to do it, he imagined this was it.
"I think you mean to let Abasi Odili live,"
he said, putting a hand to his strong-side sword.
"But so long as I draw breath, that won't be possible."
Naya stepped close enough to be standing between them.
"That's enough, both of you," she said.
And without giving either of them time to respond, she turned to Siora.
"My queen, may we adjourn? These issues will be better discussed by the light of day, and—"
"You put your hand to your sword while we stand in council chambers with our queen,"
Ottobong said to Tao, towering over him.
"You lack the civility of an Inyoka."
"Oh, you wish me to be civil?" Tao asked the larger man. "You want me to play the part of a noble, when you'll never give me the same consideration as one? Is that the game?"
"What are you talking about?"
"I can smile and talk as sweet as cane sugar. I can follow every rule you'll ever make, and it will never be good enough for people like you, because people like you don't see me as people," Tao said, pulling a handspan of black dragon scale free from its scabbard.
"Has this thing gone mad?"
Ottobong asked, backing away.
"General, that is our champion to whom you speak," the queen said.
It took him a breath, but Ottobong tilted his head in deference.
"Of course. He's your champion. Apologies, my queen."
Tao knew what was expected. He knew it was his turn to apologize, so they could both play the part of noblemen in good company. But Tao wasn't a nobleman. They'd never let him be one, and he wasn't sure being one was better anyway. So, staring up at the general, he dropped his second hand to its corresponding blade.
"I need no titles to defend me," he said. "I can do it myself."
Ottobong's nostrils flared at that, and the queen raised her voice.
"This meeting is over," she said. "Mirembe, if you are determined to see a new ruling council formed, we'll consider it at another time. For now, we'll retire to think over the advice that has been offered."
Tao let his eyes flit to Mirembe's face. The self-named chairwoman looked like she'd sucked something sour, and then she caught him looking at her.
"My queen," she said, "one last bit of advice."
"If you must, Mirembe," Siora said.
"Whether we like it or not, we should speak with Guardian Counselor Odili. It's our duty to try to resolve this without Omehi spilling Omehi blood."
Siora could have been made from stone.
"Is that everything?"
"Almost," Mirembe said, eyeing Tao up and down.
"But I must ask, would our queen not be better served by a champion like Kellan Okar?"
"As chairman of our newly formed Guardian Council," said Ottobong, "I would like to second the chairwoman's thought. Indeed, Okar and Odili are also well acquainted, and—"
Tao's twin blades kissed the bare flesh on Ottobong's neck and the leather armor on his back, the dragon scale selling the man on silence.
"Thief," Tao said. "I warned you. You won't steal Odili from me."
"Champion," it was the queen.
"I will have justice,"
Tao said, keeping his blades in contact with the general's skin as the 11 Ndlovu in the room moved to their feet and drew their bronze.
"Queen Siora, it appears as if you'd be well served to seriously consider my suggestion about champions,"
Mirembe said, her dispassionate facade thrown aside. Then, raising her voice, she spoke to Tao.
"Put away your weapons, you insect."
"Champion Solarin, we have not yet asked you to kill the general," the queen said.
"This isn't the way," Hadith whispered. "It's not it, Tao."
Struggling to get his breathing back under control, Tao looked from face to face, seeing Hadith, Naya, and at the last, his queen. He took a step back, lifting his black blades away from the general. His life no longer in immediate danger, Ottobong slapped a hand against his bleeding neck and pulled it away to stare in shock at the red smears on his fingers.
"You drew blood."
The guardian swords were sharp beyond measure, and Tao was not accustomed to them.
"You attacked me?"
Ottobong asked.
"You attacked me?"
"General Ottobong,"
Naya said, trying to take control.
"Do you honestly expect to heap abuses on others and receive
No,"
the general shouted.
"It goes too far. This filthy half-man shouldn't even be allowed near Dragon Scale, let alone to wield it."
The general faced the queen.
"Queen Siora, tell me, if you will, is this how you intend to rule? With blood drawn among those loyal to you, and truces violated with assassinations? I thought you wanted peace. Why are you willing to offer it to our enemies, but not to the women and men of your own kind?"
"General,"
warned Naya, but Ottobong would not be stopped.
"I would like to know,"
he said.
"Will you rule with lessers standing in the place of their betters?"
Naya spoke first.
"There's only one lesser that the queen has elevated, and he's champion because of proven merit. Queen Siora has no intention of—"
The queen cut off her vizier.
"We do what the goddess wills and won't be second-guessed."
Ottobong nodded.
"Then we can expect more of them in these meetings, Whispering in your ear, undermining your nobles."
He sniffed.
"Queen Siora, I understand that you didn't get to join yourself with a savage, but that shouldn't mean it must be done with a lesser."
"General,"
shouted Naya, pointing an open hand at him. Ottobong eyed her.
"You'll strike at me too, vizier?" Will you lay this noble low with the goddess's own gifts?
He licked his bottom lip and let his mouth twist like he was about to spit.
What have we become?
Tao didn't know his queen a tenth as well as he knew Hadith, but he didn't need to know that she was furious beyond reasonable measure, and for some strange reason, seeing her that way made him calmer. It was as if he could sense that having the two of them in a state of pique would not end well.
"Apologize to us, General Ottobong," the queen said,
her voice as even and sharp as a newly made blade.
Beg pardon?
The general asked.
"Apologize before you no longer have a choice in the matter," she said.
With respect, my queen,
Ottobong said.
I wish to speak as honestly as I'm able before it's too late for any words to make a difference. You are too young to see the patterns in this, where it'll drag us.
He looked down at Tao.
This person you want me to call a champion should be hung for even showing his blade in my presence. And if nothing is done about the affront, then we move in a direction that will eventually overturn the natural order. My queen,
he said,
as perilous as the battles we face are to us, if we let the binds of civility and society slip, then before long we'll unravel everything it means to be Omehi. And when that happens, whether it's by our enemies' hands or our own, we cease to exist.
Siora said nothing, and the room was silent. Ottobong pointed to Hadith.
And what of the whispers coming from this other lesser's forked tongue?
He faced Mirembe and the rest of her ruling council.
Our queen is surrounded by base wretchedness. How can that not have a corrupting influence?
He asked, taking another step away from Tao and moving out of his reach as one of the 11 in Ndlovu came to stand between them.
My queen,
he continued,
it worries me that you seem so ready to abandon the advice of your generals, counselors, and even your own sworn words of peace.
The queen's look was a hard one.
Are you finished, General?
Ottobong ground his teeth, but held his tongue.
The Zidane Shul and several 100,000 lost their lives in a torrent of dragonfire,
Queen Siora said.
Peace died then, burned away in flames the traitor Abasi Odili fanned.
Ottobong touched at his bleeding neck again and turned to the chairwoman of the ruling council.
I tried, Mirembe,
he said.
The goddess knows I did, but I can't be part of what she wants.
You wish to be relieved of your duties, then?
Naya asked him.
Oh, it's far too late for that to be enough,
the queen said. Ottobong's eyes widened at that.
I understand, General,
Mirembe said.
And after hearing everything here tonight, I'm inclined to agree.
She made a show of glancing to her left and right at the women sitting on either side of her.
The ruling council also agrees.
Tao wasn't sure what was happening, but he saw Siora's pupils shrink to pinpricks, and he made himself ready.
We are warning you, Mirembe,
the queen said.
Do not go down this path. You won't like where it leads, and we promise you, there's no way back from it. Queen Siora, we can't win a fight against Palm City before the Hedeni attack us, and we won't survive their attack without the support of Palm City. Will you save your people and treat with Guardian Counselor Abasi Odili?
Tao tensed.
No,
Siora said. Mirembe blinked and leaned back, the edges of her mouth fluttering up and down before settling on an empty smile.
General Ottobong, as chairwoman of the ruling council, I call on you to help us fulfill our obligation to keep our people and monarch safe from harm. Separate Queen Siora from the vizier and these lessers.
The general had begun nodding halfway through Mirembe's little speech.
In Ndlovu, Queen's Guard, escort the queen to her rooms, and if any of the lessers come between you, kill them.
The Ndlovu readied their weapons, their 11 bronze blades reflecting the room's torchlight, and though she had every right to be scared, The only thing Tao could sense from Siora was fury. Otobong turned his head to Kellen.
Oka, step away from them.
Kellen raised his hands, balled them into fists, and shuffled closer to Tao's sword brothers, placing himself in front of Gifted Tandy.
I don't think I can, General.
Otobong considered that, sniffed, and turned away.
Pity to lose you two, he said.
The gap between life and death, Tao thought, was closing. He saw a weaponless Kellen standing poised for a fight he couldn't win, while beside him, Udwak breathed deep and widened his stance. Half hidden in the big man's shadow, Yaw flicked his eyes from Indlovu to Indlovu, and in front of them all, Hadith was frowning, as if regarding bad behavior he'd known to expect. The odds were not favorable, and since his brothers had been called from their beds, Tao was the only one among them who was armed. It didn't help that his ribs hadn't had time to heal. 3 fingers on his right hand were too broken for a firm grip, and he couldn't be sure if the Queen's Guard would side with the Queen they'd sworn to protect, or the general who offered them a life likely to last longer than the next few breaths. Someone laughed, and the sound was strange in the moment. It was Temba. The Ihashi, grinning widely, winked at Tao and crossed his arms. It seemed that the same man who'd once questioned Tao's ability to stand against a few Indlovu had become confident that he would beat 11 of them. 15 if the Queen's Guard threw in with the general.
Take them,
ordered Otobong, and his men came forward. Poor odds, thought Tao, leaping for the Indlovu standing between him and his target. Odds. The Indlovu was quick. He had 1 sword and no shield, and still blocked Tao's weak side strike as well as his strong side follow-up. It was the 3rd attack he couldn't stop. The greater noble brought his blocking blade up late, and Tao's sword tore through his throat. Tao didn't see him fall. He ran past the dying man as soon as his weapon ripped free of the Indlovu's neck.
Kill him,
shouted Otobong, spit flying from his mouth. The general needn't have bothered with the order because the 10 remaining Indlovu were already moving. Tao had to dash past the nearest of them, shouldering the larger man aside, while hoping beyond hope that Hadith was right and that cutting the head from the Inyoka would be enough to stop it from hurting them. He had to get to the chairwoman and make her call off the Indlovu. Otobong was between them, though, and he swung his sword at Tao's head. It was a well-timed but obvious attack. Tao knew it was coming and dropped below the blade's leading edge, letting Otobong's wild swing shear through empty air, pulling the general out of position. Willing to end the greater noble's life, Tao went to counter, but the thing that Otobong had become made him stop in place. Standing where Otobong had been was a 2-armed demon with the turgid skin of a bloated tick. Tao was facing the creature's back, and without hesitation it swung round, sending a clawed arm for his face. Skidding to a stop while trying to blink away the vision, Tao struggled to dodge the attack and regain his hold on the reel. He couldn't do both, and felt the bite of bronze as the front of his leather armor was caught and torn by a blade point. The contact yanked him to the side, threatening to take him from his feet, but he held his balance, letting the momentum whirl him around until he was facing his opponent again. This time it was Otobong he faced, and not the monster. The demon had vanished, and the general was still resetting his stance, having swung at Tao hard enough to chop him in 2. As Otobong righted himself, Tao sucked in a breath of smoky air and glanced down. A strip of leather hung free from his armor, and his chest burned from the shallow cut he'd received. The moment he'd lost to the vision had come close to costing him his life. Roaring at Tao, Otobong attacked again, hauling his sword to purpose in a backhand swing. Tao parried with his weak side, staggering under the strength of the blow, but stopping it. Without hesitation, Otobong jerked his blade back and stepped away, seeking to move beyond Tao's striking range, while keeping Tao within his. But before he could do it, Tao ended the fight. Using as much force as he could generate in close quarters, Tao slashed down with his twin swords. It wasn't necessary. The blades were made of dragon scale, and when the one held in his left hand crashed into Ottobong's sword, the one in his right chopped through the general's sword arm like it was a stalk of drought-withered cane. It was Ottobong's flesh that yielded first. It split, separating to reveal muscle, tendons, and the 2 thick bones that made up his forearm. The dragon scale bisected them both, and Ottobong's hand, sword, and a cup's worth of his blood splattered across the painted floor. The general threw his head back then, screaming, howling in pain, the sound of it echoing through the council chamber from deck to dome. No time to waste. Tao hopped back, ready to run to capture Mirembe or defend himself against the other Ndlovu. But the Ndlovu weren't attacking. They were staring at Ottobong and what was on the floor in front of him. The general was on his knees, and using his remaining hand to clutch at his ruined arm as blood poured from it. On the ground beside him was his sword, and the weapon's blade had been cut in 2. Tao's dragon-scale swords had struck Ottobong's blade as well as his forearm, and they had destroyed them both. Tao caught the movement as one of the Ndlovu looked up at him from the kneeling general. The rest were also shaking off the shock. He knew he didn't have long, and he spun toward the chairwoman, racing for her. He got 2 steps before she took control of him. It was like running into a wall of knives. His body felt like it had been shredded to bits, then put back together too quickly. Tao would have yelled, but he couldn't move his mouth. He could barely breathe, and even without having experienced it before, he'd seen enough with the dragons to guess what had been done. Desperate, he dove into Isiogo. The gray mists and howling winds welcomed him home, and in front of him, exactly where the chairwoman had been standing, was an indistinct figure, masked by the shifting black opaqueness of a gifted shroud.
"This is how you die, Lessa,"
the woman behind the shroud said, her words faint in the underworld's endless storm.
"You'd entreat a man?"
Tao asked. She barked out a laugh.
"Do low commons count themselves as such now?"
Though it was painful to even think her name, Tao thanked Zuri for her lessons.
"We'll die together then,"
he said, finding the tethers that bound his soul to the chairwoman's as easily as if the binds were physical. He pictured himself grabbing them, wrapping the tethers tight around his arms, and using them to hold her as firmly as she held him.
"I'll keep you here, and when your shroud fails, we'll greet the demons together."
There was a pause. He'd caught her off guard. She hadn't expected him to know that Gifted did not entreat intelligent beings for exactly this reason. The tethers of entreating work both ways.
"You don't have the time,"
she said.
"In Umlaba, my Ndlovu will cut your head from your shoulders, and I'll use it to feed the scorpions in the rock gardens."
Tao railed against her control, pulling and wrenching this way and that, looking for weakness, or hoping to drain her power faster than he would if he let her control him. It was working. He could see her shroud quivering as he strained. He could also see that even with the time difference between Isiogo and Umlaba, he had no hope of collapsing her shroud before the Ndlovu killed him. He fought harder. She laughed, and with the part of him that was still in his world, he heard her call out to the Ndlovu.
"Kill the common,"
she said, her voice deep and slow, like someone had poured syrup over the moments, stretching them like the gummy sap from the bramble bushes in Kerem's mountains. He felt her then, in some part of his mind or soul or will. He felt her ooze her way over him and onto his arms. He felt her in his broken fingers and in his neck and face, too close, like a larger presence holding him, choking him, and breathing on him with fetid breath. She made him open his hands, digit by digit, and in a world far away from the mists that cloaked him, he heard his swords fall to the ground.
"Yes,"
she said, and it seemed that she was beside him, whispering, her wet lips smeared against his ear.
"This is how it ends for you, freak. This is how it always ends for those who think to stand as tall as their betters."
She forced her way deeper inside his real body, the one in Umlaba.
She moved his tongue between his teeth and made him bite down. "How dare you speak to me?" she said. "You don't have the right." Tao pushed against her control, but she was too strong, and he could taste blood as his teeth clamped down harder and harder on his tongue. "How dare you?" she said as blood began filling his mouth. He tried to shout, to move. He tried to call for help, but the only thing he could manage was to hold on to the tethers of her soul as the Indlovu came to take his life. The only thing he could do was wait until it was over. But then came the pressure. It was instant and crippling, and Tao thought it was death. He thought either the Indlovu had killed him, or the chairwoman had done it with her powers. But she shouted in surprise, and he knew it was something else that had come for them. "Mirembe," called a new voice, heavy with power. Tao battled the tethers, and in Isiogo, where they were looser, he was able to turn his head. Beside him was a darkness deeper than the blackest night, a shroud so thick Tao could see nothing of the person it hid. He knew them anyway. "Mirembe, you have overstepped," his queen said. "Siora," Mirembe whispered, and Tao heard her only because she held him in her shackles, her voice sounding out like a bell rung in his head. "It's true?" she asked, and he felt Mirembe's fear as if it were his own. "Goddess wept. It's true." The bonds holding Tao slipped as Mirembe gave in to dread, and Tao struggled against her. But before he could free himself, the globe of black beside him moved forward, and a blinding bolt of light shot out from it, flying for the chairwoman. Mirembe tried to move, but the bolt grew in size, becoming too large to avoid, and when it struck her, the world exploded. Caught in the blast, Tao's consciousness collapsed, bursting like an overweight bubble and sending him spinning into nothingness. When he could piece enough of himself back together, he found he was on his hands and knees in the council chambers. He spat the wad of blood from his mouth, thankful his tongue was still attached, and even that small act took most of his will. Tao's head felt like it held 100 serrated dirks, and when he looked up, pain forked through him like a surgeon had pushed the knives deeper. Across the room, Mirembe had tumbled backward over her chair and was sprawled on the ground, half senseless and moaning. Tao growled and tried to get his feet beneath him. She'd been in his head, her oily grip sliding over and dirtying his soul. She'd held him helpless, used him, and he would kill her for it. He raised one knee, felt a presence near him, and jerked his head to see who was there. An Indlovu was standing over Tao, sword at the ready, and Tao bunched his muscles, preparing to dive away, when he noticed the man was holding the blade defensively. The greater noble was in a standoff with 2 of the queen's guard. 4 of the other Indlovu were on the ground, felled no doubt by Pandi, who had her hands up and pointed in their direction. The remaining 5 were facing Tao's scale and the 2 other queen's guard, as well as Naya, whose hands were up and ready. Tao sat back on his haunches. His odds had been wrong. His scale might have been weaponless, but the 3 gifted with them were not. "Be at ease, my queen," pled one of the councilwomen. "We are yours." "No," yelled Otobong, his face screwed up as he grasped the stump of his arm. "Don't do this. She offers nothing. She—" Kellen slapped the general with the back of his hand. "General, you should step away now." One of the Indlovu hefted his sword, but the same councilwoman called out, "Indlovu, do nothing. Queen Siora, this must end." "And it will," the queen said. "Lay down your arms, and none of you will be harmed." Don't do it," Otobong said. The words, pushed past his bruised lips, were soft, shaky, and kneeling in a growing pool of his own blood. He looked near to fainting. "Do not make us rescind our clemency," Siora said, sweeping her eyes across the Indlovu. In a clatter of bronze meeting stone, the general's men dropped their weapons, and Tao's sword brothers snatched them up. "Noble women, General Otobong, you're right. These times are trying, Siora said, as Hadith helped Tao to his feet. Our fight for survival grows desperate, and it has been made very clear that if we are to survive, we must move past compromise and councils. We must fight and burn, as queens before us have done. We must be a dragon queen, and dragon queens keep their own counsel. Otobong's head came up at that.
You, a dragon queen? You think yourself akin to Queen Tefa?
Siora looked down on him. We are kin, she said.
The general snorted.
And all this time we called your sister insane.
Moving with zeal, the same smile from earlier still on his face, Temba lifted his boot to kick Otobong. Siora stopped him with a raised hand.
No, she said. See that the general's wounds are tended, and then imprison him with the rest who have defied us. They are not to be harmed, for they had our word.
Kellen saluted, pulled Temba back by his tunic, and signaled to Uduak, Yaw, and 2 of the Queen's Guard to help him remove the new crop of traitors. Hadith, still helping Tao to stay standing, leaned close and whispered,
Care, Tao. Care not to be used and thrown away in their schemes. What we do must benefit all, and things will happen fast now.
Tao shot him a look, but Hadith was focused on the Queen, appearing for all the world as if he'd never spoken.
Ihashi,
the Queen said to Hadith,
will cutting the head from the Inyoka save us from its bite? This creature has many heads, my Queen, Hadith said, but the one that has made clear its intention to strike is also the one we can stop.
Siora inclined her head and spoke to Kellen.
Be quick in handling these traitors, Kellen Okar, she said. We believe that before this long day has ended, our champion will have need of his sword, brothers.
Her gaze returned to Tao and Hadith, and those shadows of Mirembe's touch still ran riot through him. Tao stood straighter.
Champion Solarin, you and your men have had too little time to grieve, too little time to heal, and we are sorry for this, the Queen said. There it was again, the strange intimacy. She spoke to him like he was a close companion who'd been gone too long. She spoke, and he could almost believe she hurt for his pain, his loss.
Her eyes told him she did.
But time and storms wait for neither women nor queens, and there is work to be done, she said. Champion, will you assemble your fighters and seek out the Zidane? Will you do what must be done to grant us the time to heal the rift in our queendom?
My Queen, how can I leave you after what has just happened? He asked. How can I protect you if I go? It felt strange to say it, but Tao felt it was true.
You are gracious, but we have our Queen's Guard, and we are never truly defenseless, she said, glancing at Mirembe cowering at the foot of 2 chairs. We shall be careful until your return, Champion Solarin.
It was kind, the way she put it, but Tao felt a little foolish, thinking he was the only sword standing between the Queen of all the Omehi and those who might wish her harm. Even so, a part of him still wanted to stay with her.
Champion Solarin, I'm asking you to do something horrible, she said. Will you take Warlord Achak's life?
To the Queen, he gave an answer. To the goddess, he offered his word. That and more, he said. Chapter 2. Hafsa Ekene. The sun had yet to set, and Hafsa Ekene was already of the opinion that the day was a flowering tragedy with more to come before its bloom was full. Her head swiveling left to right, she half walked, half ran to the keep's courtyard, looking for anyone important enough with whom to share the horrible news. She'd heard that the queen would be in the courtyard, watching the Ihashi and Indlovu readying themselves to leave to fight a battle somewhere. But, thought Hafsa, they might need to fight one in the keep first. The general in her care had escaped. The same man whose severed arm she'd bandaged and treated just that morning, with the best of her considerable abilities, had left her hospital without a trace. The guards assigned to watch him were dead, and so were two of her finest physicians. Hateful, unbelievable, and still not the whole of it. Hafsa had never seen it before. Few had. But she'd read about it in her order's journals, and the twisted bodies of the dead, their mouths open in silent screams, had been the first clues. Then, when she discovered the nature of the weapon that had killed the guards and her physicians, her fears had been all but confirmed. Feeling more desperate with each breath, she abandoned her half-walk for a run and sped into the Guardian Keep's courtyard, frightened she might be throwing herself into the fray, and somehow even more afraid that she was already too late. The damaged courtyard, with its scorched walls and dirt-filled crevasse, from which, apparently, a dragon had emerged, was an anthill of activity. Overhead, the sun was hidden by storm clouds, and the yard was slick with pelting rain. The afternoon had a hazy, dreamlike quality as fighting men of all sizes in leathers, greys, and ugly bronze milled about in organized chaos. A few of the soldiers watched her as she ran, but she had no time for priestly propriety. The queen was in the courtyard, she was still alive, and Hafsa wanted to keep her that way. Queen Siora was with her vizier and Chibuye, the vizier's daughter. The queen was kneeling next to the child and smiling. That was a comfort, to see the love there. Hafsa had never wanted children, but since the first moments of the chairman's coup, when the vizier had barreled into her hospital and thrust the child into her care, she hadn't been able to stop worrying over the bright and ever-smiling Chibuye. She'd taken care of the girl for days, while the vizier worked without end to put back together some of what Counselor Odili had broken. Far be it from Hafsa to tell any parent their business, but given the time she'd spent with the girl, she knew a portion of what parenting was, and felt more than comfortable thinking that Chibuye should not be out here among these killers. "Hafsa," called the girl when she saw her. Even with the horrors and lives lost that day, Chibuye's voice lifted Hafsa's heart, and she gave the little one a small wave before bending her knees and dipping her head to the queen. "This is Priestess Ekene, Your Majesty," Naya said, introducing her, and the question in her voice, wondering why Hafsa was there, was as clear as still water. "My queen," head still bowed, Hafsa chose to wade in immediately. "You are not safe here." "Explain that," Naya said. "Rise," the queen told her at the same time. Hafsa lifted her head. Naya was staring hard, but the queen watched her more, gently considering her. She didn't look afraid, but that was because she didn't know. "The guards and my physicians, they were murdered. The general—" Hafsa wasn't explaining it well enough. "Queen Siora, I have reason to believe that—" Hafsa stifled a yelp. He'd appeared beside the queen as if from open air, but more likely she simply hadn't noticed him approaching. How could anyone not notice him? He was black as coal, head shaved clean, and had a face that was unnaturally even, if one didn't consider the awful scar that ran from nose to cheek on his right side. He was clearly a lesser, but wearing a champion's colors, black and red leathers, with 2 swords on his hips. She'd heard of him, of course, and it should have been absurd, seeing a lesser in champion's garb, but somehow it wasn't. It was terrifying. His eyes, she thought. Something in them set her nerves on fire and her heart thumping. Something in them called on her to run away and never stop. "My queen, we are ready to—" His voice was a rasp scraping down Hafsa's spine like a rust-pitted scalpel. "Not now, champion," Naya said. The man's face twitched, and Hafsa stepped back. "Priestess, speak quickly," Naya said to her. I tried Hafsa. "We're ready to leave, my queen," he said.
"Solaren,"
Naya said. The champion's eyes slid from Hafsa's face, and only once they'd left her did she realize how tightly she'd bunched the muscles in her back and shoulders. "The child?" he asked, looking at Chibuye.
"My daughter,"
Naya told him. The champion raised an eyebrow. "You've a daughter."
"And you've eyes and ears,"
Naya said.
"Priestess Ekene, you spoke of danger."
Before he could look back and unsettle her, Hafsa drew breath and dove in.
"General Otobong has escaped the hospital. The men guarding him were murdered along with my attending physicians."
The champion's swords were out and ready before she even registered the noise of him drawing the blades. She did yelp then.
"Udwak, hadith, to me, to the queen!"
he shouted as he scanned the courtyard for danger.
"There's more,"
said Hafsa, her voice lost to the flurry of heavy footsteps that came running toward the queen.
"Beware their weapons. They are using poison."
"There."
The single syllable came from one of the biggest lessers Hafsa had ever seen. She might even have confused him for a petty noble, if not for the Ihashi grays he wore, in the absence of the supplementary musculature characteristic of noble males. Long ago, in her final year of studies, she'd wanted to write a treatise on the physical differences between lessers and greaters, but her advisor had warned her away from the topic, telling her that,
"Up there."
She followed the lesser's pointing hand and saw the soldier on the keep's walls. It was an Ndlovu, and he had his elbows on the ramparts. He was leaning on it, steadying himself as he aimed a long, hollow tube at them. The weapon he had to his lips wasn't common among the Omehi, but Hafsa recognized it and knew what was coming.
"No!"
she shouted as the assassin blasted air into the tube, sending death flying through the night for one of them. Beside her, in a blur of black leather, the champion leapt in front of the queen and snatched Chibuye behind him. Hafsa heard the dart hit with a wet thud. It hit like an oar smacking water, and the sound made her tense up all over. She, however, was not hit, and the champion, teeth bared and eyes watering, grunted at the impact.
"Pull it out,"
she said, feeling shame at the relief washing over her because she'd been spared. He didn't, though. He was using his body to cover Chibuye and the queen, and Hafsa, frightened beyond thinking that the assassin might have more projectiles to shoot, rushed to his side.
"Hadith, stay with us,"
the champion ordered.
"Udwak, stop that man."
Immediately, the massive lesser, along with one of the Ndlovu in the courtyard, ran for the stairs that led to the ramparts. Carefully, very carefully, Hafsa grasped the tail of the dart that was sticking out of the champion's right thigh, tore it out, and dropped it to the ground. She could feel him looking at her. She raised her head, saw him, and shivered.
"Don't touch the dart,"
she said, pulling her eyes away from his and seeing the mix of red and black blood that oozed from the small hole in the champion's leg and leathers. Such a small thing to kill a man.
"Queen Siora, child, are you well?"
he asked. The queen, having been thrown to the floor by her champion, was holding Chibuye close.
"We are fine,"
she said, more to the crying child than to the champion.
"We are fine." "Chibuye, Siora!"
the vizier shouted, running up to wrap the child and queen in her arms. Hafsa saw the vizier's distress, but given what needed to be done, it barely registered. She was looking for something sharp, and the closest things were the champion's swords.
"I need one of your swords," she said.
The champion glanced at her, and the weight of his full attention made her flinch. Then, dismissing her entirely, he called for more men to guard the queen, got up, and tried to run for the ramparts to accompany the other two. He stumbled, nearly fell, and grabbed at his leg.
"You don't understand,"
Hafsa said. He looked at her again, shook his head, and limped after the massive lesser, the one in pursuit of the assassin.
"What is it, priestess?"
the queen asked. The champion didn't have long, and Hafsa couldn't comprehend why he felt it necessary to join the fight when the assassin was already trapped. Up on the ramparts, there were 4 soldiers closing in on him from the right and 3 others from his left. He could get to the stairs before the soldiers stopped him, but then his path would be blocked by the Indlovu and the Big Lesser. The assassin's choices were simple: remain on the ramparts and fight against 7, or take the stairs and try his luck against 2. He chose the 2. It wasn't what she would have done. The champion was going to be at the bottom of the stairs, and though Hafsa didn't know why exactly, she'd have taken her chances against the soldiers atop the wall.
"Priestess,"
the queen asked again.
"There's poison in the dart, my queen," Hafsa told her. "It's dragon's blood."
On the stairs, the lesser named Udwak met the assassin, and as much as she abhorred violence, Hafsa could not have torn her eyes away where she promised all the cures to all the world's diseases. Udwak struck first, swinging his great sword in a tight arc, but missed when the other man jumped back, landing 2 stairs higher and out of reach. Shouting as he went, the accompanying Indlovu charged past the Big Lesser and attacked. The 2 Indlovu, assassin and loyalist, exchanged strikes, both blocked. Then, using his higher vantage, the assassin kicked the loyalist below the neck, unbalancing him, and before the loyalist could regain his footing, the assassin hacked down with his sword. Hafsa thought to look away. She didn't want to watch a man murdered, but the loyalist wasn't undone. He raised his shield, and the assassin's blade smashed into it. It wasn't a good block, but it meant that the assassin was only able to shave a sliver of flesh from the side of the loyalist's neck and shoulder, instead of stealing his life. Having saved himself, the loyalist spun down and away, letting the Big Lesser take his place to continue the attack. They did it as smoothly as if they were performing a practiced dance, and Hafsa felt her mouth drop open when, without a wasted step, the Big Lesser moved up the stairs to whip his huge sword at the assassin's head. Moving like a surgeon's stitching needle, the assassin darted in and out, and as weightless as the Lesser made his massive sword look, he could not wield it well enough to land a blow. The scream, then, from the loyalist, who was no longer in the fray or in danger, was a shock. The sound he made was so raw and ragged, it had to have torn his throat to shreds.
"Goddess wept,"
Hafsa said, seeing the man stumble on the stairs. He was doubled over in pain, his head thrown back at a near impossible angle, the veins in it full, tight, and visible even from a distance as he clutched at the cut on his neck. He staggered 1 step, 2, then tumbled 12 strides from the stone stairs to the courtyard floor.
"The assassin's blade!"
Hafsa shouted to the Big Lesser as she left the queen to run toward the fallen loyalist.
"It's poisoned!"
Reaching the downed and writhing man slumped against the stairs, she skidded to a stop and dropped to her knees.
"Hold still,"
she said, grabbing his head in both hands to steady it as she examined the wound.
"Hold still."
The shallow wound the assassin's blade had shaved into the Indlovu's neck looked innocent enough, except for the tiny splashes of black dragon's blood that bubbled and festered at the edges of the lacerated flesh. Hafsa knew that the best method for saving those poisoned in this way was to amputate the infected area, preventing the poison's spread before it could reach the heart or brain. But the poison was in his neck, and that left her with just one option.
"Listen to me,"
she said to the screaming man, trying to get through the fugue of his agony.
"I'm going to give you something. It will taste foul, but you need to bite down on it and swallow the juices. It will take away the pain."
His pupils were dilated, and his eyes bulged from his head. But she'd captured his attention, and he nodded at her, reaching for her with tremoring fingers, desperate for anything that could ease his suffering. Leaving a hand on him, holding him as still as she could, Hafsa searched the inner pockets of her robe for the right pouch and tried not to see the hope in his face. She pulled free the pouch she'd been looking for, opened it up, and poured the contents into her palm. There was only 1 ball of oiled herbs left, a small one, too small. She wanted to cry. The loyalist scrabbled for it, and she let him take the ball. He put it into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed, and Hafsa sat with him. But she knew that what he'd taken wouldn't be enough. She'd been so busy dealing with the wounded from the battle between the Queen's loyalists and Odili's traitors that it had been days since she'd last refilled her pouches. His screams grew louder, His thrashings became worse, and the whole thing, from her running to his side to his dying, happened in just a few breaths. But it felt like she watched him suffer and spasm forever. When it ended, his eyes, glassy and unfocused, were fixed on her. She could see the accusation in them, damning her. She'd promised to take away his pain. She'd promised him a lie. As if from a great distance, she heard bronze smash against bronze, and, too drained to feel fear, she looked up. The assassin was close, only a couple of stairs up from the courtyard. He'd fought his way down, forcing the big lesser to give ground to avoid the poisoned blade. Hafsa saw that more Indlovu, more loyalists, were running over, and that the 7 soldiers from the top of the wall were on the stairs and almost down them. There wasn't much hope for the assassin, and the champion was waiting for him at the base of the steps. The assassin must have realized this too. He glanced up the way he'd come, saw it was blocked by men, and jumped down beside Hafsa and the dead Indlovu. He reached for her. She recoiled, more out of instinct than thoughtful action, and then she felt someone pull her beyond the assassin's grip. The champion was there. He'd pulled her back, putting himself between her and the assassin.
"Breathe deep," the champion said to the poisoner. "It'll be the last one you take."
The assassin, seen up close, had a thin face that was prettier than any murderer deserved.
"Ukufa waits for us both," he said. "The dart pulled from your thigh? It was coated in dragon's blood. Do you feel its fire, Lesser? Does it burn?"
The assassin smiled and tilted his head at the dead Indlovu, coaxing them to note the body.
"The pain is just beginning."
His gesture called Hafsa's attention to the dead man, and as soon as she looked, he attacked. He tried to distract the champion, and the trick had worked on her. From the corner of her eye, she saw the killer thrust his poisoned blade for the champion's chest, and just as she drew breath to cry out a warning, Hafsa Ekene was showered with gore. One moment the champion had been facing a mortal injury, and the next, he had one of his blades through the assassin's sword arm, pinning it and the man's poisoned weapon helpless. But it was the champion's second sword that had spilled the most blood. It was buried hilt deep in the assassin's open mouth, and its point, having broken through the back of the man's skull, vibrated like an instrument's plucked string. The assassin's dead body hit the ground beside her, and Hafsa's attempted warning cry came out as a shriek. "Stop that," the champion said to her. He was already crouched and breathing heavily. "Is what he said true? Was the dart poisoned?" Noting to herself that she was likely in shock, she still managed a nod and a few words.
"You killed him?"
"I did," he said.
"Champion Solarin,"
yelled one of the men atop the ramparts.
5 horses and 4 riders are fleeing the keep. The general is one of them.
The champion shouted back. "Who else is with them?"
2 Indlovu and a grey-haired woman.
"Mirembe," the champion said, sniffing as if in disgust. "She runs, abandoning the rest of our council." Hafsa, shaken as she was, had to save the lesser.
"Give me your sword,"
she said for the second time that day.
"Why?"
It was Naya. She was a few strides distant and hurrying over.
"I must cut away the poison before it finishes its work."
"How are Queen Siora and your daughter?" the champion asked the vizier.
"They're safe. They're... Thank you, champion. They're safe,"
Naya said. The champion, shoulders slumped, nodded as if his head were a boulder. Hafsa reached for one of his swords. The champion sheathed it and grabbed her wrist before she was even close. He was looking at the dead loyalist. "Why should I trust you?" the champion asked. "You couldn't save him."
"It was too late,"
Hafsa said.
"He was cut in the neck, and the poison travels through the body. If it reaches the head or heart, it kills. There was nothing I could do."
"It burns," he said. She nodded.
"And it will get much worse."
"Save him," Naya said.
"Do what you must."
"It's in his leg," Hafsa said. "Amputation?" the champion asked.
"You'll die otherwise," she said.
"You are not cutting off my leg,"
he said, looking over her shoulder. She turned to see that the queen had come, and as if Hafsa had not just told him that he was within reach of the goddess's everlasting embrace, he began speaking to the queen.
5 horses left the keep, he said. It's Otobong, Mirembe, and 2 Indlovu. The last horse is unridden. It must have been for their assassin.
Queen Siora was watching the champion like nothing else existed. "You're poisoned?"
"We have to stop them. They know you have agents in Palm. We can't let them get to Odili."
The queen turned to Hafsa. "I heard what you said. Save him." Then back to the champion. "Give the priestess one of your swords."
"No,"
he said. "Champion, we are your queen, and you will—"
"I will not."
Another lesser had arrived. "Tao's right, my queen. We must stop Mirembe and Otobong." The new lesser gave Hafsa a sidelong look, like he was wondering if she could be trusted with what he was about to say. "They know too much." "None of this matters, Hadith," the vizier told the new lesser. "They are gone. You'll never catch them on foot." "Then we don't chase them on foot," Hadith said. "How many horses are left?" Hafsa wished she could shake sense into everyone. They didn't have time to talk about horses. The champion's leg had to come off. "How many did they take? 5? Naya asked. "That leaves 3, but few can ride the animals."
"I can, a little,"
said Kellen Okar, striding over. Hafsa knew him. Everyone knew him. "As can I," Naya said. "And Ingonyama Okar, I know your reputation as a fighter, but we too are no match for their 4. They have 3 in Indlovu, and Mirembe is a powerful gifted." The queen, as if waking from a reverie, looked up and away from her champion. "We will ride the first of the 3 horses. Ingonyama Okar and Ihashi Udwak can ride double on the second one, and Naya, you'll ride alone on the third." "What? No," Naya said. "Queen Siora, you cannot think to take part in chasing after—" The queen raised her hand. "We find ourselves growing weary of being told no." Her gaze skimmed past her champion and landed on Hafsa. "Priestess Ekene, we will call over our queen's guard and they will hold the champion down. Save his life."
"I won't let anyone take my leg,"
Tao said. The queen rounded on him. "This is our order, champion. How dare you? We will not see you die this day."
"Udwak,"
the champion said.
"Ne,"
said the big lesser, drawing closer. The champion pulled a dragon-scale dagger from his belt, struggled with the leathers around his poisoned leg, and pulled them down. Uncovering his leg had to hurt more than a salt scourging, but he bore the pain and maintained enough modesty to ensure his manhood remained covered. The juxtaposition of insanity and propriety was enough to make Hafsa want to laugh, until the moment grew more insane.
"Udwak, cut out the wound and poison,"
he said. Hafsa sputtered. No matter the frequency with which she encountered it, the effortless idiocy of men always surprised her. "You can't do that," she said. "It's been too long. The poison may have traveled. We need to take the whole leg."
"Udwak, the priestess is concerned," the champion said. "Cut away a large section."
The big lesser grunted and took the black-bladed dagger. "You don't understand," Hafsa said, trying to use words the lessers were sure to know. "Even if you catch the root of the poison, the edges of it will have traveled farther. What stays in you may not be enough to stop your heart, but the poison causes unimaginable pain. It'll drive you insane. You'll end your days begging for death." The champion focused on her, and she blanched. He's already mad, she thought.
"Pain?"
he asked, spitting nonsense.
"Pain lost its hold on me 1,000 lifetimes ago."
Without looking away from her, he spoke to the big lesser.
"Cut deep and true, Udwak. We've a warlord to kill and a city to win, and I've wasted too much time already."
With not a word, the man named Udwak aimed the blade at the champion's bare and bleeding leg, while the champion kept his eyes and scarred face on Hafsa. She couldn't abide such stupidity. "Give me that,"
she said, trying to snatch the dagger from the big lesser, but his grip was like granite, and she came away empty-handed.
Listen,
she said to the champion.
Your man will probably make your leg as useless as if I'd amputated it anyway. Let me do the cutting. I'll go as shallow as I dare, and I can avoid the muscle and major arteries.
The argument worked. The champion grunted his assent, and it was, as her old mentor had been fond of saying, time to twist the knife.
This is beyond foolish, but if it's all you'll allow, then I can get you out of this with nothing more than a gory wound, a limp, and the burning you feel in the leg now, she told him. Well, that's until the traces of the poison spread deep enough to make you feel like you're being burned alive from the inside out.
She paused for effect, and to let her words sink in.
No matter, she said. You have many sharp toys. It won't be hard for you to end things yourself then.
He nodded. Shallow cuts, priestess, he said. My leg must walk. She hadn't expected that. She'd used the same tactic 100 times on patients, and once she'd properly explained the folly of their preferred course, they always came round to her way. She wondered if the poison had already muddied his mind, but one look in his eyes told her that, muddied or not, his mind was made up. The big lesser handed her the dagger.
Champion,
she began, trying again anyway. Shouldn't we do this quickly? He asked.
Bandages, she shouted to a startled Ihashi. Bring me bandages.
Blood poured from the leg as she dug into the champion's thigh, doing her best to picture the path the poison was most likely to have taken as it traveled through him. Someone handed her the bandages. She didn't know if it was the same Ihashi and didn't bother to look. It might work, she dared to think. It might be enough to keep the champion alive for a time. The blade was sharper than anything she'd used before, and the cut was clean. Indeed, it was distressing to think that they wasted so precious a material as dragon scale on swords instead of using it for surgical tools. Then, finishing her grim job, she sawed through the last fibers of flesh and tore the ruined shank free. Someone retched. It was Chibuye. The child was watching the grotesquerie, her eyes wide and mouth open.
Chibuye, you should not be here,
Hafsa said as she flung the dead meat to the ground to free up both hands to fill and bandage the wound. But the child did not move, and Hafsa was too busy to shoo her away. The champion, who had remained silent for the whole of the cutting, continued watching Hafsa. So when the queen laid a cool hand on her shoulder, she jumped.
My queen,
Hafsa said.
Will he live? I don't think it'll be the poison that kills him. At least not directly,
Hafsa said, tightening the last of the bandages and leaving the champion to groan as he pulled the leathers back over his leg.
But his pain will never end or abate, and I believe that when his will finally fails him, he'll die anyway, by his own hand.
That's not how I go, the scarred swordsman said, as if his words were power. Hafsa wanted to tell him that nobody cared how he thought he'd go, especially not the goddess.
Give him anything he needs. Do whatever you must,
the queen told Hafsa.
Naya, what are the horses readied? We have traitors to hunt.
The vizier drew close to the queen.
You have to know that this is worse than unwise. If you chase Mirembe and are lost in the effort, Odili will rule and the Omehi will be no more.
The queen glanced at the champion before answering.
That's not how we go, she said.
The vizier pursed her lips tightly enough to kiss a beetle.
Siora. Naya, can you handle Mirembe on your own?
The vizier said nothing.
Then ready the horses,
the queen said.
We will not permit these traitors to get to Odili.
Naya bowed to the queen and whispered to her daughter, who moved to stand beside Hafsa.
Priestess,
Naya said,
I have another favor to ask. Of course, she'll be cared for until you return,
Hafsa said. The vizier kissed the child on the forehead, mumbled a thanks to Hafsa, and went to do as she'd been bid. As the vizier walked away, the queen spoke to the Ihashi and Ndlovu in the courtyard.
"The man who fought and died for us will be honored," she said. "Burn a pyre for him. Let its fires consume the body and free his soul. Beneath tonight's stars, he goes to the goddess, unfettered and unashamed."
Several fighters came forward to take and prepare their fallen brother.
"Kellen Okar, you told us you could ride, and you will. We need your sword. We need the man wielding it,"
the queen said, making the handsome noble practically fall over himself in his hurry to salute.
"Priestess, stay close. We find it likely that you'll be needed again before this is done."
The words made the day and its losses crash over Hafsa like white water. The sun had yet to set. Too many had died already, and more were expected.
"I'm coming too,"
the champion said, struggling to his feet. Hafsa made a funny noise in the back of her throat, and with as much authority as she could manage, she said, "Absolutely not."
"Now it is our turn to deny you,"
the queen said to him.
"No."
Hafsa's patient made it to his feet, though he was favoring his wounded right leg.
"Am I no longer your champion?"
he asked. Hafsa blew air from her mouth. Ridiculous. Then she saw the queen pause, and just as one didn't come to lead the medicinal order of the Sa without also understanding something of people, Hafsa could see, though she knew not why it worked, that the champion had said exactly what he needed to.
"Hurry then, champion,"
the queen said, walking away.
"The traitors will not wait."
Limping terribly, with the same look on his face that her fief's Umbusi would get before tearing the skin from the back of a lesser who had displeased her, the champion followed the queen. Watching him go, Hafsa Ekene placed an arm around Chibuye, worrying for the first time since becoming a priestess about how the goddess would judge her, wondering if saving some lives made her an accomplice to the ending of others. Rains. Tao was in so much pain he could barely think, and every step the running animal took made it feel like someone was chopping at his leg with an axe. It hurt almost as much as when the priestess had cut into him.
"I found their horses in the mists,"
Naya shouted. The vizier was on his right, riding a brown creature with Udwak seated behind her. He was holding on to her so tight she had to bat at his hands, reminding him not to break her ribs.
"Where are they?"
the queen asked.
1,000 strides ahead and a little to our left,"
Naya said. Tao looked to his left. Kellen was on a white horse alongside him, but Tao didn't think he could call what Okar was doing riding. Kellen had a fixed stare, was hunched over his horse, grumbling to himself, and looked like he might bounce up and off the side of the beast at any moment.
1,000 strides,
the queen shouted back.
"Show them to us, Naya. We'll entreat Mirembe's horse and make it seem lame. We'll catch them." "You think to entreat the horse the whole time it takes for us to catch them up?" "Not possible,"
Naya said.
"We shall see,"
the queen said. Finally, Tao thought, watching Kellen fumble about on the horse, something the great Kellen Okar was not so great at doing. He started to smile when his horse's feet hit the ground and the jolt sent a spasm of agony through his leg that was so powerful it threatened to make him lose control of his bowels. "Sack," he said.
"Put your arms around us,"
the queen said over her shoulder.
"I'm fine, my queen,"
Tao said, teeth clenched, face sweaty, and vision blurring.
"You are not. Put your arms around us before you fall. We cannot go faster like this."
Tao had been holding on to the sides of the horse's leather seat and intended to continue doing so. But the next jolting step sent such a shock through him that he cried out and snapped his arms around the queen. Her back went rod straight, and Tao almost let go.
"No, hold on,"
she said.
"Hold tight."
"Ne?"
"Yeah,"
she shouted, speaking the beast's language and sending them faster and faster. The speed bringing tears to Tao's eyes and making him shiver from the wind's chill. They raced across the earth, covering ground at an impossible pace, and though the wonder of it didn't stop Tao's pain, the pain ceased being his only thought. It was like flying, and when the sun set behind them, the stormy skies revealed 1,000,000 stars flashing in and out of existence behind dark clouds.
"It's been too long,"
Naya shouted after they'd slowed their tired horses to a canter.
"Ask the queen how long before her shroud falls."
"Her shroud?" said Tao.
"She's been in Isiogo this whole time. She's slowing their horses for us."
Tao held more tightly to the queen, considering what a fall at such speed would do to them.
"She's in the underworld?"
"And here,"
Naya shouted back.
"she holds her mind in both places, seeing in both realms."
Tao was behind the queen, but it still surprised him to think that she'd gone to Isiogo without him realizing.
"Queen Siora?"
There was no answer, and talking wasn't the fastest way to get the answer he needed anyway. He followed her into the underworld, where Isiogo called to his blood, begging him to stay, to fight. But he left before the call of the mists and the monsters it hid could convince him.
"Her shroud is collapsing,"
he shouted to the vizier.
"Of course it is. It shouldn't even be possible for her to use her gifts this long,"
Naya said.
"We can hear you,"
the queen said, taking a deep breath as she came out of Isiogo and sagged against him.
"We've done all we could, and the horse we entreated will behave as if it's injured for a quarter span at most. Care, they're close now."
And they were. It was dark, cloudy, and wet, but they'd been traveling east, and the storm was moving in the opposite direction. Where they were, it was barely raining, and through the thin showers, Tao could see his enemy.
"They're looking at one of the horse's feet," he said. "No, wait. They've seen us. They're abandoning that horse, and one of them is getting onto another animal. I think it's Mirembe. She's climbing onto the back of the spare horse, the one meant for the assassin."
"You can see all that?"
Naya said, riding hard, squinting, and leaning forward over her horse's neck.
"What are you, Tao Solarin?"
"Sharp-eyed, Vizier Naya," he said.
"The horse they left behind was their fastest,"
Queen Siora said.
"We should take it, catch them, and force them to fight." "Not you, my queen,"
said Naya.
"You've done enough, and your gifts are spent."
"Who, then?" the queen asked.
"Kellan cannot ride at speed. Ihashi Udwak cannot ride at all. Udwak and I will change to the fast horse,"
Naya said.
"Leave Okar on his horse to follow as he's able."
Kellan looked both angry and ashamed at the same time. He wanted to offer more than he was able to give.
"I'll ride with the vizier,"
Tao said. He needed to see Mirembe again, after what she'd done to him in the council chambers.
"It'll be me,"
Udwak countered.
"Those are Ingonyama and a gifted up there," Tao said. "And the general can still do damage with a sword, even if he has to wield it off-handed. I can stop them."
Udwak waved a hand at Tao's thigh.
"You've one good leg. Praise the goddess, she also gave me 2 hands."
It looked like Udwak grunted, but Tao couldn't hear it over the wind and considered the discussion closed.
"What about the gifted?"
Udwak asked, reopening it and making Tao shiver at the memory of the hold Mirembe had had on him.
"She'll be busy,"
Naya said.
"I'll entreat her, and she'll be forced to do the same to me."
"Champion," the queen said, too quietly for the others to hear. "The fight between Naya and Mirembe cannot last long." Tao understood. Naya and Mirembe would be fighting each other in Isiogo. They'd be pulling as much energy as they could, and their shrouds would collapse quickly. The stronger one would win, and the weaker one would fall prey to the demons.
"Naya,"
Tao asked, as they pulled up to the horse the traders had abandoned. Naya knew what he was asking.
"Mirembe is stronger,"
she said, dismounting the horse she'd ridden with Udwak.
"Let's go, champion."
Tao took his arms from the queen's waist, and she rocked in her horse's seat. She was exhausted, and he delayed a moment to steady her.
"I won't let their fight last," he told her.
She nodded, and he slid his way off the horse's back and onto the ground, almost collapsing when his wounded leg took the weight. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists around his sword hilts, he let the wave of pain smash into and over him before making his way to Naya, who was busy climbing up on the horse Mirembe had been riding.
Tao,
Kellen said, worry in his voice.
Come as fast as you can,
Tao said.
I'll hold them until you do.
Let's go, said Naya, offering a hand to help him climb onto the massive black horse. Tao clasped Naya's wrist, steeled his features, and pulled his way onto the seat behind her.
Yeah,
Naya said. The horse shot off like a spear, and they were flying over the ground again. Ahead, Otobong and Mirembe were whipping their horses with wooden switches, desperate to make the animals run faster, but the distance between the pursuer and the pursued continued to shrink. As they closed the gap, Tao looked back. The Queen, Udwak, and Kellen were falling behind.
If my fight with Mirembe lasts too long, I'll fall to her,
Naya said, the wind making her sound tremulous.
That won't happen,
Tao told her. She said nothing more to him, speaking to the horse instead, urging it on toward the small hill ahead. Mirembe's party had just topped the hill, and Tao could not see beyond it, but he did notice how much faster they were closing the distance.
They're slowing,
Tao said.
They can't outrun us, and they know that this is their best chance, Naya said. They hope to kill us before the others catch up.
Tao rotated his wrists, loosening them for the fight.
They hope.
Fallow. Mirembe, Otobong, and the two Ndlovu disappeared over the hill, and Tao worried that he and Naya might be headed for an ambush. What he saw when they crested the hill was more surprising. After a shallow dip, the sloping ground gave way to 1,000 strides of farmland being worked by hundreds of drudge, with nothing but the moon's light by which to see. Naya pulled their horse to a stop at the crop field's edge, and Tao winced as pain flared along his leg, locking his thigh in a spasm of cramps.
I'll keep Mirembe out of the fight as long as I can,
Naya said. Tao nodded, and with his legs still locked up, he heaved himself off the animal's back and onto the ground. He was not in good fighting shape.
The people, they can help.
What people? Naya asked. All around Tao were leafy stalks topped with rust-colored clusters of grain. The millet was arranged in neat rows, taller than he was, and they stretched off as far as he could see. The drudge among them were still, heads down, as if they too had been planted in place. Tao drew his swords. Without the extra height from the horse's back, he'd already lost sight of the nobles, and they could be coming for him. Not 5 strides away, and closest to him, was one of the drudge. The man was old, his face lined, hair in knots, and skin peeling from too many days in the sun. He was wearing rags and holding a wooden crate, heavy with the grains he'd collected, clutched to his chest. He was not looking down. He was staring, his gaze bouncing from Tao's scarred face to his red and black armor to his twin dragon-scale swords.
Ukufa?
He asked in a whisper.
Where are they?
Still staring, the drudge lifted a hand and pointed a bent and knobby finger at the packed stalks and leaves just to Tao's right. Tao turned his head, peering into the dark, and as he looked, the clouds parted just enough for the moonlight to glint off the bronze gripped in the hands of the two Ndlovu hiding there.
I see you,
he said, and they charged him. The old drudge was in their way, and Otobong's soldiers would cut him down first. To stop them, Tao hobbled to the drudge as fast as he could, his right leg in agony every time he put weight on it. The first Ndlovu swung his sword at the old man. It was reckless, stupid, but Tao threw himself across the last 2 strides and into the drudge, knocking the old man clear of the swing and narrowly avoiding losing his own head. They went down in a heap, Tao on the bottom, screaming. He'd landed on his right thigh, and his vision pulsed with fat circles of red as the pain from his leg shot through him.
"Kill them!"
shouted the slower of the two Ndlovu, and the noble standing over them was happy to oblige. He sent a thrust for Tao's chest, and, unable to bring his own swords to bear, Tao rolled, dragging the drudge with him. Instead of flesh, The greater noble's blade struck soil, kicking up a spray of dirt, and Tao, certain he couldn't get to his feet before hard bronze opened him up, dropped one of his weapons, scooped up a handful of dirt, and flung it at the man's face. The Ndlovu brought his sword up to deflect the dirt, but still ended up taking most of it in the mouth. Retrieving his sword, Tao half scrambled, half limped to his feet, turning in time to see the Ndlovu spit out a thick gob of saliva-soaked soil. The slower noble, having made it into striking range and hoping to catch Tao off guard, took a swing at him. Tao saw the attack, blocked it, and spun for the noble covered in dirt, aiming to skewer that one with his other blade. He didn't make it. His leg gave out, and he had to hop on the good one to avoid tumbling to the ground. "Sek!" he cursed as the soil-stained Ndlovu came for him. Tao parried, countered, and drew first blood with a vicious cut that ran the length of the Ndlovu's sword arm. Yelping, the greater noble jumped back, and then the second Ndlovu was on him. Hobbling and hopping, Tao whirled his blades at the second soldier's head, shoulder, hip, and leg, wilting the much larger man beneath the barrage. "Help me!" the Ndlovu shouted to the soil-stained greater noble, who responded by coming for Tao's back. Tao spun on his left leg, away from the man he was facing, and crossed swords with the Ndlovu coming for him. He cut him once, twice, and as he'd done 100,000 times in the mists when demons came at him from every side, Tao thrust the sword in his left hand forward, a feint, reversed his grip so the point faced behind him, and threw his arm back. The black blade burned through the air until it met leather, flesh, the edge of bone, and finally the softer stuff that tethers the souls of men. It plunged deep into the core of the Ndlovu behind him, and the sword was almost pulled from Tao's grip when the man lurched, pawing at the thing that had killed him. Holding his weapon tight, Tao glanced over his shoulder and saw the stabbed man slice his fingers to ribbons as they danced drunkenly along the edges of the dragon scale. The spark in the Ndlovu's eyes dimmed, his legs gave out, and then he slipped off the weapon's point onto the rare, rich soil of the peninsula's grain fields. The remaining Ndlovu, his face spattered with dirt, called to the fallen man with a tenderness that had no place on fields of blood. He spoke the man's name, invoking it like a prayer, but if that was what it was, it went unanswered.
"I'll leave your corpse here to rot,"
the soil-stained Ndlovu shouted, his muscles beginning to warp and multiply as the beginnings of the enraging took hold.
"Sek!"
Tao cursed again, noticing Mirembe 10 strides behind the Ndlovu, her hands up and aimed at the transforming man. Otobong was beside her, holding his sword low in his offhand, his only hand.
"I'll shit in your dead mouth, Lessa,"
the greater noble said, his voice so deep the words were barely intelligible.
"Tao!"
It was Naya from behind him.
"You have to be quick,"
she said, her eyes losing focus on the world as she sent her spirit to Isiogo. Mirembe stiffened immediately.
"Kudliwe."
The effects of the enraging slowed, halted, then began to work in reverse, and Tao heard the greater noble's bones creak and pop as he was returned to his normal size and strength.
"Watch the Lessa,"
Mirembe said through tight lips, and Otobong stepped in front of her, hefting his sword awkwardly. Mirembe had the look of someone in the underworld. Her eyes flickered back and forth, not seeing the fields of grain around them, but something else. Then her gaze settled, locking onto something, someone. She clenched her fists and smiled, and Tao knew she'd found Naya in the mists.
"I have you, Inseku,"
Mirembe hissed, making a dragging motion with her hands that seemed to cause Naya to stagger.
"Champion, hurry,"
Naya said, and before Tao could take a step, the Ndlovu attacked, aiming for his wounded leg. Tao used both swords to block the low strike.
"Coward,"
he said.
"Lessa,"
the Ndlovu answered. And Naya cried out, drawing Tao's attention. She was standing, but bent over like she'd taken a blow.
"My shroud, it's gone,"
she said, eyes blank, still focused on the underworld.
"They're coming. Oh, goddess, I can hear them coming."
Tao had to get to Mirembe, but his opponent knew it too, and the Ndlovu was backing up, doing just enough to keep him away from the chairwoman. And Tao couldn't move well enough to get past the soldier in the breaths that were left to do it. He needed help, and saw it coming. The queen, riding double with Udwak, along with Kellen on his white horse, had reached the hill's crest. They were close, but not close enough. Time flowed differently in Isiogo, and Naya would be dead before they could play a part. Worry flooding him, Tao turned back to the fight. He couldn't get past the Ndlovu and the general before Naya died. He wasn't enough to stop them all. He knew it and was going to try anyway. He raised his sword and gathered himself for a charge when he heard feet shuffling in the dirt, dozens of them, and Tao, like a cloth had been lifted from his eyes, remembered that the fields were not empty. They'd been so silent, so still and subdued, that the drudge who'd gathered to watch the conflict seemed little more than the soil, stalks, and grains that surrounded them all. He'd paid them no mind, and the drudge had been invisible to him. It was easy to forget that they were also Omehi.
"Fight the nobles,"
Tao shouted, shuffling forward on his good leg, ignoring the Ndlovu's feint and ducking his real attack.
"Fight them!"
Otobong, 5 strides distant, raised his sword higher and looked around for the new enemy. When he realized Tao was calling out to the drudge, he laughed.
"You think they dare? Omehi, my name is Tao Solarin. I am the Queen's champion and I call on you for aid," Tao said.
He saw movement among the crops. It was the old man whom Tao had knocked to the ground. He was holding his large crate like it was a boulder, and when he was close enough, he brought it crashing down on the back of Mirembe's head. The basket smashed to pieces. Mirembe squawked, and the Ndlovu whom Tao was fighting turned to her. He would have seen Mirembe crumble to the ground. He might even have noticed Naya do the same. There was, however, no chance he saw Tao lunge for him, because Tao's 2 blades took him in the back, killing him instantly. Otobong swung at the old man, his sword held in his offhand, moving in a crude arc.
"Nseku."
The old man, quicker than he looked, threw himself away from the blow, but couldn't avoid it, and the sword sliced him from shoulder to navel. He dropped to the ground, cradling himself with his arms, and his ragged shirt grew stained with blood.
"Damn you,"
Tao said to Otobong.
"Get back,"
Otobong said, pointing his sword at Tao's heart. Tao began to circle Otobong, moving so he could check on the drudge and Naya. The drudge wasn't moving.
"You're going to die on the end of my sword, Otobong,"
Tao growled, letting his eyes slip to Naya. The vizier was stirring, recovering from her battle with Mirembe, and at the same moment as relief flooded him that Naya was well, Tao spun to block the blow Otobong had quietly launched for his skull. Blade met blade, and Tao, ignoring his bad leg, stepped into the much larger general, moving Otobong's sword farther out of line, while pressing his second sword to the general's armpit, aiming into his body and lungs.
"You think me a liar?"
Tao asked.
"I told you, it'll be my sword that ends your life."
"Champion Solarin, we must return General Otobong and Councilwoman Mirembe to Citadel City to face justice." The queen had arrived.
"Champion?"
Kellen had bumbled his way off the horse and marched over.
"What?"
Tao asked, his body buzzing with anger. He wanted to spear Otobong like a fish for what he'd done to the old man. He wanted to gut Mirembe for what she'd done to him in the council chambers. Udwak was there next, wide-legged and stiff from the riding.
"I have him,"
the big man said, taking over from Tao by placing his great sword against Otobong's neck. With another glance at Naya, who was sitting up and holding hands with the queen, Tao went to the drudge's side. The old man's eyes were open, staring sightlessly at the cloudy sky. He was dead. It was torture to do it on his bad leg, but Tao knelt beside the man and gently closed his eyes.
"Champion,"
called Kellen.
"We'll bind Otobong and Mirembe and throw them over the backs of the horses for the return ride. We need to get to the keep."
Tao ignored Kellen.
"What was his name?"
he asked the others. No one spoke, and Tao pointed to a woman in ragged clothes.
"You, What was his name?
He was a drudge,
she said.
Drudge have names?
Tao said, persisting. She backed away.
Please, Nkosi, I don't want to be part of anything.
I'm not asking you to be.
Please, Nkosi,
she said, slipping back into the stalks and the dark, disappearing. Tao looked at the other drudge, but they were leaving too. He saw a young man who still had some meat on his bones and made to speak to him. The man dropped his eyes.
I'm sorry, Nkosi,
he said, shuffling back.
I can't.
Can't what? Asked Tao, but the drudge was gone. Tao put his face in his hands, rubbing the skin there before standing stiffly and pointing to the old man.
He saved people tonight. He helped the queendom,
he said to the ones hidden among the crops.
I need to leave. I have to leave. Will you take his body? Will you honor him and burn it?
Silence.
The old drudge was the one who struck Mirembe,
asked Kellen, walking closer. Glaring at Kellen, Tao struggled back to his feet.
You don't want him burned? What's fitting for a drudge who struck a noble instead? Should we eviscerate the body?
Flexing his jaw, Kellen stepped past Tao to kneel beside the old man's body. He put his hands under it and carried him, moving closer to the row of crops that hid the nearest group of drudge. As he went, Tao saw that the old man's blood had smeared and filthied Kellen's armor.
If you do not object, I will carry him back to Citadel City,
Kellen said to the drudge.
We will give him full military honors. We will burn him and send his soul to the goddess.
If it please you, leave him, Nkosi,
said a thin voice, a woman's voice.
We will see to him.
And who are you?
Kellen asked.
He watched out for me, Nkosi.
Kellen nodded at that, gently placed the man's body back on the ground, saluted in the direction of the drudge, and walked away to help Udwak bundle the chairwoman and general onto one of the horses. Tao watched Kellen go, unsure how to feel, and still unsure, he turned back to the drudge.
I should have been able to save him,
he said to the women and men he could not see. And when no response came, he went too, giving the casteless the space to reclaim the man who was theirs.
We worried about you,
the queen said when Tao came close. She was next to Naya.
We worried for your safety and Naya's. She says you stopped Mirembe.
A drudge did that, my queen,
Tao said.
Queen Siora,
said Kellen,
we should return to Citadel City. It's not wise for us to stay out here longer than we must.
Tao was tired. His muscles ached, and his leg burned. The ride back would be excruciating, but they might as well get on with it. He had hobbled his way past Naya and toward the horses when she put a hand on his forearm, stopping him. I saw how hard you fought, and know you're hurt and hurting. You saved me. Thank you. Tao shook his head.
You almost died because I couldn't stop them. The old man. People keep on dying because I'm not enough to protect them.
Naya seemed to consider him.
I'll do better,
Tao said.
I'll be stronger.
He didn't know why he said it, especially not why he said it to her, and she kept looking at him as if searching for something. But he was weary and in no mood for talk. He inclined his head to her and continued on. I think I can see why the queen picked you, she said. Tao stopped without turning. He could have asked what she meant. That night, in that moment, she might even have told him. But he wasn't sure he wanted to know.
The storm is weakening,
Kellen called to them.
No storm here,
Udwak said.
It's moving west, heading out to the ocean and beyond,
Kellen said.
We need to get back to the city to gather our men for the attack. If Hadith is right and the warlord is on shore, tonight is our only chance. The storm and Achak will be gone come morning.
The queen, on her horse, held out one of her two cool hands to Tao. He took it and fumbled his way up behind her. "We ride hard and fast," she said. "We race a dying storm in hopes to trade it for Achak's life." More killing, thought Tao, and his blades hadn't yet been cleaned from the last lot. How? Mirembe and Otobong were taken to the keep's prisons, but not before the queen made them a promise. They would meet justice at dawn. Having given them her word, Queen Siora left the stables with Naya, and Kellen and Udwak asked Tao to accompany them to the courtyard to finalize preparations for the attack on Warlord Achak. Tao stayed behind, telling his brothers he had to clean his swords, and when they left, he dismissed the stable hands. Once alone, he clamped a hand over his mouth and screamed into it, desperate to expel the ball of hurt that seemed to live in his chest and heart. The old drudge had tried to help him and had died doing it. He'd gone to the goddess in the same way that Tao's father had, that Oibo had, that Zuri had. They'd all come to his defense, but when they'd needed him, he'd failed them. Still screaming, Tao slumped against the door to the nearest horse pen and slammed a fist against it, hitting the weak wood hard enough to bruise his hand. His eyes were squeezed shut, and his head hummed in turmoil. But that didn't stop him from hearing it when the large black horse he'd ridden with the queen came closer. He heard its heavy steps on the hay-strewn floor, and then its wet breathing, like it was blowing air against its cheeks as it exhaled. Not knowing what the beast ate, and unwilling to be bitten, Tao opened his eyes and stepped away.
"Don't even think it,"
he said to the black horse, showing it his strong side sword.
"I have teeth too."
Creeping closer, the horse paid him and the sword little mind. It had its ears back against its head, making them look small and pointed, but did the opposite with its eyes and nostrils. Both were wide, held open as far as possible. Tao was ignorant of the animal's typical behaviors, but couldn't imagine these were signs of warmth and welcome.
"Leave me alone, Nseku,"
Tao said, raising his sword higher.
"Haya!"
The creature was on the far side of the low wooden wall of its pen, but the wood was weak, and the horse could smash through the false barrier easily.
"What's the matter with you?"
The horse bared its block of teeth, rolled its eyes, and reared, feet kicking. Sticking to the wall of the pen, Tao backed away and to the side. The animals were priceless, and he didn't want to hurt it, but he had both swords ready as he watched the crazed animal.
"Thought we were getting to be
he began, realizing mid-thought that when he'd moved to the side, the horse hadn't followed him with its head or eyes. The horse, Tao realized, wasn't reacting to him, and with the hairs on his neck shooting up, he threw himself to the ground, rolling away as the wood where he'd been standing exploded in a storm of shards. The howl he heard behind him was not a sound that could come from any animal he knew, and Tao lurched to his feet, tamping down the roar of pain in his leg as he spun to face the thing that had nearly decapitated him. It wasn't tall, which was to say the demon matched him in height. It was heavier than he was, though, and had thick yellowish skin that was bumped and mottled like a toad's flesh. It stared at him with reflective eyes the size of fists, and had the circular mouth of a suckerfish. Howling from that too-small orifice, it flexed the 6 clawed fingers on the ends of its short arms, and ran at him.
"This can't be real.
You're not Tao started, without the time to finish the thought before needing to jerk back and away from its slashing reach. He made enough space to avoid disembowelment, hit his back against a wooden wall, and found himself facing the demon with less than 2 strides separating them. It leapt at him, and Tao had nowhere left to go. By this point, the black horse was in a frenzy, and though it looked to Tao like the demon was still howling when it jumped, he couldn't be sure. It was impossible to hear it over the braying and stomping of the penned-in horse. Tao brought his swords up to stop the demon's claws from taking out his eyes and slid along the wall, hoping to get out of its way. The swords did their work. They stopped the demon from taking out his eyes and cut through the leather-thick flesh on its hands. But Tao couldn't get clear. The monster slammed into him, and he slammed into the wooden wall. The wall behind Tao caved inward, and he was sent crashing into the stall's hay-covered dirt floor hard enough to empty his lungs of breath. The demon was on top of him, its round maw slicing open and shut a finger span from his nose, as he fought to hold it clear by pressing the hilts of his blades into its neck.
How? How?
He growled at it as it snapped at him and scrabbled about, trying to bring its claws or teeth to bear. Working fast, Tao slipped his knees beneath its bulk, leveraged his feet against what he considered to be its hips, and kicked out, pushing it down and away from him. He screamed as he did it, his leg protesting with a particularly vicious stab of pain. The demon, thick but not slow, got its legs back under itself, and on all fours it scuttled for him. Scooting back, Tao slashed his strong-side sword into its shoulder and made to stab it through the face with his other blade, but missed when the demon's head was trampled into the floor by the black horse's front hooves. The demon, its eyes wider than should have been possible, spasmed like it was seizing, and the black horse reared and came down again. Its hooves connected, hammering into the demon's head, pulping it to mush and stilling the last of the monster's movements. The horse rose and came down a third time, its hooves hitting the hay-strewn ground and the demon-shaped pile of gray ash that had taken the monster's place. The force of the blow scattered the ashes that had, one blink prior, been the demon, sending them swirling into the air, where each flake collapsed in on itself, falling out of sight and existence. Then, like sand flowing through the holes of an invisible sieve, the last of the ashes vanished until there was nothing of the demon left at all.
How?
Tao asked again. Shadows. Frantic and rushing, Tao limped his way out of the stables and ran for the courtyard. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, and the keep's guttering torches turned the wet mist, slick cobblestones, and shining keep walls into an endless array of undulating shapes and shadows, each one capable of hiding a monster that could cut his throat before he had time to warn the others. He ran faster, racing headlong into 3 shapes detaching themselves from the shadows up ahead. "Found you," a voice said as the first of the 3 shapes stepped into the torchlight. Cursing, Tao tried to stop, but put his foot on a wet stone and slipped. To catch himself, he threw all his weight on his bad leg, and the world contracted down to a singular blinding point of agony. "Sek," he said, raising his swords. "Tao, easy. What's going on?" It was Hadith's voice. It had been Hadith's voice earlier as well, and as Tao's vision returned to normal and the pain subsided, he saw the others. Hadith was with Udwak and Kellen. "We came for you," Hadith said. "The storm's heart has left the peninsula. It's already out on the roar, and soon the warlord's ships will be too. It's time to go." Tao knew none of that mattered.
"They're here,"
he said,
"in the keep."
As one, the 3 men drew their blades and closed ranks around Tao, expecting an attack.
"Where?"
asked Udwak, looking left and right.
"Stables,"
Tao said.
"It started there."
"How many of them?" Hadith asked.
"1 so far. It attacked me."
"One?" Kellen asked.
"1 Zidin? One of Odili's men?"
Tao couldn't catch his breath.
"It's not a man."
Kellen nodded.
"Zidin, then,"
he said.
"A woman raider."
"It doesn't mean she's the only one here," Hadith said, pointing to an archway that led deeper into the keep. "Move to the archway. If there's many of them, they won't be able to surround us." Udwak nodded and pulled on Tao's arm, and the 4 of them dashed to stand beneath and within the archway's protective walls, limiting the angles from which they could be attacked.
"Can we call to our men?"
Kellen whispered to Tao.
"Or do we risk bringing the Zidin down on ourselves?"
"It's not the Zidin," Tao said, peering out beyond the murk of the dark archway. There were so many shadows, and they all stretched off in the distance, long as spears.
"It was a demon."
Kellen's sword point bobbed in the air.
"A what?"
"Did you say demon?" Hadith asked, his whisper more of a hiss. Still scanning the pathway, Tao nodded,
It attacked me in the stables."
He heard Hadith sigh, and then he heard him sheath his sword. "You fell asleep and were in Isiogo?" Udwak and Kellen didn't put their weapons away, but both let their sword points drop toward the cobblestones.
"No,"
said Tao.
"it was here."
"Where here?" Hadith asked him.
Umlaba.
"A demon?"
"Yes."
Udwak and Kellen sheathed their blades.
"You need to rest,"
Udwak said. Hadith sniffed. "Tao, it's been a long day. You're wounded, exhausted. You probably fell asleep."
"No, I told you what happened."
Hadith put a hand on his shoulder. "And I'll do you the courtesy of pretending that you didn't."
"Don't you see?"
Tao asked.
"This could mean—"
"It could mean you get dismissed as champion. It could mean you and your story about stable demons contribute to the downfall of a queen whose rule already hangs by a strand as thin as spider's silk." Hadith shook his head. "Goddess wept, Tao. She made a lesser her champion, a low common." Tao bristled.
"High common."
"No one cares. Queen Siora is the monarch of a splintered queendom, ruling over a side populated by lessers and the nobility's cast-offs." Tao was losing them, and he couldn't afford that.
"I've seen them before, long before today,"
he said.
"It started at the Isikolo,
sometimes in the shadows, sometimes in the long grasses, sometimes at the edges of my vision, disappearing when I turned my head. They'd put their faces on the faces of humans." Udwak's breath rumbled in the back of his throat, and the big man made the sign of the dragon span.
"They'd come to me in
daydreams," Hadith said. "Visions brought on by overwork. You were not a healthy man at the Isikolo, and because I must be honest with you, it's hard for me to believe you're one now. Tao, you've been through too much, too fast. We all have." The words stung.
"You know me better than that,"
Tao said. "I find you running through the keep with your sword out, and you tell me you're being chased by demons."
"I didn't say I was being chased. I killed it."
Tao wasn't sure where to look.
"With the horse's help."
For a long breath, Hadith simply stared. "Did it injure you? Do you have its blood on your blades?" Hadith said, eyeing his two swords. Tao blinked and looked at the weapons he held. The blades were clean, bloodless.
"I don't understand. I stabbed it.
Fine. We don't have any evidence here," Hadith said, in a manner not unlike the way Aaron would do after Tao had had a nightmare. "But we can go to the stables. You can show us the demon." Tao sought help from Udwak or Kellen, and found none. He brought his gaze back to Hadith's face, unable to meet his sword brother's eyes. "It turned to ash," he said. "It turned to ash, and then the ashes vanished." Hadith ran a hand over his shaved head. "Tao." Tao turned away from them and slammed his blades back into their scabbards.
"I know what I saw."
"You need rest and probably a priestess." Tao glared at him. "For your leg," Hadith said, clarifying. Tao closed his eyes. "I'm fine. I'm a little unsettled. That's all."
"Bleeding,"
Udwak said.
"What?"
Tao looked down at his leg. The leather of his uniform was damp and dark around his wound.
"Need new bandages as well as rest,"
Udwak said.
"I will,
when we are back." Kellen cleared his throat.
"Champion, we can do this. You need not come. If you're not well—"
"He's right," Hadith said. "You're trying to do too much. Keep going this way, and you'll be no use to yourself or anyone else."
"I'm fine,"
Tao said, as Nehashi walked into the archway and almost threw the tip of the sword Tao had yanked out and up. "Tao!" Hadith yelled. Tao backed away. His sword was still up. He was having trouble lowering it. "I'm fine." Looking ready to wet himself, the Ihashi swallowed, the stone in his throat jerking up and down.
The
Vizier sent me and a few others.
He pointed in the direction of the courtyard.
The Queen is ready to see the war party off.
Thank you, Ihashi. We are coming,
Kellen said. The soldier saluted and left in a hurry.
Do this for me and go see the priestess,
Hadith said to Tao.
No, I'm coming,
Tao said, leaving them behind and walking toward the courtyard. He tried to walk evenly, shutting out the burning from his leg and the shake in his nerves. The demon had to be real, but the doubt he'd seen on the faces of his sword brothers, his bloodless swords, and the demonless stables had already come together and conspired to make him doubt his own mind. He heard the footsteps of his sword brothers behind him. Still, he didn't slow down, and they didn't try to catch up, and when he got to the courtyard, he found it full of men in fighting gear and 3 gifted, if the vizier and queen weren't counted. The crowd turned to him, and though he didn't feel strong, Tao straightened his back while tightening his grip on the sword he still hadn't sheathed. He nodded to the fighters, and every one of them saluted. He walked over to the queen, who was smiling at something one of the Indlovu had said. The soldier bowed to her and left, and Tao saw her smile slip. He wasn't the only one playing at strength he no longer had. He bowed his head to her. "Champion," she said.
My queen.
"We have come to wish you well. We are in your hands." She stepped closer, leaned in, and kissed him on the cheek. It surprised him, and he had to fight his instincts in order to hold still. He'd expected her lips to be cool, like her hands. They were not. They were warm, almost hot. She kissed his other cheek and stepped back. "Come back to us." Tao saluted, and from the corner of his eye he saw Hadith tilt his head. It was the type of movement one made when being offered food or drink. It was the type of movement that asked, "A little more, please?" Tao was thinking about the demon. He wanted to tell the queen, and worried that Hadith was right, and that telling her might brand him a madman. And he could see no way that helped him or her. Hadith, Tao thought, was usually right, and with that in mind, Tao gave him what he wanted.
"We will return with the sun, my queen,"
Tao said loud enough for the courtyard to hear.
"And when you see me again, the warlord will be dead."
Chapter 3. Equal. Lightning forked across the night sky, tearing its blue-black infinity into brighter sections that outlined the claw of men trudging up the fist. Pausing to see if the burning in his leg might lessen, Tao watched the lightning streak and disappear, plunging the world back into darkness, wet and mud. He was having trouble keeping up, and knew the claw were going slower than they would otherwise to accommodate him. He'd have found that funny if he wasn't in so much pain. Tao was born and raised in Kedem, in the southern mountain range of the peninsula, and no Kedem woman or man would deign to call the fist a mountain. Yet, he was struggling to climb it, slowing down people who'd spent their entire lives in the flatlands.
"Like the view?"
Temba asked, sliding up next to him and making a pretense of gazing out at the brush and blasted landscape he'd barely be able to see in the dark. Not wanting to spare the energy for words, Tao grunted and marched on, the boots Jabari had given him squelching into the sucking mud. Temba kept up easily.
"Hadith wanted me to let you know the plan."
"It's changed from kill the warlord?" Temba chuckled. Cynicism seemed to tickle the man.
"One prong for each beach. The prongs that do not find the Zidane are to make for the next nearest beach as reinforcements."
Tao offered another grunt. "Have you ever seen the beaches? Any of them?"
"Me? No,"
Temba said.
"Kellen has, though. He says the fist's peak is a few hundred strides back from the roar, and that there are paths leading down to the sand and waters."
Temba looked Tao up and down.
"2 of the paths require climbing."
"I'll make it."
"You won't need to."
"No."
"Kellen will take one of the steep paths. He's leading his prong and will have a gifted with him. Udwak has command of the other prong. He's got a gifted too.
Tao grimaced. They're giving me the easy way, and Hadith to hold my hand.
Themba smiled. I'll be there too. And as I see it, we're the head of this dragon.
I don't want soft treatment,
Tao said, hating that the words sounded like they belonged in the mouth of a coddled noble child.
Suit yourself, but I'd rather you don't spoil it for those of us who don't mind a little soft every now and then. No sense in climbing up and down cliffs in the middle of the night if we don't have to.
Tao didn't answer that. He wasn't about to admit that he didn't think himself able to do much climbing. Let's catch up, he said. Eyeing Tao's wounded leg, Themba raised an eyebrow and pushed his lips to one side. Having Themba judge him and find him wanting was more than Tao could take, and he shuffled past the taller man, marching as fast as he could without passing out from pain. Themba, with his longer, healthier gait, caught up again.
Easy, Tao. You're already champion. Not much left to prove.
Tao, keeping his head down so Themba wouldn't see how much pain he was in, moved his hand to indicate the soldiers around them, Ihashi and Indlovu.
It took twice the ability to get named it, and it'll take thrice that for them to believe I deserve it.
Themba shrugged.
And their opinions of you are worth the pain, the sacrifice.
The tone was so serious, it was hard to believe the words had come out of Themba's mouth, and Tao lifted his head to look at his sword brother.
I don't do anything for the opinions of others.
Tao knew the sentiment would be hard to accept, but with no smile, no mockery, and no insincerity, Themba asked, "Why then?" Tao kept marching, limping.
Because the limits to which we've been yoked were never ours, and the stories we've been told about our nature, our insignificance, and our lack, they were never true.
When Themba spoke, he did it quietly. "That's why, then? You think we can be noble too?" Tao's leg felt like it was being scourged, but he increased his pace, daring the pain to stop him.
"That's not it," he said. "The lie isn't that we can't be their equals. The lie is that they were ever anything but our equals."
Yes, if the measure of a man was height, then nobles were taller. If the measure of a man was physical strength, then nobles were stronger. But Tao knew who decided what needed to be measured, and they'd chosen things in which they already had an advantage. They said, "This matters more than that," making it seem as if their edicts sprang from natural law, when they were little more than self-serving choices. They wrote the laws in their favor, succeeded more often than others, and pointed to that as proof of their superiority. It was all a lie. Meanwhile, the look on Themba's face was making Tao feel a bit foolish. The sarcastic Ihashi was being too serious, too intense. It wasn't like him, and continuing to behave oddly, Themba nodded at Tao's words. Tao had expected a rejoinder, a quip, a demeaning grin. What came instead surprised him. "I miss it," said Themba.
"What?"
"On marches like this, he'd always be coughing."
"Chinedu?"
"I miss it, you know. I miss him coughing."
"It's stupid, ne?" Tao caught Themba's eye and shook his head. "No, it's not." Neither of them said another word for the rest of the march to the crags, and when they arrived, the claw gathered in the urban battleground before separating into their prongs. Udwak was already with his fighters, and Hadith was speaking with him. They clasped wrists. Hadith said a few more words. Udwak waved to Tao, and Tao waved back. Then Udwak ordered his men to march, and just like that, they were gone. Kellen was also with his men, and Tao saw that the gifted in his prong was Thandi, the one he'd first met in the tunnels beneath the Guardian Keep. She was standing near him and gazing up at Kellen as he buckled his shield to his back, perhaps to keep it out of the way when he had to climb down the cliffs leading to his assigned beach. As Tao stood there, feeling guilty that Kellen might have to climb because he could not, Kellen saluted. Hurriedly, Tao returned the gesture.
"Goddess go with you,"
Tao shouted across the distance between them.
"And you,"
Kellen called back. Tao turned to Hadith, wondering why everyone was being so strange and formal, when he recognized where they were. He was standing in the same circle of the urban battleground where he'd almost killed Kellen not so long ago. He glanced back, seeking the greater noble, but Kellen had turned a corner and was lost to sight.
"Didn't think we'd be back here, especially not this soon,"
Hadith said.
"Looks different,"
Temba said.
"How so?"
"Smaller." "Doesn't it just?" said Hadith. "Come now, let's go see if we're the ones with the lucky beach."
"Why is it,"
Temba asked, sounding more like his regular self,
"that with 2 of 3 beaches bound to be empty, I still think we'll be the ones to step in the scorpion's nest?" "Ihashi, we should march in silence,"
said the older gifted in their prong as she walked past Temba with her Indlovu honor guard.
"Couldn't have gotten us the pretty one?"
Temba said when she'd gone from earshot.
"What's that?"
Hadith asked, cupping his ear and looking in the gifted's direction.
"Speak up."
Temba did no such thing, opting to give him a look and a few muttered curses instead. The path they took up and out of the crags was one Tao had never taken before, and they marched for the better part of a span before one of the gifted's honor guard came to speak with them. He was big, a decent bit larger than Udwak, and he looked down his nose at them when he spoke.
"The beach isn't far now. We'll have to go in slowly and watch for scouts. I'll go ahead with Temba,"
Tao said. Temba shot Tao a look.
"What? Why? Champion?"
"Because we are more than equal to the task," Tao told him. "What's the best way to the beach from here?"
The Indlovu explained the layout, drawing a crude map in the wet dirt.
"That can't be right,"
Tao said, having a hard time believing the man's map and maintaining an agonizing crouch so he could see it.
"You've drawn it as if there's a forest of stone on the beach."
The Indlovu seemed to want to say something other than what he did.
"It is right."
Tao stared at the lines in the dirt, and then at the man.
"Very well. If there are scouts, we'll handle them.
Give us a quarter span and follow." The Indlovu stood, saluted, and went back to stand with the gifted. Tao prepared himself, exhaled, and straightened up too, closing his eyes and biting his lip as the spasm of agony blazed through his thigh.
"And with that leg, you want to go scouting?"
Temba asked. Tao opened his eyes.
"I do."
Temba was pouting.
"Stubborn as a dung beetle in an outhouse?"
Hadith put a hand on Tao's shoulder.
"Will you try not to do anything stupid?"
"I'll try," Tao said, taking some pleasure in the worried look on Temba's face. Hadith clasped Tao's wrist, and then it was time to go.
"Please be one of the lucky beaches,"
Temba said, following Tao. "Are you often lucky?" Tao asked over his shoulder. Temba sighed.
"Since I met you, never."
Orders. They encountered no scouts, but they did find the Sidine. The majority of the raiding fleet had set sail, and as far as Tao could see, a line of longboats snaked out of view behind the swell and crash of the Roar's eternal anger. They had come in perfect time. The scouts had been recalled to board the last 2 ships, and all that remained of the largest invasion of Omehi land in living memory were 200 Hedeni, including their warlord. A short run inland, but still on the red clay sands of the beach, Tao and Temba hid behind one of the innumerable jagged pillars of stone that stretched for the sky like a maze of broken fingers. The pillars, white as chalk, began at the base of the fist and extended out beyond the water's edge. The sight of it had stunned Temba, and his mouth still hung open.
"What in the goddess's name?"
"It's exactly as the Indlovu drew it," Tao said. "The roar actually did smash this section of the fist into a cove of spires."
"This is no beach," said Temba. "It's the exposed and bleached bones of a dying peninsula."
Tao tilted his head at his sword brother.
"Ne."
"What? I can't be poetic too?" asked Temba. "You called it a cove of spires."
Tao shook his head at him. The rest of the prong will be here soon.
They'd better be. I don't think we have much time before the warlord gets on his ship.
This time, Tao said, pointing to the man in the distance, pointing to the warlord. That's Achak, and the person he's speaking with is his son. Squinting, Temba leaned forward, as if the distance gained might help.
That's Kana with him? You can see all that?
I can. Temba eased back.
So what if he's speaking to his son?
He's wishing him a safe journey. Temba eyed the rough waters.
I'm no coward, but, you know, we could sit here and let them try the roar. If we're lucky, they'll drown.
Remind me, how often are you lucky? Temba spat onto the red clay.
Clean thrust,
he said, conceding the point. If they are wishing each other goodbye, it means Kana is boarding the next ship. His father will be on the last one.
They keep them apart?
Temba asked. Less likely to lose both that way.
They'd lose no one if they kept to themselves and left us alone.
The timing will be tight, but we should be fine, Tao said. Kana will set sail, and before the warlord boards the last ship, we'll attack.
Hold,
Temba said, looking away from the beach and to Tao.
If the prong gets here in time, shouldn't we try to get both father and son?
Tao shook his head. We let Kana sail.
Why?
It's a much easier fight without him on the beach too.
Tao, most of Kana's fighters are already aboard their ship. They won't be able to get off fast enough to help anyway.
Tao shook his head. We are here for the warlord.
So you say, but I have trouble thinking that Hadith will agree with that.
Tao kept his eyes on the beach. Kana isn't a threat.
Temba sniffed and looked behind them, toward the fist. Not yet. Anyway, it's not up to just us anymore.
That was true. Stealthy as they were trying to be, Tao could hear the rest of their prong approaching. Their soldiers were headed straight for them, which meant they'd found the guide marks Tao had drawn in the red clay. Keep watch on the beach, Tao said, pulling his swords free and moving to stand in the shadow of the pillar behind which they were hiding. If it's not them...
Temba's nostrils flared. Wait, what do you mean if it's not them?
Tao said nothing, tucking himself deeper in the shadows and watching the way behind them, when, a moment later, Hadith crept into view, the rest of the prong trailing. He spotted Temba first, and then saw the Zidane by the water's edge.
Looks like this is the lucky beach, he whispered. Where's Tao?
Tao stepped from the shadows. Here. Startling, Hadith snatched for his sword hilt.
Sek!
He hissed.
Don't do that.
Most of the ships have sailed, Tao said. 2 are left, and you are right. The warlord is still on the beach. Hadith's mouth tightened. He's a good leader, and we knew that.
The son is there too,
Temba said, and Tao shot him a look.
Kana?
Hadith said. Temba nodded, and Hadith counted the men on the beach quickly. There's 223 of them. We'll be outnumbered 4 to 1, but if the sun is there too, we should attack. Tao remembered fighting alongside Kana on the Guardian Keep's ramparts against Odili's in Lovu. They'd guarded each other's backs. We'll attack once the sun and the raiders with him leave the shore, he said. We're after the warlord. Hadith shook his head.
The Zidane were willing to marry Kana to our queen. He's important enough that they might turn to him for leadership once the warlord is dead, and if that happens, Kana will have every reason to press for the invasion to continue. We can get them both, and
Kana isn't like his father.
Hadith's face was grim. He won't get the chance to be, he said,
turning to give the rest of the prong their orders.
No.
Hadith froze mid-turn, like he were one of the pillars that were all around them.
No, Tao?
It's Champion Solarin, Tao said, and we wait until Kana has sailed before we attack.
That's not smart,
and I won't. Those are my orders.
Hadith's eyebrows rose. Orders? Truly?
Truly. Hadith clenched his jaw. The the muscles on the sides of his face pulsing.
"As you say, champion."
Tao nodded and turned back to the beach to wait for Kana to board his ship. The Zidane watercraft was larger than anything the Omehi bothered to build. It had masts and a slew of oars that made it look like the small water-walking insects Tao used to catch as a child. He supposed the design made sense. The ships had to be beached and pulled far out of the water or the roar would sink them. That meant they also had to have enough oars to row the ships back out to the open waters. The Zidane watercraft were cleverly done, looked very well built, and Tao still figured that 1 in 10 sank on each voyage.
"Kana is boarding,"
Temba said. But he didn't. Kana, halfway up the ship's walkway, turned, marched back down, and wrapped his father in a heavy hug. The two men clapped each other on the back and spoke.
"Ukufa's teeth, hurry up,"
Temba said. The embrace ended, and the warlord, the dreaded Achak, held his son at arm's length and smiled at him. The others probably couldn't see the smile, but Tao did. "Get on the boat, Kana," Tao whispered, and as if he'd heard, Kana turned and boarded. He embarked midships and walked to the longboat's rear, staying there while the sailors used long poles to push the ship into the water. The oars took over then, and the longboat shuddered, tossed, and fell among waves that crested and troughed like convulsing mountains. They were no longer allies, but each time Kana's ship dove down drops big enough to smash it apart, Tao held his breath, and he kept doing it until the longboat was safely beyond the point where the waves were breaking. That was always one of the most dangerous parts of sailing the roar, and having seen his son to relative safety, Achak raised his hand in a final farewell. From so far inland, Tao could no longer see Kana, but it wasn't hard to imagine him mirroring the gesture. "It's time," Tao said. Kana was past the point of no return, and it would be impossible for him to beat his way back to shore before the deed was done. The gifted with them lowered her hood.
"Goddess, go with us all,"
she said. Tao nodded, caught the eyes of the rest, and, blood pounding in his ears, he pulled his black blades free. "Where we fight!" he shouted.
"The world burns!"
his men screamed, rising from behind their pillars of stone to charge the beach. Luck. The Zidane on the beach seemed like a singular creature as they whirled to face the onslaught of bronze. Tao saw them heft their spears and hatchets, and felt his blood run hot. He tried to run faster, but the rest of the prong were leaving him behind. "Stay with him!" Hadith shouted at Temba as he raced along with the rest of the fighters to meet the hastily formed front line of Zidane. The Chosen smashed into them, and the Zidane front line snapped like dry twigs, women and men falling bloodied, dying, and dead. From the rear, Tao could survey the impromptu battlefield, and he spotted the warlord. "There," he said to Temba, and the two men veered for him and into their first fight. Temba skidded to a stop, blocked a spear thrust with his shield, and took the one wielding the spear in the shoulder with his sword. With blood spraying from the wound, the spearman collapsed shrieking until Temba put his sword through the man's face. Temba shot Tao a smile, pushed on, and engaged a Zidane woman with an axe in each hand. Limping onward, Tao was attacked by a scarred Zidane spearman with long hair twisted into the whip-like cords that Kana wore. Bounding from foot to foot, the spearman threw himself at Tao, spear leading the way, and unable to trust his wounded leg, Tao leaned away from the strike and smacked it farther off target with his weak-side sword. Flowing with Tao's block and using the energy of it to give his attack momentum, the spearman spun, hoping to sever Tao's neck in a single sweep. But Tao's strong-side sword slipped into the spearman's spine, ripping up his insides before he could complete the move. He died on his feet, and Tao limped on, trying to catch up to Temba, who had stepped over the axewoman's body and was fighting two Zidane at the same time. Tao killed one of them. Temba stove in the skull of the other, and with no one else in easy reach, Tao searched again for the warlord. It didn't take long to find him. Most of the Chosen were fighting their way toward him, and similarly, most of the Zidane were focused on keeping him safe so he could board the last longboat. It was, Tau knew, the most dangerous part of the attack. The Zidane had more fighters, and if they bunched up and fought together, it would be hard for the Chosen to win. Worse, if they got the warlord on the ship, they might be able to set sail and save him. Hadith, however, had understood what the Zidane would need as well, because he was already coursing for the longboat, running through surf and sand to block the warlord's main hope of escape, and with him was an enraged Ingonyama. The Ingonyama's features were distorted by the enraging, but Tau recognized him. It was the same man who had drawn the map of the beach for him, and in another few breaths, the Ingonyama would be standing between the warlord and the warlord's ship. Tau shook his head in disbelief at Hadith's insight. If he were to live forever, he wasn't sure he'd be able to think about the world in the same way that Hadith did. Their prong had begun the charge from farther inland, and Achak should have been able to get to his ship before they got to him, but Hadith had splintered the prong, taking a third into the surf. It made the remainder of their fighters look like they were too few to win a battle against the Zidane, and Hadith had guessed that the warlord would not flee against a force he could destroy. True to form, Warlord Achak had ordered his raiders to attack, giving Hadith, the Gifted, her honor guard, and the Ingonyama just enough time to cut off his escape. Tau watched as the bellowing Ingonyama used a single blow to break the bodies of the first 3 Zidane to face him before bringing his sword back the other way to split the next raider almost in half. With his shield hand, the Colossus grabbed a Zidane man by the neck and snapped it in his grip. The Gifted was 20 strides back from the fighting. She was standing in the surf, and it swirled around her shoulder-width planted feet, tugging at the hem of her salt-water-soaked robes as she held her arms out to the Ingonyama and pushed Isiogo's energies through him. An axeman came for Tau and died, and Tau wondered if the warlord would be dead before he could get within a dozen strides of him. "Quickly, Temba," Tau said as he sent another soul to the goddess's embrace. "Coming, coming," Temba said, shouldering a wounded Zidane fighter to one side before giving them the point of his sword. "I'm Temba's mouth dropped open as he stared in the direction of Warlord Achak's longboat. Tau followed his gaze and saw something right out of a fireside story. Their Ingonyama was entangled with an enraged Zidane warrior, and the 2 colossi bashed and battered at each other with blows powerful enough to fell trees. The Omechi did not train enraged Ingonyama against one another. It was too dangerous. So Tau had never seen 2 enraged warriors dueling to the death. It was a humbling sight, even more so when he realized that the presence of just one enraged Zidane warrior had managed to halt the advance of Hadith's splinter force. The Omechi's way to Achak's longboat had been blocked, and without Hadith's fighters to impede him, the warlord had not been completely cut off. Achak, too clever to make the same mistake twice, was already retreating farther down the beach. At first, Tau didn't understand the point. They were in a cove, and Achak's only way out was to fight past the Chosen's much larger force. Retreating bought him time, but because the cove ended at an outcropping of rock that extended all the way into the roar, it also kept him trapped. He'd have nowhere left to run. Unless... Tau checked the roar and understood Achak's goal immediately. Several of the Zidane longboats were doing their best to beat a path back to the shore. Kana's was the closest, and the warlord hoped to get on that ship. "Temba!" Tau pointed to the line of longboats and forced himself into a run, moving farther inland and around the press of warring bodies. Seeing the incoming ships, Temba swore and sliced at the air with his sword like he wished he could cut it. "Coming!" he said, chasing after Tau. Tau ran and lurched along. If they could get around the fighting, they'd reach the end of the cove before the ships could make it back to shore. They'd have a chance at Achak. Temba caught up to Tau. "We are far past our men." "Warlord," Tau said, aiming his sword, and there he was, not 30 strides away. Warlord Achak had made it to the end of the cove along with 3 raiders and his shaman. The rest of the Zidane were retreating while fighting, and Tau had made it between them and his target. Out on the roar, Kana's ship was being hammered by the breakwater and looked in danger of sinking. but if the longboat made it past the point where the waves were cresting, it'd be a short journey to land and reinforcement. Tao looked at Temba. Temba took a deep breath. "Never lucky," he said, and together they went in. Names. Achak was watching the incoming ships, so it was his raiders who saw Tao and Temba first. The Zidane, refusing to risk letting them come within a sword's throw of the warlord, ran to meet them. Temba crossed bronze with the first one, a tall, slim man with face tattoos marred by his heavy scarring. Tao, slower to join the battle, was left to deal with the other two. The one who got to him first let out an ululating cry and actually threw a spear at him. Moving more on instinct than with sense, Tao dodged it, stumbled because of the weight he had to put on his injured leg, and straightened up, swords high, to block the hatchet hissing through the night toward his skull. He stopped the bronze and bone weapon from finding his face with one sword, but the collision of blades slammed his broken fingers together, and he nearly dropped his weapon. Teeth clenched against the pain, Tao cut down with his other blade and tore a hole through the raider's throat. The dead man pitched forward, and before his body hit the red sand, the remaining warrior, a short and heavy-set spearwoman, was stabbing at Tao. Tao tried to dance backward, but his movements were more drunken gait than graceful steps. Advancing, she kept him at bay with her stabbing, and if her rhythm hadn't been so precise, he'd have had more difficulty shearing away her fingers. She screamed and jumped back when her fingers and the spear fell free of her hand, and Tao limped past her, only 20 strides away from Achak. The warlord was no longer watching the ocean. He was standing next to his shaman, his spear ready and his eyes fixed on Tao. Loosening his wrists, Tao twirled his swords and took a step in the warlord's direction, and then he heard the thunder of heavy footfalls to his left. He glanced over. It was the enraged Zidane, and she was charging at him with her spear held high. She was moving fast, but was too late. He'd get to the warlord before she could get to him. He took another step, caught the word she was shouting at him, and stopped moving. The enraged spearwoman, running faster than any normal person could, was shouting one word over and over again. "Jai Ed," she said. "Jai Ed." His lips curling back to reveal his teeth. Tao turned away from the man who was his target and toward the enraged spearwoman. He remembered her now. It was the way she'd said his Umkondisi's name. She was the one who had murdered Jayed. She staggered to a stop outside the reach of his blades, her chest heaving from the run and her eyes fixed on him. "Jayed," she said again, hefting her spear. Tao remained motionless, thinking about what was to come, and then, nodding more to himself than to anyone else, he spoke. "You've killed yourself," he told her. She lunged at him, stabbing for his heart with superhuman speed. He expected the attack, but not how fast it came, and to avoid being skewered, he leapt off the killing line. Pain shot up his leg as he did it, threatening to incapacitate him, but drowning out the agony with hate, he twisted away from the Zydian's spear and whipped his weak-side sword into the small of her back. The spearwoman was wearing unplated leathers, and though a weapon of bronze might have penetrated the animal hide, it would not have cut her enraged skin. But Tao was not wielding weapons of bronze, and when it struck, his dragon-scale blade parted her leathers as easily as a father plaiting his child's hair. The sword's edge dug into her flesh and caught there, dragging Tao forward as, crying out, she pulled away. Flowing with her sudden movement, Tao cocked his left arm back and fired his other blade for her belly. She should have died then. She shouldn't have been fast enough to do as she did, but with Tao's sword a handspan from opening her middle, the spearwoman sliced down and struck his blade with the bone dagger she had in her offhand. The counter slammed Tao's sword down and away from her body, dragging him behind his weapon and shattering her dagger in an explosion of sharp fragments that sliced at the skin on his hands and face. Turning his fall into a roll, Tao kept a tight hold of his other sword, the one still embedded in the small of the spearwoman's back. It pulled along behind him as he went, and he felt its edge catch and rake across her enraged skin, tearing a shallow line into her side as it ripped free. Having moved past and behind her, Tao sprang to his feet and spun, his weapons ready to blow holes in her back. She was already coming for him, and with her spear leading the way, she threw the handle of her broken dagger at his head with her other hand. Knocking the dagger from the air with one sword, Tao bent beneath her first and second spear thrusts, then slashed the sword in his right hand at the same cut he'd opened on her side 2 breaths earlier. His sword connected. She yelped and wheeled away, and hunched over her twinned wounds, she backed off.
"Say his name again,"
Tao shouted, going after her with his swords spinning. She snarled, meeting him in kind, her spear streaking through the air. They clashed, and she was bigger. They struck at each other, and it was obvious she was stronger. They fought with wild fury, and anyone watching could see that she was faster. But against Tao Solarin, champion of the Omehi, none of it mattered. 6, 16, then 60 wounds sprang up on the spearwoman's leathers, face, and flesh, until she was awash in blood and flailing about wildly, fighting from her back foot as her eyes rolled in her skull. Tao stalked her, tormenting her, and she staggered back, desperate to get away from the black blades that sapped her strength and razored open her skin.
"Say his name again,"
he screamed. And she screamed back. It was a guttural sound, instinctual, full of fear and anger. It was an admission of defeat and a refusal to surrender. The enraged spearwoman, her body a wreck and at risk of killing the one empowering her, let the effects of the shaman's gifts leave her so that she might spare his life. It happened quickly, in a flash of light, and without the shaman's gifts to sustain her, she stumbled about, near collapse, her eyes so dull they looked lifeless already. She was in a pitiful state, but Tao refused to feel pity. She'd killed people he loved, and then dared to call him. Her end was her own doing.
"On the night you murdered Jayed Ayim, you saw me,"
he said, taking a step toward her.
"You recognized what I am, and you ran."
She moved back, her knees buckling with every step.
"You should never have stopped running,"
he said, following her, the pain in his wounded leg masked by the anger in his heart. She cursed him, spitting foul-sounding words as she struck out with thrusts too sluggish to land, and he knocked her attacks aside, casually, derisively. He hated her, and he hated that she wouldn't give up. She should have been born chosen, he thought. Though then they wouldn't have let her fight, and the spearwoman was born to fight. She shouted again, and charged with neither the strength nor the speed to have any hope of hurting him. He knew what she wanted. She wanted him to kill her as she ran at him. She was trying to have some small measure of control over her end. But she'd slain Jayed and Chinedu, and Tao had no mercy in him to give. His sword made the air sing before it smashed into her lead hand, splitting the limb in half and sending her spear flying away. Her cry then, as she fell, with her hand, wrist, and arm in flaps, was a cry not of pain, but of despair and loss. It was a cry to match the things Tao felt before sleep saved him every night. It was the cry he held inside himself whenever he thought of everyone he'd lost. She was on the ground in front of him, her mangled arm cradled to her belly, and he stood over her, watching her struggle to reach into the pouch on her hip with the hand that remained whole. But there was no weapon left in the world that could help. The thing to come was inevitable.
"His name was Jayed Ayim,"
Tao told her.
"And you will never say it again."
He plunged his strong-side sword through her chest, pinning her to the red clay. She gasped, panting, the end near, and fumbled at her pouch, pulling something free from it. It was a ragged square of folded papyrus. She tried to open it, but couldn't do it fast enough, one-handed. She died, trying. Tao brushed at his mouth with the back of his hand. He'd done it. He'd killed Jayed's and Chinadu's murderer. He'd avenged them, and as he stood there over her body, waiting for the satisfaction to come and the weight in him to lessen, his mind kept filling with the memory of the light going out of her eyes. But he didn't want to think about that, and shaking his head to knock loose the moment of her death, Tao focused on the papyrus she had in her hand instead. It could be important. It could be a map of Zidane territory, or perhaps military orders, but the pain in his leg had returned, and he wasn't sure that he'd be able to stand up if he knelt to retrieve it. He told himself he'd come back for the papyrus when the rest was done, and he turned away from the spearwoman's body, trying to recapture his anger. It had kept the agony in his leg at bay, but Tao's fury had died with the spearwoman, and his leg ached. The pain, radiating out from the wound and extending all the way into his core, felt like it was traveling to his heart, and for a moment he worried that the priestess was right and that he didn't have much time left. But she'd also said that there wasn't enough poison in his body to kill him, just enough to make him kill himself. Grimacing, Tao braced himself against the pain and limped onward. "That's not how I go," he said, as he went to take the warlord's life. Scars. The remaining Zidane were fighting behind Tao, and they no longer outnumbered the Chosen, which meant there would soon be no Zidane left. In front of Tao, separated from the rest of the fighting, the warlord was standing at the edge of the cove, his feet in the surf. In the time it had taken for Tao to kill the spearwoman, Kana's ship had made it past the breakwater, but Warlord Achak was not watching it. He had his back to the ocean and was facing toward Tao. Kana would not get to his father before Tao did, and clearly Achak knew that too. Eyes on Tao, the warlord handed his spear to his shaman and pulled 2 short-handled hatchets from his belt. The twin weapons of bronze and bone had oversized heads stretching 2 headspans from toe to heel, and their blades were curved as if to match the shape of the half-moon cove in which they both stood. Achak's shaman, the one who had enraged the spearwoman, took the warlord's spear and leaned against it. The emaciated man looked drained, but willing to fight, and placing a hand on the warlord's shoulder, he held his head high. Achak reached over, took the shaman's hand in his, and squeezed it. It was a moment of warmth between men who, in all likelihood, had shared a long history. It was, Tao thought, an assurance that whatever came, they'd face it together. They were wrong. They'd come to his peninsula with their warriors and stolen the lives of those Tao loved. Like the spearwoman, they'd done things that had called him to them. He'd answered their call, and they would die, each man alone. "You can wave to your son," Tao told Achak. "I'll let you say goodbye." The warlord, with his half-burned face, gave Tao half a smile. "Why?" Achak asked in broken empiric. "When I'll see Kana. After." Advancing, Tao shook his head. The fury was coming back. "After me, there is nothing." The warlord laughed, flourished his hatchets, and charged. Without limping, feeling no pain, Tao raised his swords and kept walking until his mind broke. When the warlord was 4 strides from striking distance, he became 2, then 4, then 6 men. Tao was too close to get away completely, and when the 6 men raised their 12 hatchets to cut him down, he dashed to his left, out of reach of 3 of the 6 warlords, doing his best to block the attacks from the other 6 hatchets. He couldn't stop them all, no one could, but turning his weak side blade parallel to the ground and raising it like a shield, he barred the deadly arc of 4 hatchets. The power of them hitting his sword almost disarmed him, but Tao held on. He tried to do the same with his other sword, but couldn't intercept the incoming attacks from that warlord, and a hatchet took him in the chest as the other one went through his neck. Completely through his neck. The hatchets in that warlord's hands moved in, through, and out of Tao, without him feeling a thing. Both axe heads had struck killing blows, yet Tao was still alive. There was little time to consider the miracle. The two warlords, the ones holding the hatchets he'd blocked, were attacking again. So were the ones he'd avoided, the ones on Tao's right. With his mind overloaded, Tao gave his instincts the lead, turned his back on the warlord whose hatchets had gone through his body, and, using both swords, went to war with the closest two men. Those two Achaks, like the rest, moved in tandem, as if attached at the legs, hips, and arms by invisible cords. That they were replicating each other's movements made it easier to block and counter them, but as Tao's sword went to meet the first of the hatchets, doubt plagued him. He did not understand what was happening, and if the warlord and hatchets at his back could become substantial, Tao was dead. It being too late to adjust for that possibility, Tao did his best to avoid dying at the efforts of the two warlords directly in front of him. He sent up his swords to block, and dragon scale met bronze with full force. Grunting under the power of the clash, Tao disengaged. He tried to make space, moving to keep all 6 opponents in front of him, but failed to track all 6 men and rammed right into and through one of them, as if the man was not there at all.
"Gifts,"
Tao spat, thinking he had some understanding of the things he faced.
"Your shaman conjures soulless men with no substance to fight for you."
Tao gambled, picking one of the two warlords he had crossed real blades with.
"But I could feel the collision in my right when I blocked your real hatchet."
The warlord to whom he was pointing, the real Achak, tilted his head in acknowledgement and stepped back. The false man vanished when he did so, and Achak offered Tao another of his half-smiles, as the illusions reformed in a single line. The real Achak stepped among them, through them really, making it impossible for Tao to be certain that he still knew which of the 6 men was the real one. Then the newly formed sextet separated and brandished their hatchets, each copy wearing a perfect mirror image of Achak's broken sneer. Tao tried to keep his confusion from his face, hoping Achak wouldn't attack if he thought Tao knew which of the copies was the real one. It made no difference. The 6 warlords attacked, and Tao, praying it would work, and work in time, flung his spirit to Isiogo. The mists of the underworld enveloped him, and Tao was in the prison Ananthi had made for Ukufa. Using his eyes in Isiogo, Tao saw the warlord charging him as if he moved through mud, and as Tao had gambled, there was only one Achak. The illusions had no souls. They were the effect of energy taken from Isiogo and pushed into Umlaba. They could not appear in the spirit world. The warlord, though moving at a crawl, was just to his right, and locking Achak's position in his mind, Tao fled Isiogo for the real world. His soul still somewhere between realms, Tao willed his arms to move, throwing up his swords to block 2 of the 12 hatchets chopping at him. 10 hatchets slammed into thin air like they'd hit a wall, the illusory blades matching the height and angle at which Tao's swords had caught and collided with the real Achak's actual weapons. The block rocked Tao onto his heels. The warlord was powerfully built, and he'd put everything into the twin strikes. Tao pulled his swords and Achak's hatchets down and to the right, setting up a counter, but the warlord disengaged, slipping back and into position with the 5 copies. He seemed to be able to draw them into himself and push them a slight distance away at will. It meant Tao couldn't keep track of the real man among the phantoms. Tao heard the shaman say something in the Zidane language, and as if spurred to action, the warlord came on hard. Tao spun away from all 6 men, cast his soul to the underworld, caught sight of the real Achak, and was about to leave when he noticed the shaman in the distance. The shaman's shroud was a pale thing that, as Tao watched, vanished, revealing the eye-watering golden brightness of his unmasked soul. Tao tore away from the underworld, blocked the real warlord's attack, and struck back. He whipped his weak-side sword at the warlord's left hand, and though he missed the man's wrist, he hit the hatchet's handle, sending it flying from his grasp. The right-handed hatchet in each of the copy's hands did the same, flying away for 6 or 7 strides before vanishing in midair. Tao ran his gaze across the hands of the 6 men he faced.
"He told you to finish me quickly, didn't he?"
he asked, trying to distract Achak as he considered the discovery he'd just made, wondering all the while if he dared to trust it. Ignoring Tao's jibe, the warlord let his copies vanish, hefted the hatchet in his left hand, and stepped back. Immediately, the 5 illusions began to reform around him, and as they did, the warlord passed through them until Tao couldn't be certain he still had his eyes on the real man. That done, Tao's opponents spread out, their 6 hatchets ready. Only this time, Tao knew something important. By knocking one of the hatchets out of Achak's hands and seeing the illusions vanish and reform, he'd learned that the replicas were not perfect. They truly were reflections.
Your shaman's shroud has failed, Tao said, and your spearwoman had courage enough to accept her end without killing her gifted. She refused to trade his life for a few extra breaths. Tell me, warlord, are you as brave?
The warlord and his copies moved farther apart, encircling Tao as they spoke as one, their 6 voices overlapping.
In a few breaths, you won't exist,
they said. Once Tao was encircled, the warlords attacked, every one of them bellowing the same war cry. Tao was in Isioko as they came, and looking straight ahead, he saw nothing. It meant the real Achak was one of the men behind him, but he didn't know which of the 3 was the real one, and didn't have the time to turn, check, return to Umlaba, and block the real hatchet. No choice remaining, Tao abandoned the underworld, spun round, and saw 3 warlords and 3 hatchets coming for him. The warlord to his right, the unburned side of his face closer to Tao and twisted in hate, swung the hatchet he had in his left hand in a blow that would kill Tao outright. The warlord directly in front of him was exactly the same, and that was why Tao turned to his left and stopped the hatchet that Achak held in his right hand. Catching the hatchet's bronze head a finger span from his temple, Tao stabbed out with his other sword and took the warlord through the heart with his strong side blade. The illusions vanished. Tao jammed the blade deeper, and Achak's mouth dropped into a half O. His burned side, the side on his right, was too stiff to loosen, even as death spread through him. The illusions are reflections, Tao told the dying man. They have your bonds on the wrong side. Achak's eyes went dim. And earlier, I knocked free the hatchet in your left hand. The hatchet that the real Achak held in his right fell from his unresponsive fingers into the surf, where the churning waters dragged it into the ocean. Watching the weapon go, Tao tore his blade clear of the warlord's corpse, letting the man's body fall near the water's edge.
Achak!
It was the shaman, or what was left of him. The thin man, clutching the dead warlord's spear in both hands, rocked back and forth on his legs, which threatened to give out at any moment. The shaman couldn't see that his tribesman was no more. Blood, tinted blue-red by the night, seeped from eyes that could no longer see. And with each shout of the warlord's name, the shaman spat blood out onto the beach's sand.
Achak!
Tao walked over as the old man's knees gave out, dropping the shaman to the ground with a thud.
Achak!
He called as Tao came to stand over him.
Dead,
Tao said, but the shaman couldn't hear him over his own screaming. And Tao didn't need to send his spirit anywhere to know that more demons had come to finish what 1 or 2 had started.
Demon death.
Tao turned his head at Temba's voice. His sword brother had a hand to his side, squeezing a shallow cut there.
Are you well?
Well enough,
Temba said, gazing out at the water.
He actually came close to making it, the crazy bastard.
Kana?
Tao looked toward the ship. It had made it farther in than Tao would have thought possible, and was less than 100 strides offshore. But the longboat was paying the price for it. The ship was getting thrashed by the waves, and at threat of sinking. Yet Kana, flanked by 2 other Zidane warriors, stood at its prow with his body held stiff as an Indlovu flag. His hands were wrapped round the boat's railing hard enough to crush it, and his eyes were fixed on Tao.
"Guess he wants to die too," Temba said, smiling.
"What?"
"They are not stopping. He has to have told the ones piloting the ship to make landfall. Maybe he thinks his father is still alive," Temba shrugged. "It's good for us. If they make it in, we can kill them too."
Tao scanned the beach. There were no more Zidane alive on shore, and Kana's ship had too few fighters to challenge the Omehi who had reclaimed the beach. Temba was right. If Kana's ship did make it on shore, everyone on it would die.
"Just go, goddess, damn you,"
Tao whispered, willing it to be so.
"Just go."
But Kana and his ship battled forward. Cursing, Tao strode over to Achak's body, bent down over it, his leg protesting the action, and filling his hand with Achak's hair, he wrenched the dead man's head up. Fighting back bile, Tao pulled free the guardian dagger that had belonged to his Umkondisi and placed it against Achak's neck.
"Eh? What are you about?"
Temba asked him. Tao locked eyes on the ship and the man standing at its front. The longboat was close enough that he knew Kana could see him as clearly as he could see the hate on Kana's face.
"Your father's dead, and you'll be too if you come here,"
Tao said. He didn't shout it. There was no point. The words would have been lost to the roar. But he didn't need Kana to hear the words. Their meaning could be sent another way. Tao began to saw, sliding the guardian dagger back and forth over the meat, muscle, and tendons in Achak's neck with ease. The work was bloody, but the dragon scale made it quick, and the only part that took any time at all was breaking through the small bones in the back of the warlord's neck.
"Sek Tao,"
Temba muttered when the head came free. Tao stood, his leg burning, and as he held the warlord's head aloft, showing it to the ship, showing it to the sun, he began to believe that all the pain that racked his body was deserved. Then, to finish it, Tao drew his arm back and flung the head out and into the waves.
"Leave,"
he whispered. Not to Kana, because Kana would be incapable of doing it, but to the fighters who followed him.
"There's nothing but death for you here,"
he said to those fighters, desperate for them to see that truth. On the ship, Kana began to climb the railing. The warriors at his sides grabbed him. They held him back, perhaps thinking that he meant to retrieve his father's severed head from the roiling waters. Kana strained against them, the muscles on his arms bulging, but he couldn't get free, and they wouldn't let him leap to his death. But Tao knew it wasn't Kana's intent to die in the roar or to swim for his father's head. Tao could see the hate in Kana's face, and he knew that the whole of his being vibrated with it. It was fueling him, overloading him, and in that moment it was not grief or suicide that compelled him. Kana didn't want to die in the waters. He meant to swim to shore so that he could kill Tao with his bare hands. Whatever they thought of his purpose, the Zidane with Kana would not leave him to it, and though Tao could not hear their words, he saw them call out, shouting orders of their own to their sisters and brothers aboard the longboat. Warlord Achak was dead. His son was not in his right mind, and the Zidane on the ship had no reason to come ashore. Tao watched as it struggled to turn, battered by wave after wave, until it seemed it must capsize and grant the roar claim over 2 generations from the same family in a single night. It escaped, though. The Zidane oars people, its sailors, wrestled the vessel to rights and aimed its prow at the waves so it could cut through them again.
"Look at that. They're leaving,"
Temba said.
"And I thought you sawing the man's head off would make them come ashore for sure."
Tao shook his head. "It's like Hadith said in the council chambers. They're not like our nobles, and the Zidane don't have castes. They won't follow an order just because of who gives it." "You had the right of it too, Temba," Tao said.
"Ne?"
"They were coming back because they weren't sure that Achak was dead. I had to show them that he was." Temba began walking toward the rest of their men and past the spearwoman's body.
"You certainly showed them that,"
he said. "The spearwoman," Tao said, feeling a mountain's weight and weariness setting in. "She's holding something in one of her hands. It could be important." Themba grunted, bent over the body, and took the papyrus from her. "What's on it?" Tao shrugged, and Themba unfolded the paper. He whistled, then held it out. Tao took it, and after a night of fighting one set of gifts, he saw a new and unexpected one. The papyrus held the image, made in coal, of 2 girls. Each one was holding a spear, and the girls looked enough alike to be copies. They looked enough alike to be more illusions woven by Zidane shamans. "I've never seen—" Words failed him. In the drawing, the girl on the left was smiling and looked so alive Tao swore he could see her eyes twinkling in the moonlight. Standing next to her was her sister, her birth pair, and she was stern, serious. She projected the aura of a grim warrior, but the solemn tilt of her lips and her knitted brows did nothing to hide the spark in her eyes. Tao swallowed, took time to fold the paper over its original creases, and handed it back to Themba. "It's so real," he said, his eyes wandering to the spearwoman's dead hands, trying to picture them taking the time and care to create something so beautiful. "Savage could draw, ne?" Themba said, dropping the masterwork into the surf and letting it wash away. Tao watched the paper soak and sink, vanishing beneath the waves, and taking a deep breath, he lifted his gaze from the surf to look back to Kana's ship. The distance had grown too great for even his eyes, and he could no longer make out anyone on the longboat. But he imagined Kana at the ship's stern, watching him. "It was the only way I knew to save your life," Tao whispered. "It was the—" "Tao," Themba said, pointing along the shore at the man thundering across the beach toward them. "What is it? Mozidin!" Tao shouted to the Indlovu. "No, champion," he shouted back. "It's your sword brother, the one named Hadith." "Hadith?" It was more an exhalation of air than a full-voiced word. The Indlovu kicked at the dead spearwoman with his boot. "The lesser... your sword brother joined the men who fought this savage when she was enraged. By the time she came for you, she'd already killed our Ingonyama and put a spear in Hadith's chest." Tao couldn't speak. "Hadith's dead?" asked Themba. "Not yet," the Indlovu said, turning and running back the way he'd come. "This way." Chapter 4. Spear. The spear was still in Hadith's chest. He was on his back in the sand, and the spear was sticking up and out of his midsection, its haft quivering with Hadith's every labored breath. "By the goddess, pull it out!" Tao yelled to the men around his friend. "Can't," said the particularly stocky Indlovu, kneeling by Hadith's shoulders and cradling Hadith's head. "He's only alive because that abomination left it in him. Even if we knew enough to pull it out clean, which we don't, he'd bleed to death without it plugging him up." Hadith's eyes were open, but it didn't look like he was seeing through them. His every effort was dedicated to wheezing out the next battered breath. "What then?" Tao asked, seeing again the twin girls on the papyrus, and wondering how hands that had rendered an image of such palpable life could be the same ones that had done this to Hadith. "What do we do?" The Indlovu looked up at him. "We hold the spear as steady as we can, as close to where it's gone in as we can, and we break the rest away." "With what hope?" "With hope that the spear's head and the section of shaft we can't cut will still be stable enough inside him that he can last until Citadel City." "You've done this before?" "I have. I used to fight in the Curse. I've seen many men go down with spears still in them." "And you've saved them this way?" The Indlovu spoke deliberately. "I've not been the last to see them alive this way." Tao turned from the man, desperate for someone, anyone, to fight. "Champion?" the Indlovu asked. "Get Hadith ready for travel," Tao said. "We are for the city." "Your words, my will," the noble said, signaling to 2 other Indlovu to lend him aid. The 2 Indlovu knelt beside Hadith and put their hands on him, holding him down. Tao didn't want to watch. He'd have preferred to be anywhere else to avoid seeing his friend suffer, but he'd never leave Hadith alone to his fate. "I'll help," he said to the men holding Hadith down. "Temba."
"Champion?"
Temba asked. "Help us hold Hadith still."
"You're sure you want to do this yourself, Champion?"
The Ndlovu, playing the part of a Sa priest, asked.
"You can't let him move, and we are stronger."
"We'll be strongest if we do it together,"
Tao told him, kneeling beside Hadith.
"As you say,"
the Ndlovu grunted.
"Grab his shoulders and hips. Put your weight into it. Don't let him move. He'll rip himself open if he does."
Tao nodded and leaned his full weight on Hadith. Temba did the same, and Hadith moaned, already trying to shift away from them.
Good,
the Ndlovu said, finding a way to use the two nobles whom Tao and Temba had freed up. He had one of them place his hands flat on Hadith's chest, around the spear, while the other one held the shaft above its entry point. When he was satisfied that they were all in place and steady, the Ndlovu leading the operation pulled his dagger free and placed it against the spear's bone shaft. "Wait," Tao said, stopping the man from making the first sawing cut.
"With something sharper you can cut through the spear more easily."
"I don't have anything sharper."
Tao handed the man the dragon-scale dagger that had belonged to Jayed Ayim.
"I do."
Bowing his head, the Ndlovu reached out for the dagger. Even on a red sand beach, amid a forest of stone spires and dozens of the dead, the Ndlovu couldn't shake his reverence for the priceless weapon.
"This could make a difference,"
he said as he began to cut. The cutting went well until the dagger caught on a spur in the spear's bone shaft. The shaft shifted, and Hadith cried out, trying to fight free of the hands holding him.
"Nearly done,"
the Ndlovu said.
"Hold him, I'm almost there."
Tao clamped down harder on his semi-conscious friend, speaking into his ear and saying words meant to give him comfort, but that couldn't have made much sense at all.
"It's free,"
the Ndlovu said.
"Don't let the shaft fall on him."
The spear was tossed aside, and the noble holding Tao's guardian dagger handed it back, his hands shaking when he did so.
"We'll need to make a pallet to carry him," he said.
"It's here,"
a voice called out. Tao looked over. 4 Ndlovu and 2 Ihashi were stringing leather armor, cloth, and Zidane spears together to form a many-handled bed. It struck Tao then, seeing both Ndlovu and Ihashi working to save Hadith, that he had a duty to them all.
"How many?"
he asked.
"How many others can we save?"
That kicked loose the stone holding back the avalanche, and reports of the injured and their chances of survival came in fast. He listened, giving what orders he could to save as many as he could, all while worrying over Hadith. He learned that their gifted was still with the body of her Ingonyama, mourning him. He sent Temba to her, to tell her it was time to go, and ordered a few men to stay behind to burn the dead, reminding them to run in the unlikely chance that any Zidane returned. Then, taking up one of the handles on the bed on which Hadith lay, he gave the order to march. But Temba was back, and he forced Tao to give up his place by Hadith's side.
"You're too short, and with that leg of yours, too slow," Temba said. "You don't need to do it all yourself."
"Look what happens when I don't,"
Tao told him, choking up. Temba shouldered Tao away from the pallet and took his place.
"It's not your fault."
Tao wasn't listening.
"March. We go fast,"
he said, praying to the goddess that Hadith could survive the journey. There. He didn't think they'd make it. Hadith had wheezed and coughed and suffered for the first part of the march, but then he'd gone silent and limp for the rest. Tao had checked him often just to make sure he was still alive. He was, but he did not look good, and when they were within a sunspan of the city, blood began to ooze from Hadith's wound. Tao brought it to the attention of the Ndlovu who had cut the spear, and he had torn strips of cloth and bandaged them tightly around Hadith's torso to stem the bleeding. Hadith hadn't moved or made a sound while it was done, and with nothing more than the expression on Tao's face, the Ndlovu had known enough to tell Tao that his friend was still breathing.
"I can't lose him too,"
Tao said, or might have said. He couldn't be sure.
"The city,"
the call came from one of their forward scouts.
Send someone in for the Sa priests, said the stocky Ndlovu. Tao nodded. Bring the priestess named Hafsa, he told the scout. Find her and bring her. The scout saluted and ran off, and they continued marching for the gates, when an alarm was raised. A rear scout, an Ahashi, pushed his way through the crowd of soldiers to Tao. "We are being chased," he said. "By how many?" Tao asked. "Maybe a unit," the scout said. "Keep going," Tao told the ones carrying Hadith. "Get him and the wounded into the city. The rest of you, stand with me." Swords were pulled free, the injured rushed on, and though their numbers were too small to do it well, Tao ordered a three-prong formation with which they would face the 18 or so warriors running headlong from the base of the fist and into the brief stretch of flatlands that stood between the mountain's base and the city gates. "They're Omehi," Tao shouted, seeing enough in the low light to know that much. "Lower your weapons. They're Omehi."
"Where is he?"
one of the men running for them screamed.
"Where is he? Udwak!"
The big man did not slow, and the fighters with him could not match his pace. Udwak ran to Tao, grabbed him by the shoulders, and shouted in his face,
"Where is he?"
"Being carried into the city, Udwak pushed Tao aside and continued on. "Tao." It was Azima, breathless and looking near collapse.
"Didn't find anyone on our beach,"
he said.
"Came to yours next. Oh, mercy."
He doubled over and retched, though nothing came up.
"We saw the men you left to do the burning. They told Udwak about Hadith. Been running ever since."
Azima dropped to his ass.
"Been running ever since. Water."
"Bring him water." Tao put a hand on Azima's shoulder, patting it. "Rest," he said, leaving the exhausted Ahashi and hurrying back to Hadith and Udwak. Tao caught up to them inside the city gates. Udwak was walking beside Themba and the others who were carrying Hadith. He was holding one of Hadith's hands in both of his.
"Not good,"
Udwak said when Tao was beside him.
"Not good."
Udwak's face was tear-stained, and seeing his friend so emotional, Tao dropped his head. There had been so much loss, and the weight of it kept trying to crush him. "Put him down." Tao looked up. The priestess, Hafsa, was standing in front of them, and as the men lowered Hadith, she unbound his bandages and examined him. "You did well," she said to Tao and Udwak.
"I wasn't there,"
Udwak said. "There's blood bubbling around the wound. It means the spear pierced his lung," Hafsa continued. "If you'd pulled the spear free or left it whole, he'd not have survived." "Will he? Will he survive?" Tao asked. "You've given him a chance," she said, waving at the men to pick Hadith up again. "Bring him to the hospital."
"I wasn't there,"
Udwak said. "You are now," Tao told the big man as they followed Hafsa to the infirmary. "You can't come in," she told them at the door to one of its rooms. Tao had seen inside that room before. It held all manner of small daggers, bronze pincers, and other instruments of seeming torture. "I have to open the wound, remove the spear's head, and care for the lung. We'll need to keep the wound and the rest of the room as clean as possible. Wounded men die from filth almost as easily as from swords and spears." Udwak grunted and tried to make his way past her. "Udwak, let the priestess do her walk," Tao said.
"I wasn't there, Tao."
"I know, but we can't—"
"Where were you?"
The words hit like a fist.
"Where were you, Tao?"
"It won't be long," Hafsa said, her eyes shifting between them. "Within the span, the spear will be out. I'll have a better sense of his chances then." She went into the room beyond. Udwak still tried to follow, and Tao took him by the wrist. Udwak shook Tao off, but he did stop.
"I didn't see it happen,"
Tao said.
"It was you who killed him."
Tao didn't understand.
"The warlord,"
Udwak said, clarifying. "I killed him."
"Still not worth Hadith's life."
"No." Udwak nodded, like that settled it, and he sat on the ground in front of the closed door, head on his knees and hands on his head. Udwak, I have to speak with the Queen." Without looking up, Udwak flicked his fingers at Tao in dismissal. "He'll be well," Tao said before walking away, no power in the words. He didn't get far.
He turned the corner in the infirmary, wondering where he might find the queen, and almost ran her over.
"Champion?" she said.
Her thick hair, pulled back behind a golden circlet, rose behind her head like it was part of a beautiful black shroud set to envelop and protect the rest of her at any moment. Tao saluted, noticing the queen's guard as well as Naya and Yaw.
"My queen, one of your brothers was injured?"
"Gravely, my queen." She moved past him and around the corner, toward Udwak and the room where Hadith was being cared for. The queen's guard and Naya followed, the vizier eyeing Tao as she went.
"What happened out there?"
Yaw asked. "Nothing good," Tao told him, following the queen. Udwak was on his feet, holding a tight salute. His eyes were red, swollen.
"He is in there?"
the queen asked, indicating the closed door. "The priestess and her physicians seek to remove the head of the spear that felled him," Tao said.
"We had hoped to see him." "And, my queen," Naya said, "you may yet do so. Priestess Hafsa is as skilled a surgeon as exists on the peninsula."
Udwak looked at Naya, hopeful for more, but the vizier had turned to Tao.
"I am sorry to push you at a time like this," she said. "But was it done?"
"The warlord is dead," Tao said.
"Goddess be praised," the vizier said. "Is it certain?"
Tao dropped his eyes. "His death came at my hands."
"I won't doubt it then," said Naya.
"You achieved all we asked, and yet something troubles you, champion," Siora said. "Something more than worry over your brother's head." Tao, unaccustomed to viziers and queens, decided then and there that he needed to learn to school his features to stillness. He did not enjoy people pulling his thoughts from his face. "I fear I've failed you," he said.
"But you have not," Siora said.
"Kana is alive. Hadith, my injured sword brother, he cautioned me to act swiftly. I didn't want to have to kill him too. Kana's alive, and it's my fault."
"The son does not enjoy his father's support among the Zidin," Naya said. "Kana is not his father."
"He saw what I did to him."
"What you did? What did Kana see?"
Naya asked. "They were on their ships and trying to sail back to shore. I think they hoped the warlord was still alive. I don't know. I gave them proof that the man was dead."
Naya shrugged. "All the better. Kana himself can take the truth of his father's fall to the tribes. His own words will tear the alliance apart and give us the time needed to retake the throne."
"You didn't see his face," Tao said.
"Whose face?"
"Kana's."
"Why would I need to? The late Shul, the first to set so many of the Zidin tribes to a common purpose, is dead, and now his greatest military leader is as well."
Tao shook his head. "You didn't see his face."
"Tell us what you saw,"
the queen said. "Rage." Siora blinked at him.
"And what can one do with rage?"
"Everything."
"Is it like love, then?"
His father's face, Zuri's face, both flashed in his mind. "Rage is love, twisted in on itself," he said, using some of the words she'd spoken to him on the night Zuri died. "Rage reaches into the world when we can no longer contain the hurt of being treated as if our life and loves do not matter. Rage and its consequences are what we get when the world refuses to change for anything less." The way she was looking at him made Tao worry he'd overstepped, but he was wary of making himself less than he was, so that those cloaked in power might be comfortable.
"How can you have peace if you think this?" she asked.
"Among the Omehi, I am called a lesser, and failing that, I am made a drudge," Tao said, thinking of the old man who had died in the fields. "What is peace to people like me?"
"Lessers can't know peace?"
The queen asked it in earnest, her whole face, the perfect picture of it, as if it was impossible for her to have known or imagined the damage that had been done to people like him. "Champion?" It was the vizier warning him. But warning a man about the inyoka he's already stepped on is worthless. He must take its bite and pray he can survive the venom. "We'll know peace," Tao said, "when we put an end to those who would deny it to us." It was then that the Queen's expression of cool neutrality slipped, and Naya moved closer to her. "A Queen's champion fights for the Queen's causes and those only," Naya said, her small fists clenched. Tao nodded. "True for all real champions," he said. The vizier's hand twitched, like she wanted to hit him, like she wanted to reach into the underworld, snatch the power there, and hurt him with it. "After all that's happened this night, you speak this way?" "You'd like me to wait for a time of your choosing to speak my truth?" Tao asked. "We will wait," the Queen said, spreading her skirts and sitting on the floor. "We will wait to hear about your sword brother, Champion Solarin, because rage won't help him tonight, but a little love just might." Seeing the Queen sit on the floor, Naya made a sound somewhere between a strangled-off screech and a squeaked meep. "Will you join us, Vizier?" Siora asked. Naya, nostrils pulsing like a pierced vein, behaved as though the ground might accost her. But she did, to Tao's surprise, sit. "The Queen is... She's sitting," Naya said. "All of you sit immediately." The Queen's guard were first. Yaw dropped into a cross-legged position, and Tao did the same. "Too much talking," Udwak grumbled, head on his knees. "It has been, yes," the Queen said, leaving them with little choice but to sit in silence. Tao hated it. He hated the thought of Hadith so close, but fighting alone. He hated the hurt that Udwak was in. And it was torture to sit so still. He had nothing to distract him from the agony of his leg and the call of Isiogo. He closed his eyes and tried to be mindless, to let his miseries, hopes, losses, and pain wash over him, leaving him untouched. He tried, he did, and when it failed, the roiling inside him no less quiet, he made his choice. He did not think the others would notice much if he went to spend his own palpable rage on the underworld's demons. He readied himself. It had been too long. It was time to... A door opened and Tao's eyes flew open. Hafsa was standing in the doorway. Udwak was on his feet. Tao leapt to his. The Queen was more dignified in the way she rose, and then Hafsa began to speak, addressing them all. Though, as was right, she gave Siora her focus. "He'll live," she said. Udwak cried. Yaw went to the big man's side. Tao nodded and wiped at his eyes, stripping them of the water that had formed there. "The goddess laid her hand on him, and his result is a promising one," the priestess said. "Yes, his lung is collapsed, but the spear only just pierced it, and no other vital organs were hit." She smiled at them. "I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to be up and moving in a day or two, albeit slowly." Tao swore he'd send a prayer to the goddess that same night. "And fighting? How long until that?" The priestess looked at him twice in rapid succession. "Fighting? He's alive, but, as I said, with a collapsed lung. He'll never fight as he did." "What? You said his was a promising result, that the goddess had laid a hand on him." The priestess's smile left her face. "Perhaps we see things differently," she said. "I consider the goddess intelligent enough to find a purpose for men besides the killing of others." Somehow he'd insulted her. "Of course," Tao said. "Alive is better than dead." "Are you sure?" the priestess asked. "You don't sound sure." Tao inclined his head to her. "Priestess, I am sure and I am grateful. But I've given offense, and for that I am sorry." The Queen glided over to Hafsa and took her hands. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you for saving him." Not seeming to know what to do or where to look, Hafsa mumbled a thanks in return. The queen smiled at her reaction and gave her enough space to come back to herself.
Alive is more than enough, Udwak said. Much more than enough.
The smile returned to the priestess's face.
Perhaps it is, she said.
I'll see him now,
Udwak asked.
He's resting.
Udwak made for the door anyway. Hafsa raised a hand to stop him, but then let it fall, allowing him to pass.
No one else for now, she said. He needs to rest.
Tao wanted to catch the priestess's attention. He wanted to offer his own thanks. She would not look at him. Every time their gazes came close to crossing, she'd look away.
I should get back in, if you'll excuse me, Your Majesty.
We will, Priestess Ekene. Hafsa bowed her head and went back into the room, closing the door behind her.
Where is the sun, do you think?
The queen asked, turning to her vizier.
Rising, my queen.
We feared it so. Tao didn't understand. The sun? We must gather the nobles and lessers in the city's largest circle. It must be public when we deliver justice to Otobong and Mirembe. We must show the people the goddess's reward for treachery. That's to be done now? Tao asked. The look she gave him, though warm, was weary and pointed.
It seems these two deaths and the message behind them very much need to be sent.
She laid a hand on his arm as she moved past, her touch leaf-light.
We must remind everyone what side they are on.
Shadowing the queen, Naya breezed past as well, and after the briefest of pauses, Tao, champion to Queen Siora Omehia, followed them. He went to hear his queen's message, and to watch a nearly unthinkable thing. He went to witness the execution of two greater nobles. Hanged. The rain had stopped, the sun had risen, and Tao was standing next to the queen and Naya in one of the larger circles in Citadel City. They were surrounded by the queen's guard, who served as a human barrier, preventing the mass of people who were coming into the circle from getting too close to the queen. The distance didn't stop the stares, and though he was next to the queen, it felt like everyone was sizing him up. Tired of all the looks, Tao lifted his face to the sky. The clouds were thinning, and the day was getting hot, but after so much rain, the city and its populace had yet to shake the damp. As the circle filled, the crowd's smell and murmurs washed over Tao, their individual scents mashing together in a swirl of sweat and stink, while their words were garbled behind the clamor of carpentry hammers swung by three lessers, finishing work on the gallows behind him. Caught in his thoughts, Tao realized he'd missed the queen's words.
Beg pardon, my queen.
She tilted her head.
We seem to have forgotten.
It's so rare we find cause to repeat ourselves.
Apologies, I was thinking.
Naya arched an eyebrow at that. Tao saw her do it, and that one pointed eyebrow felt like splinters in his skin.
When this is done,
the queen said,
we will need a general to lead our forces.
Queen Siora had an impressive ability to hide the way she was feeling. On the outside she could appear as expressionless as stone, but however she'd learned to do it, the performance was meant to be viewed from a distance. Up close, the illusion was not as effective, and Tao could see how uncomfortable she was with what she'd decided to do.
You will be our Grand General, she said.
That startled Tao.
Ne? My queen?
You are our champion. You can be our Grand General.
Tao shook his head.
I'm honored, Your Majesty, but I am not a good choice.
On that I'll agree,
Naya said. Queen Siora was not ready to release the argument's hilt.
We seem to be in a strange position where we find ourselves with few to trust, and we would like to trust you, Champion Solarin. If it please you, Your Majesty, name no one for now,
Naya advised.
Give me time to determine the best remaining candidate from the Indlovu. I will provide a list of... No, Naya. We must begin our preparations to lay siege to Palm, and for that, we need a general who can lead and motivate lessers as well as nobles. Our champion, as champion, fords the river between the two. My queen, he holds the title, but too many will see the lesser in its place. I must still recommend. We think this is the right choice, Naya.
Tao was enjoying watching the vizier lose an argument, but if she lost entirely, they'd all be worse off. He was no general. "I am not the right one to serve you in this way," he said to the queen, and Naya waved her fingers in his direction as if to say, "See?"
We will not place one we can't trust in charge of our forces.
"You trust me?" Tao asked.
There was that look from her again, and a pause. "We want to," she said.
"It would have to do." "Hadith Buhari," Tao said. "He is your Grand General."
Naya laughed. "So, Laren, you can't really be that blind. Choosing you would have been risk enough, and you are the Queen's champion. In your place, you'd ask nobles to follow a wounded lesser? A proven?"
"There's no one I know with a greater mind for strategy."
"You know too few people," Naya said.
"Enough," the Queen said.
"Champion, we trust your opinion of your brother, but Naya is right. We cannot risk the ire or open rebellion of the nobles left to us."
Naya crinkled her forehead and angled her body toward Tao.
"You're young, champion, and there are pieces within pieces, puzzles layered over puzzles that must be considered when choices like this are made."
Tao adjusted his stance, trying to take weight from his burning leg. "I was asked to take up a task to which I know I am not equal. I gave the name of one who is the task's equal. You're right, Vizier. I know little of puzzles in puzzles, but I do know who I trust to get me out of a fight."
"And this is some of your problem," Naya said. "You're still thinking about fights, when we need to win wars."
"The traitors," the Queen said. Councilwoman Mirembe and General Otobong had arrived in chains and under a heavy escort. Someone, Tao noticed, had taken the time and effort to redress Otobong's stump with clean cloths. The cloths wrapped around Otobong's wrist were the cleanest thing about either of the greater nobles. It had been less than a full day since their attempted escape, capture, and imprisonment, and they were in poor shape. Mirembe held her head up, but her eyes were sunken, and Otobong's hunched shoulders told his story. Tao had not considered the crowd's reaction to the sight of the two prisoners, and found their silence unnerving. Perhaps for them, as it was for him, the execution of nobles was also foreign.
"You cannot,"
Mirembe shouted in Tao's direction to the Queen. The councilwoman, flanked by two gifted women, had her hands tied behind her back, and in their place she pointed to the gallows with her chin.
"This is a lesser's death."
Otobong, raising his head at her words, saw the hanging scaffold and came to a stop. The Indlovu behind him put a hand round his collar and pushed him onward.
"Do you see?"
Mirembe shouted to the crowd.
"Do you see the new world your child queen promises you? How long do you think until other nobles stand where I do now?"
The crowd remained silent.
"You are traitors to the queen, to her people, to the goddess," Naya said, "and you will be given a traitor's death."
Hanging, the punishment for traitors and disobedient lessers, Tao thought, watching the soldiers pull a struggling Mirembe up the gallows stairs.
"Traitor, Naya?" Mirembe said. "I am no traitor to my people or goddess."
The noose was fitted round her neck, and she flinched at its rough touch.
"Last words?"
Naya asked.
"I did all that I did for my people,"
Mirembe said, her voice rising in timbre, growing harder to understand.
"When I saw that you would not listen, I did what anyone who loves their fellow women and men would do. I went to find someone who would." "You think crawling to a man like Abasi Odili would help your people? You lying wretch," Naya said.
Mirembe laughed, a hacking, desperate sound.
"We weren't writing to him. We were going to General Bisi to ask that he bring his army back from the front lines and end your squabble,"
she said.
"Odili and the child queen you support are the difference between the scorpion sting and the Inyoka's bite. Both will kill our people, though they take different paths to do it."
Tao saw Queen Siora send a look Naya's way.
"Goodbye, Mirembe,"
Naya said, lifting her hand into the air for the executioner to see.
"May the goddess greet you." "Lie with a lesser Nseku."
Mirembe turned her face to the crowds, staring them down. And down came Naya's hand. Down came the executioner's lever. Down went the floor beneath Mirembe's feet, and down she fell, the sound of her neck snapping louder than Tao expected. She died instantly, her legs swinging just above the ground, stalks in a gentle breeze. She hadn't moved, but Tao could hear the queen. She was breathing too fast. He glanced at her, and her pupils were tiny as pinpricks. He'd been there before, in Daba, when he'd come close to falling unconscious. "Slow your breathing," he whispered to her, his mouth barely moving. "In through your nose, and out through your mouth. Nice and slow." She gave no sign that she heard him, but she did as he asked.
"Last words, Otobong,"
Naya said to the general as his neck was placed in the next noose.
"I am no traitor,"
he said, head still down.
"I have always fought for my people, and I go to my goddess after a failed attempt at doing more of the—"
The wood beneath his feet creaked, broke, and collapsed, sending him falling after it. The rope round his neck drew taut. Someone in the crowd screamed, and the wooden scaffolding to which the rope was attached crumpled under Mirembe's and Otobong's weight. Mirembe's legs hit the ground and bent until she looked like she was kneeling. Otobong's side was higher up, and though he dangled, choking to death, his toes skittered across the ground, searching for some stable purchase to relieve the neck-breaking strain. The general's face grew dark and swollen. His eyes bulged, and he shook this way and that, spasming on the end of a rope too long to kill him and too short to let him save himself. The queen had her hand over her mouth, her fingers trembling like she was caught in the throes of a deadly fever. Naya was frozen, except for her head, which she shook back and forth in silent denial of the moment. The executioner scrambled around aboard the collapsing gallows, trying to bolster the post that held Otobong's and Mirembe's bodies, but he was not strong enough to lift it so that Otobong could die. Seeing that, Tao broke through the circle of Queen's guards, strode over to the suffering general, pulled free the black blade on his right hip, and with his left hand, he drove it through Otobong's straining heart. The general sighed and went limp. His torture ended. Tao pulled his sword free and walked back to his queen's side. The quiet crowd did not need the queen's guard to keep them back. They gave the champion more than enough room. We need to leave," the queen said to Tao. "We cannot. Her eyes were wet, and her hands were still shaking. Her mask was slipping, and Tao did not need to see all the layers to Naya's puzzle to know that the crowded city circle was not the place for that to happen. "Follow me, my queen," he said, walking toward the path leading to the Guardian Keep. She did not follow. She was rooted in place, and not knowing what else to do, Tao reached out to her, took one of her two cool hands in his own, and gently guided her to movement. "If it please you, Majesty," he said. She nodded and walked with him, Naya joining them immediately, and the Queen's guard shadowed them. The crowds parted, letting them through, but Tao saw reluctance on many of the noble faces around them. He saw a weighing on those faces as they considered the cost of stopping their queen in the circle. "Let's hurry," Tao said, moving faster, getting them to the exiting path and exhaling in relief as they arrived. "No," the queen said, taking her hand from his. "My queen?" "Not like this," she said, her back straightening and her mask sliding back into position, as if it had never moved at all. She turned back toward the circle and the crowds, and she called out to the women and men she ruled over. "Let it be known that we will retake Palm City, and that all traitors,
no matter their birth, will be given justice. This we promise you, for we are the goddess's voice on Umlaba, and our will shall be done."
The same silence from the crowd, 1,000 mouths and not a tongue among them.
"We go to begin our preparations to retake our capital. We go to meet with our general, who will lead us all to victory and a return to the goddess's grace. We go to Grand General Hadith Buhari to give him our orders, that he may relay them to you."
The queen gave the circle her back and walked out of it. As she went, the crowd found its voice, and Tao could see the nobles in it trying to confirm what they'd heard. Buhari? That was a lesser's name. The women and men closest to the path the queen had taken moved forward like a cresting wave. To discourage the crowd's advance, the queen's guard put their hands on their sword hilts.
"Stay back,"
shouted one of the queen's guard, hitting someone from the crowd with the hilt of his sword. The violence had the opposite of its intended effect, and the shouts and protests from the nearest nobles were deafening. Grimacing, but having had enough, Tao drew both his blades and stepped up beside the queen's guard.
"Let any who wish to discuss the queen's will bring their concerns to me,"
he shouted as loud as he could.
"Come forward, noble or lesser, so that we may have this talk."
There was still pushing and rumbling, but it came from those farther back. The women and men in the front came no closer.
"Did she name a lesser as Grand General?"
a woman asked Tao, eyeing his black swords.
"Hadith Buhari is Grand General,"
he told her.
"And who is he?"
another voice called out.
"The one chosen by your queen, and my sword brother,"
Tao answered.
"And your sword brother can take palm?"
a third noble asked. Tao sheathed his blades and let his eyes roam the crowd.
"If you knew Grand General Buhari as I do, you would not need to ask. Palm City was ours the moment Queen Siora placed him in command of her military. All that's left is that we go and take it."
In the sudden silence that followed, Tao turned on his heel and stalked out of the circle, praying that his belief in his friend hadn't doomed them all. Rest. Tao caught up to the queen and Naya in the guardian keep. The queen's guard, who had followed her when she left the circle, had fallen into a 2-columned marching line a respectful distance behind her, and as Tao made his way past the guards, he happened to catch one of their eyes. The guard, an Indlovu, gave him a tight nod.
"It was a mercy, champion."
"Ne?"
"The crowd may not have seen it that way, but they are not military. You stopped General Otobong's suffering, and it was mercy."
Tao watched the guard, unsure if the Indlovu's words were sincere. Choosing to treat them as if they were, he returned the man's tight nod and walked past, trying to catch up to the queen. He felt uneasy about having what he'd done called mercy. It had felt necessary, but Tao wasn't sure it'd been merciful.
"Need to know if it'll always be like this between you and the lesser."
Tao didn't need to guess which lesser Naya was talking about.
"He's our champion,"
the queen said. They were several strides ahead, their backs to him, as they walked through the keep's hallways, and Tao knew he should announce his presence.
"He's little more than a boy, and Mirembe called us a girl. Do you feel she was right as well? Siora, Naya, how can I keep you safe if you won't take my counsel? How can we lead if our counselors doubt our every decision? You let him make this decision." "No, it was the goddess's choice." "Don't do this. She brought him to us for a reason. Our faith is in her, always." "He does not speak for the goddess." "He does not, but she chose in that moment to speak through him." "Siora," Naya said, "the more we want something, the harder it is to separate our own desires from hers."
The queen stopped walking and turned to face her vizier.
"My queen,"
Naya said, dropping her head and eyes. Queen Siora opened her mouth. Tao saw her eyes slide toward him, and her head followed.
"Champion," she said, "you are here."
It was his turn to drop his head.
"I have just arrived."
"Of course you have.
she said, turning from them both and continuing to walk down the hall. Naya hurried after her, and Tao did the same, catching up to them in a few limping strides.
We heard the crowd questioning you as we left.
Yes, my queen.
What did you tell them?
The truth,
Tao lied.
I told them Palm City is as good as ours. Tao could feel Naya staring at him. He pretended she didn't exist.
Naya, Grand General Buhari will need time to recover, but we cannot wait long. You mentioned other potentials for the role of general. See to it that they are put in appropriate positions below our Grand General. It will be done, Your Majesty,
Naya said.
Also, send the rations master to the East Council chambers. We will meet with her to confirm that we have the necessary supplies for the march and siege of Palm City. If it please you, I'll meet with her,
Naya said.
You need rest. An army lives and dies on its supply lines. We may be little more than a girl, but we remember that much from our studies, and so we will be there for the meeting with the rations master. Queen Siora, you'll be useless to yourself and your people if you do not rest. When was the last time you slept?
We can go a little longer.
But you shouldn't.
The queen offered her vizier a tight smile that did not reach her eyes.
And how will we sleep? How when we see knives in every shadow?
She was scared, and Tao couldn't blame her.
You will be guarded,
Naya said.
Where are our handmaidens?
The shift from the queen's safety to her comfort threw Tao. Maybe he'd misread her intent, and she wasn't afraid.
They've yet to arrive, my queen,
said Naya.
We won't feel safe without them, and that means we won't get any rest, so we may as well work.
Naya looked down her nose at the young woman she was sworn to advise and protect.
Do you think to go without sleep until they arrive?
Crossing her arms and staring back at Naya, the queen was the picture of headstrong determination and youthful confidence, and seeing her like that gave Tao some small sense of what others might see when they looked at him. To the Indlovu, to the councils, and to all the nobles in positions of power, the queen and he were risky unknowns, lacking the experience, and in his case, the right, to hold the roles to which they laid claim. The queen and Tao were climbing a rock face without rope, and they were a single missed handhold from a fatal fall. Climbs like that were far too dangerous to make when tired.
The queen can rest safely,
Tao said.
I'll guard her door.
He was exhausted, but it was more important for her to sleep. She needed to be sword sharp. Her decisions would mean the difference between life and death for them all.
You will do no such— Thank you, champion, the queen said. That would help. Queen Siora, I must insist that— We thought you believed that we should rest.
Naya balked.
I do, but—
Naya's cheek was twitching, and the queen turned down a corridor that ended in stairs to the keep's second floor. Naya pointed to the queen's guard, indicating that they should follow the queen, and as she did, Tao noticed that Naya's mouth had joined her cheek in its twitching.
It's this way, champion Solaren, the queen said, leading him to her chambers.
Locks. The hallways on the second floor were tight, cramped, and windowless. The inelegant design surprised Tao until the queen's guard joined them. The Ndlovu couldn't stand two abreast, and that was the clue. The hallway to the queen's chambers was made for defense. Attackers would have to fight one by one, and if the defending swordsman was the stronger fighter, they could hold the passage until their heart gave out.
What is it?
The queen asked. Why didn't you stay here, Your Majesty? Behind them, the queen's guard spread out along the thin hallway, securing its length.
Stay here.
When Odili began the coup.
The queen pressed her lips together as her eyes moved up and to the left. She wasn't looking at anything in particular. She was remembering the night.
Days before his coup, Chairman Odili had scheduled an appointment with us in the sunroom. He pressed Naya, pushing her to give him time with us. We believed he would make a final argument for rejecting peace,
We intended to tell him that our decision was final. He made sure you were somewhere he could get to you." The Queen blinked, perhaps to chase away the memory. "He did," she said, rounding a corner and stepping out of sight of the guards lining the hallway. In front of Tao, 5 strides distant, the hallway ended at a small door. "The door. It's made from osonton wood," Tao said. Her hand was on the door's latch, but she was looking at him. They were of a height, he noted as she nodded at him. She didn't move, and Tao didn't know if there was something he should do or say, some ceremony or tradition he might be missing. He swallowed, and in the relative silence, he was certain she had heard him do it. "We shall go in now." Of course, my queen. I'm with you." She tilted her head at that, and Tao felt heat creep up the back of his neck. "I mean, I'll be out here for you. I'll be outside your door, guarding it. Guarding you, I mean." The edges of her mouth snuck upward, but she made the movement vanish, and he couldn't be sure if he was seeing things. "Thank you, champion," she said. "My queen." She stayed standing there, and Tao's scalp was itchy. He wanted to scratch, but didn't want to do it with her there. "We are going in," she said finally. "My queen." She manipulated the latch and pulled the door. It opened without a whisper, and Tao saw that the wood was as thick as he was. The door's hinges had to be powerfully and expertly built. That much osonton wood would weigh more than 2 greater nobles, and she'd moved it without effort. She stepped past the door, and again, she waited. We are going to close the door, and you will hear it lock." Yes, my queen." Tao didn't know what to say or where to look. She was being strange. Or maybe she wasn't, and this was how she behaved. He didn't know her well enough to be sure. "We trust you, champion. Take nothing from us locking it." "Of course, your majesty." Tao saluted. He had to do something. She pulled the door shut. Tao sighed in relief and scratched his head, and the door swung open again. Tao froze, hand still on his head. "Is it safer for you to guard us if we leave the door unlocked?" "My queen?" Tao said, lowering his hand. She brushed down the front of her dress, smoothing it. He didn't know why. It looked perfect. "That was a poor question," she said. "No, it's a good one," Tao said. "Are there windows inside?" "Windows? Could someone access your room other than through this door?" Windows. No. Do you need to see the room?" she asked. "See it? No. Not if there are no windows." "There are no other doors either." "Yes, that's good. I should have asked if there were other doors." "So we should lock it?" "This door? It's the only one," she said. "Yes, I think perhaps you should lock it." "We will, then. We are going to change and go to sleep." Tao didn't think he should salute that, so he stood there, doing nothing. Continue on, champion." That didn't help. He didn't have anything to do but stand there. She seemed to realize that, because she ducked behind the door and pulled it closed. A breath later, he heard the lock turn. "Sick. What was that about?" Tao muttered, scratching the rest of his scalp. His leg was hurting again, and he'd have loved to take some weight off it, but he didn't dare lean against the door. Goddess forbid the Queen hear him do it and come out again. Instead, he shuffled the 2 steps to the wall and leaned against it. He tried massaging his leg around the bandages. It didn't help. Tao grimaced as a stab of pain lanced through him. He couldn't imagine facing unending and unabated pain like this throughout his whole body. It'd drive him mad. It'd do that to anyone. The priestess, he thought, might have been right. Maybe he should have let her take the leg. He closed his eyes, rejecting the thought. The dragon blood could spread, if it must. He didn't need to withstand the pain for long, just long enough to put an end to Odili. Tao opened his eyes. Just that long, and he... In front of him, 5 strides away, and immediately shy of the hallway's corner, so out of sight of the guards, was a demon. The creature sat on its haunches, its legs bent wrong at the knees, like a horse's back legs. On its flat face were 3 lidless eyes arranged vertically over a snarling mouth brimming with dagger-sharp teeth. Tao pushed off the wall, swords all ready to hand, when a waft of air struck him from behind. Tearing his eyes away from the threat in front, he swung round, swords moving, and seeing her, he had to wrench both blades upward and away. Siora stepped back. She was wearing nothing but a thin nightdress of a shimmery, opaque material. She looked the demon. He whirled for the creature, swords back in position, and found there was nothing to fight. The thing was gone, and the hall was empty. Tao looked over his shoulder to the queen. "It's only us," she said, eyes bouncing between his face and weapons. Tao exhaled, still searching for the monster, but it was gone. Gone like it had never been. Shoulders slumping, he scabbarded his swords. First the stables, and now the hallway. The visions were getting worse. We should have knocked before opening the door, to warn you. The idea struck him as odd, her knocking to come out of her own room. "I'm sorry," he said. I'm not myself." "Too much has happened in too short a time. It's not possible to be as we were before," she said, excusing him with grace. Tao lowered his head, feeling shaken, doubting himself. "We could not sleep," she said. "We tried, but... Champion, will you come in?" his queen asked, stepping back into the room to make space for him as well. Grief. It was true. The room had no other doors and was windowless, but that couldn't take away from the rest of its splendor. The ceilings were twice Tao's height, and the walls had been painted a soft green, like new-grown grass kissed by rain. To his right, there was an ornate low table flanked by matching chairs, and the legs on all 3 pieces had been carved to look like they belonged to a dragon. Across the room, beyond the sitting area, was a larger furniture piece Tao couldn't identify. The wooden thing stood as tall as he was, and had 2 closed doors on its face, leaving its contents hidden to all but imagination. The other large piece of furniture was shorter and wider. It had shelves, and upon them lay more clothing than 6 women could need in 3 lifetimes. It was wasteful, he thought, looking away and toward the bed. The bed, at least, he could understand, even if it was an odd one. First, it was huge, both wider and longer than the one in which he and Zuri had... Tao tried to swallow, but his throat was dry. He turned away from the bed and the memories. "You see the room, but not those within it," the queen said. Her sleeping garb didn't leave him with many places that felt safe to look. So Tao kept his eyes on her face. "I've not seen much like it, my queen." "The room, you mean?" she asked. He nodded. "It's uncommon to you, so it holds your attention." Another nod. "Then your queen is already commonplace?" Commonplace? If Tao didn't know better, he'd think her annoyed. The annoyance, if he'd read it right, vanished behind that mask of hers. "You said you've not seen much like it, meaning you've been in rooms like this before?" "Not like this," he said, "but I'm reminded of the guest rooms in my Isikolo." "The Sodan?" "Yes, my queen." "But you trained there. It was your home. Why stay in the guest rooms?" "Stay? No, my queen. I didn't stay there. No less I could." It was her turn to be confused. "Then..." Joining his throat, Tao's mouth went dry. "I was in the rooms to see a friend." She tilted her head, waiting, and Tao cleared his throat. "I gifted Zuri Uba in the Isikolo's guest rooms when she rested there a night." her head untilted.
The gifted who... She blinked at him. You are close friends?
This was not a discussion Tao cared to have.
As you say.
Her expression didn't change, but there it was again. He'd swear it. Annoyance.
We do not want it to be as we say, she told him. We want it to be as it is. How would you name it?
How would I name it?
What I have now, Tao said.
I'd name it grief.
His voice broke on the last word, and he was done talking about this. She said nothing, neither did he, and the tension grew thick enough to touch.
We are sorry, she said finally. That was unkind. She paused. It is not right to pry into your...
Tao nodded and kept his head down, trying to keep the way he felt inside.
Your leg,
she said, the words bumping into each other in her rush to get them out.
It must hurt.
It all hurts.
Please, you must sit, she said,
drawing his attention to the chairs. Tao was supposed to be guarding her and didn't think guards were supposed to sit, but he was too weary to worry about decorum. He sat in the chair, its cushions feeling softer than clouds must, and kept his eyes on the floor as he heard her moving the sheets on the bed.
We are sorry for your loss, Champion Solarin.
Unwilling to trust his voice, he looked up. She was in the bed and under the covers, propped up by an army of pillows. She looked small, young, a bit uncertain. He wanted to ask her why he was there in her room. More, he wanted to ask her why she felt she could lead them all to a better future, and what in the goddess's name she thought that future would look like. He didn't. He was there to guard her, not damn her.
We want our people to have their proper place, she said,
the words startling him with how closely they matched his thoughts.
We want to undo the mistakes that were made.
Perhaps she could do with a little damning.
Mistakes?
He asked.
Our treatment of the lessers, our treatment of the Zidin, it's not what the goddess wants, and we barely survive because we do not live as we are meant to.
No.
No.
And you'll save us?
He asked. She had a way with her eyes, a way of looking at and into him. He didn't like it.
We'll save each other, she said.
He grunted as politely as he knew how.
The queens before us, they didn't listen.
To their counselors?
She shook her head.
To their goddess.
This talk always made Tao uncomfortable, and he'd begun to regret asking.
Without truly listening, we almost took the wrong path, she said. But the coup, the broken peace, and even the change in the lessers, because of what they see in you, all are part of bigger things that will lead to a better world.
There couldn't be a better world without the people he'd lost, he wanted to tell her.
You really believe that?
He asked instead. His question seemed to surprise her. Too much for her mask to hide.
Yes, she said. The world is broken, and we must fix it.
For who, my queen? For nobles? For lessers?
She lowered her voice, but kept it steady, as if telling a dangerous secret.
We are more alike than we are different, she said.
What? Tao asked.
Those had been Jayad's words. We are here to make things right, she said.
He began to shake his head, realized how that would look, and held his head still. He believed she meant the things she said, but that didn't count for much. How long had things been as they were? Could a queen, a royal noble, be the one to change them? And what was a better world without his father, or Zuri, or Jayed, or his sword brothers who had gone to the goddess? Too much had been lost, and that hurt most of all. Yet Tao couldn't help but see the hopes of those he'd lost in this strange queen. She had strength, courage, and passion, and possible or impossible, he wasn't so callous as to let her chase the fantasy of a better world alone. He couldn't do that to the brave young queen, and he told her so.
You should rest,
he said.
So long as I am champion, I swear I'll keep you safe.
And if there comes a day when I can't, I'll have men like me guard you in my stead." He thought the words would comfort her, help her sleep. He even meant them. He'd see her through the siege of Palm. He could do that, and thought that saying so would ease her worries. He'd forgotten that he was speaking to a monarch at war. "Men like you, Champion Solaren?" Queen Siora asked, sitting up. "Can that be?" Tao held his tongue, considering what could come from the truth. And then, with the love he held for his father, Zuri, and Jayed close to heart, he decided to trust the queen and her hopes for a better world. He decided that, if her side was the one he was fighting for, they would smash all who opposed them. "It can be done," he said. She leaned forward, her mask of neutrality gone. "How?" Chapter 5. Whole. "I have died more times than the days I've lived," Tao told the queen. "At the Isikolo, I learned that." He wanted to make it palatable for her. "The goddess told me to go to Isiogo to find my true strength, and in the underworld's mists, I waited for the demons to come, and I fought them." She leaned in. "The demons cannot be killed, or in the end I am unable to kill them, but either way, I can return to Isiogo time and time again, doing battle and learning all the ways a man, demon, or any being can seek to harm another. In this way, with time flowing differently in the mists, I could train harder and longer than any man living." The queen had a handful of bedding gripped in one hand. "The goddess, she sent you to us to be this." Tao said nothing. "Tell us more," the queen said. "Isiogo takes your spirit, but not your body, and the time you spend there will not make your arms or legs stronger here." Tao nodded. "It was my training at the Isikolo that honed my body, but the real difference isn't in my body, it's in my mind." Her eyebrows pinched together. "Your mind?" "My head is filled with violence. Its patterns, its flow, the essence of it. And when I'm fighting," Tao could feel his blood race as he spoke of it, "I can sense the way things will or should be. It's like I can remember the words yet to be sung in a familiar song." The queen searched his face. "The goddess shows you the future?" "No, I've lived so much violence, it's become part of who I am," he said. "I can see its possibilities and their likelihood." He tried to be more clear. "Imagine you threw a stone to me. A stone. It has not yet landed and still has a distance to travel, but I can go to where it will be and snatch it out of the air, because with enough practice throwing and catching, I know what path the stone must take." "Is there pain?" she asked. He knew what she meant. "To do this is to suffer, my queen." "Does the pain diminish? Do you grow inured?" "No." "Then what could possibly make doing what you do worth it?" Tao took his time, thinking about the answer. "There must be consequences," he said. "Evil must be punished, or it will continue undeterred until it consumes all that is good." The queen wasn't convinced. "You do this as a holy mission to fight evil?" Tao let his eyes roam the room, wondering what to say and how much of his truth to give her. "Abasi Odili murdered my father just to make a point," he said. He did it with ease, because the life he was ending was not, to him, equally human. The nobles think that we are born feeling less, loving less, worth less, but they are wrong, and I'm going to show them that." "You'll punish them?" "Him, I will," Tao said, his heart hammering as he told her what he wanted. "I'm going to break him in front of a crowd of nobles. I'm going to strip him of his dignity and his humanity,
because I want everyone to see how easy and vile it is to make a person seem less than fully human.
You'll expose evil by doing evil?
No,
Tao said.
I'll reclaim my humanity by destroying a man who would otherwise deny it. You can't talk people into giving up their hold over you. You have to make them do it.
Tao. It was unsettling to hear his name unadorned from her mouth. Aren't you simply justifying the right to do harm? And who but those who have succumbed to evil can believe they have that right?
She was turning his words around. You promised me Odili, he said.
And we keep our promises, champion.
As do I. You have my loyalty, he told her, wishing the truth didn't sound so much like a marketplace barter. She gave him a look that might have been pity, but it vanished from her face before he could be sure.
Allow us to ask our earlier question another way, she said. How can you stand it? The fighting, the deaths, the horrors. How can you stay whole?
The question cut too close to the spine, and Tao focused on her face, afraid to let his eyes wander. Afraid of the demons he might see if they did. I'm not sure.
We may know, she said. It is the goddess who keeps you whole, and you need to honor her faith in you. You say the nobles want to make you smaller than you are, but in thinking only of revenge, you are also doing it to yourself. Tao Solarin, you are not here to kill one man,
Siora said.
Ananthi isn't keeping you whole for that.
Perhaps, Tao said, hoping to end the conversation.
Tell me,
the queen said, allowing the topic to shift.
You think you can take others to Isiogo to do as you have done?
I do, Tao said, remembering the old drudge whom he'd been unable to save from Otobong's sword. If Tao had more men with his training, then fewer innocents would die, more battles could be won, and together they could make a difference to the world in a way that he could not on his own.
Won't they break?
Siora asked. Not if I choose the right men.
Did the goddess speak their names?
Remaining silent while people talked nonsense about the goddess was one thing. Outright lying about her speaking names to him was another, and Tao wasn't about to do that. I believe I know who to choose, he said.
Do you hear her voice?
Biting the inside of his cheek, he shook his head.
Then we cannot allow other men to do this.
My queen,
the risk is too great. Without her guidance, you could give this power to those unworthy of it. You'd create a group of Ingonyama killers. Imagine what would happen if these men turned away from our cause.
My sword brothers can be trusted.
She shook her head. If they understand the power you offer them, and they are not worthy, you will have released more evil on the world than you could ever punish. The goddess keeps you whole, Tao Solarin, and even so, there is still a terrible struggle in you. Swear to us that you will not reveal this path to anyone.
Queen Siora,
swear it.
Tao couldn't untangle his emotions fast enough to know if he was frustrated or relieved at the sudden turn. Regardless, the choice had been taken from him.
I swear, he said.
She leaned toward him, her voice so soft he had trouble hearing her.
You are enough.
Not for Aaron, he hadn't been, or Oyibo, or Jayed, or...
You are enough, she said.
Zuri. His eyes burned and began to water. He wanted to turn away, but couldn't because he was sure he'd see nothing but his demons.
Tao, she said,
and the goddess wept. The emotion she put into saying his name felt real and warm and kind.
You are enough.
His eyes stung, and he lowered his head to wipe at them, thankful that Siora was perceptive enough to let him sit in silence a while. Then, after a time, she spoke.
We are sorry for all you've lost, she said.
Head still down, Tao nodded in thanks.
"We are glad you're here," she said, moving on the bed to lie down. Tao raised his head, and even from across the room he could see her muscles relax. She'd become at ease in his presence. Their talk, what he'd revealed, and her interpretation of it had done that. She truly believed the goddess had brought him to her. The queen closed her eyes, her breathing slowed, and before long she was asleep. The peace her devotion brought her made Tao wonder if he should take his prayers more seriously. The thought brought a small and sorrowful smile to his face. Prayers wouldn't bring him what he needed. Closing his own eyes, Tao let his spirit spin loose. He'd been gone for far too long. He'd been gone long enough for it to feel as if the demons were seeking him out instead of the other way around. He died 13 times, each worse than the last, and every ending was excruciating. He could usually manage more before becoming hesitant, and he blamed the long night and longer day for his reluctance to keep fighting. But before they could truly sway him, Tao pushed away his fears and closed his eyes. The fights that must be won come when they will, without care or concern for how tired, injured, or distracted a warrior might be. Tao knew that. He knew that the difference between the ones who stood and the ones who fell was that the truly triumphant taught themselves to meet all their fights, regardless of circumstance, in spite of the odds, and in defiance of fear. So, he let his spirit fly free when, half in reality away, he heard the latch on the queen's door click. Mind and body protesting the rough treatment, Tao wrenched himself back to Umlaba and leapt to his feet, swords drawn, to stand face to face with the queen's vizier. Loyal. Strangling a yelp, Naya jumped back, hitting her back against the half-open door she'd just walked through. Tao sheathed his swords. "Vizier," he said, bowing so she wouldn't see his embarrassment and thinking that he needed to stop pointing blades at his allies. "Give Elessa a sword, and before long he'll cut off his own manhood," Naya said, rubbing her back with one hand as she closed the door with the other. "Why are you in here?" The queen asked. Asked? What did she ask? Tao straightened to his full height, but kept his voice low. "I believe that's between me and the queen," he said, annoyed that he wasn't tall enough to look down at the vizier, and feeling his face grow hot the moment the words left his mouth. "How dare you even suggest—" she spluttered. "Who do you think you are? You—" "This is not how we'd wished to wake," the queen said, sitting up, stretching, and causing the arms of her nightdress to slip from her wrists to her elbows. Tao looked away and stared at the floor, his face growing twice as hot when he realized the queen had probably heard him. Schooling her features, Naya bowed at the neck. "My queen, how long were we asleep? It can't be the next day. Is it even evening?" "Apologies," Naya said. "The sun still shines, and if there was any way I could ensure that you'd be left alone in this room for a few more spans—" Naya's eyes slipped to Tao, and he could feel the sharp bronze in her look. "I would have done so, but this news cannot wait." Tao risked a glance at the queen. Thankfully, her sleeves had fallen back around her wrists. But after seeing her face, it wasn't finding a safe place to look that worried him. Siora was exhausted, and Naya had come here to burden her further. "The queen needs rest, vizier," he said. Tao wasn't afraid of Naya, but she shot him a look that made him swallow. "I have served Queen Siora since she was a child. I have been by her side through more than you will ever—" "Naya," the queen said. Tao could see that saving Naya's daughter might have softened the vizier's view of him, but that simply meant that, in her mind, he'd gone from being an inyoka to being an imbecile. He might be less dangerous, but he was still a creature with no proper place in polite company. Naya turned her back to him, as if the quarter turn could erase his existence from the world, and spoke to the queen. "There's been an edification from the front lines. It's General Bisi." "Were we too late?" the queen asked. "Did Mirembe and Otobong get word to Bisi?" Her eyes widened. "Is he marching for us?"
It wasn't them, Naya said, and he's not marching yet. What then? It's Odili.
Tao's jaw clenched at the name.
We see,
the queen said, pulling the covers away and tossing her legs over the side of the bed.
Assemble the Guardian Champion. Will you gather those loyal to our efforts? It seems even an afternoon's rest is too long to spare before we must fight our next battles.
Tao saluted.
Vizier, please remain. Tell us what has happened as you help us dress. My queen, Naya said, we will meet again in the stables in half a sunspan. The stables? Naya asked. Siora nodded. Yes, there's something we need to do.
Opportunity. With no time to rest, a military meeting to attend in half a span, and feeling ill-equipped for the duty he'd been set, Tao went to the infirmary. Hadith was the Queen's Grand General, and Tao prayed he was awake. Perhaps it was cruel to need his sword brother less than a day after he'd been wounded, but Tao had no idea whom to gather, and he figured that Hadith could at least give him a few names to call on. The closer he got to the infirmary, the more guilt he felt. He hadn't come to see Jabari in days. It was hard to be in his old friend's presence, when the entire time he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd failed him.
Champion!
The two Ihashi standing guard at the infirmary's doors snapped to attention when they saw him, their salutes crisp, proud. Resisting the urge to look behind him to see if they were saluting someone else, Tao nodded to the two full-bloods, both older than him, and marched up to the door. The Ihashi on his left opened it for him, and Tao walked into the sand-colored space. The infirmary had beds lining the walls on either side of its slim width, with a series of lancet windows running along the left that looked out onto a shaded terrace. The first time he'd been in the infirmary, seeing to Jabari, he'd been confused by the build. The infirmary was a permanent structure designed to look like one of the tents the Ihashi and Indlovu used in the Queen's melee. Tao had mentioned that to Hadith, and Hadith had explained that all infirmaries looked that way. For cycles after the Omehi had first landed on Zidda, they'd lived in tent camps as they struggled to survive and build. In the fighting that filled those early times, the medicinal order had saved and lost lives in those tents, and either hoping to honor those desperate times, or simply because they could no longer picture it any other way, the Sa had given their permanent infirmaries the same shape as those tents. The way things were becomes the way things are, Tao thought, and then he saw Hadith. His sword brother was lying on a bed beneath one of the windows. His eyes were closed, and his face was tight, as if even at rest it hurt him to breathe. Sitting on a chair beside Hadith's bed was Udwak. Udwak and Hadith had their arms clasped, wrist to wrist, and Udwak's head hung to his chest. The big man was asleep, and Tao knew he hadn't moved since being allowed by Hadith's side. "Brother," Tao said, laying a hand on the big man's shoulders. Udwak opened his eyes and raised his head.
"Umka."
"What?"
"You look like Umka,"
he said. "You think you look better?" Udwak gave Tao a small smile and turned back to Hadith. "I need to speak with him," Tao said.
"When he wakes."
"I need his advice."
"When he wakes."
"Yes, well, I'm awake now, aren't I?" Hadith said, scrunching his face as he moved a hand to touch at the bandages around his chest. "What did you think you were doing, Hadith?" Tao asked. "When? You know when." "When I fought the enraged Zidian, I was thinking that our Ingonyama was losing, and that he'd die if I didn't help." "He did die." "I know, but I tried to stop it." "Foolish, to fight an enraged." "I don't think you ever get to use that word when talking about someone else," Hadith said, earning a grunt from Udwak. Tao opened and closed his mouth, nothing coming at first. "I know how I can seem, and I'm trying—" "Can't say I didn't learn from the best," Hadith said. "You almost got yourself killed," Tao told him. "Almost? You won't be able to fight again." Hadith started to shrug, grimaced, and ended the shrug halfway. "Didn't particularly care for all the sword swinging. Waste of my talents, really." The words were bold, but Tao saw through them.
"I'm sorry," he said. "Don't be." "I am. It's fine. I'm Governor Cast, and I'm sure that, given the last few days, the Queen has 1 or 2 gaps in her bureaucratic administration." Tao could feel the venom in Hadith's words and sought to draw some poison free.
"No one's told you yet."
"Told me what?"
Hadith asked. "The Queen has a position in mind for you."
"Brave of her,"
Hadith said.
"I might not have survived the night."
Tao shrugged. "The priestess says it's a miracle that you took as little damage as you did. Except for the long thing." Hadith was watching Tao from the side of his eyes.
"Except for that."
"He needs to rest," Udwak said.
"What does she want from me, our queen?"
Hadith asked.
"Rest," Udwak said.
"She made you her Grand General."
Without thinking, Hadith tried to sit up, and Tao could tell exactly when the pain hit him. "Sweet goddess, that hurts,"
Hadith groaned.
"Did you say Grand General?"
Tao nodded. "She declared it in front of most of Citadel City."
Hadith tried to laugh. "Hurts to laugh too," he said.
"Grand General?"
Udwak asked.
"Tell her he can't."
"Me?" Tao asked.
"Your champion,"
Udwak said. "You can't be serious," Hadith said. "Does she want another coup? I'm El Lesser, and the rebellion she hopes to quell is split across caste lines. Making me the leader of her military can only widen the gap she has to bridge. Why in Ananti's love and Ukufa's hate would she—" Hadith tried to sit up again. "Tao!"
Tao raised his hands, palms out.
"She asked my advice." "No, she didn't," Hadith said, his eyes flitting back and forth. He was thinking. "She asked you to do it."
"Nah," was the best Tao could manage.
"Don't near me. She asked you to do it, and you told her that I would be better."
"Tao,"
Udwak growled. "Well, it's the truth," Tao said.
"Nseku,"
Udwak said.
"What's done is done, and I'll stand by the rightness of it," Tao said. "Within a season of me being Grand General, we'd all be dead."
"I'm a lesser Tao," Hadith said.
"So am I, and you keep saying that we can't let the name they call us be the total of what we are. You keep telling me that things must change, and I know change is hard, but this is an opportunity to do it. Do you think to turn away just because it won't be easy? Are your ideals, your principles, only held when they don't inconvenience you? Can't you see that enough? No, I'm right in this, and enough, Tao. Once you've won an argument, the most valuable thing you can do is shut your mouth and take the win." "The win?"
"It's dangerous, even foolish. But you're right. There's a chance here to make a change. And what kind of person would I be if I didn't take it?"
"A living person," Udwak said.
"Not many of us will live through this anyway," Hadith said. "This way. At least we have some say in how our lives are spent."
Udwak lifted his hand and arm out of Hadith's.
"Udwak,"
Hadith said. "What kind of life?" the big man said, looking around. Hadith reached for and took Udwak's hand.
"One we'll make the best of."
"The Queen is calling her advisors," Tao said, guiding his sword brothers back to the current path. "Something happened with Odili and a general named Bisi from the front lines."
"Bisi? He leads one of our military rages. He's also our most decorated war hero," Hadith said.
"As you say."
"You don't know who he is, do you, Tao?"
Tao crossed his arms.
What were you doing at the Ihashi Isikolo if you don't even know—"
"You know what I was doing," Tao said. Hadith blinked slowly at him.
"You're right. I do."
"The Queen needs counselors, war counselors, and I'm to help assemble them. Well, you're her Grand General. Who do I bring?"
"Me,"
Hadith said, waving with his free hand at Tao, asking him to help him up.
"No,"
Udwak said.
"Help me, both of you."
"No," Udwak said.
You need rest.
I'll rest when I'm dead. Help me. That's an order.
Order?
From your Grand General.
Udwak laughed.
I'll call the priestess. She won't let you leave.
This wasn't Tao's plan, and with Hadith so soon out of surgery, he didn't want to rip up any of the work the priestess had done to hold his sword brother together.
Hadith, can't you just tell me who to bring or what to say?
Do you know what's happened with Bisi and Odili?
Tao shook his head.
Then let's go find out.
Hadith waved at Tao again.
Hurry. This will hurt, and we need to go before I lose my nerve.
I'm calling the priestess,
Udwak said, standing.
Priestess Hafsa Ekene seems to enjoy telling the same stories,
Hadith said to Udwak.
Like Tao, she also told me how lucky I was in the way the spear cut through me. If I have her words right, she called it the goddess's own miracle, and said she expected me to be able to rise from this bed today. Well, I'm ready to do some rising.
Udwak stared at Hadith without a word.
Goddess wept. Just help me,
Hadith said.
Stupid,
Udwak said.
It's mostly worked for Tao,
Hadith said.
What did you say?
Asked Tao.
You heard,
Hadith said, waving Tao over to help him. Shrugging, Tao walked to Hadith's far side to assist.
Udwak,
Hadith said.
Help me, please.
Grumbling, Udwak moved to help. Hadith smiled, but Tao could tell he was steeling himself for the pain.
Good,
Hadith said.
Let's find out what Odili has done now, and how we can stop him.
Coals. With Tao limping and Hadith near immobile, it took all the time they had remaining to get to the stables. If anything, Tao had to caution Hadith time and again not to push himself. His sword brother, leaning on a crouched Udwak on one side and Tao on the other, remained stoic, even offering up the occasional joke. The humor, however, wasn't enough to hide the way he tensed and held his breath with every step.
Can't you bend lower?
Hadith asked Udwak.
Want me to crawl?
Tao,
I'm walking on my toes.
Feels like I'm caught between a mountain and an anthill,
Hadith grumbled as he nodded to Kellen, who was marching over at full speed.
Grand General Buhari,
Kellen said, saluting.
I came as soon as I received word you needed me.
Kellen's obsequiousness set Tao's teeth on edge. Hadith hadn't yet been a general for a full day, and Kellen was already treating the change as if it had occurred a dozen cycles ago.
There's a council meeting, my first as the Queen's Grand General. I wanted you with us,
Hadith said. Kellen's chin lifted, and Tao could tell that with nothing more than a few words, Hadith had earned a deeper loyalty from the greater noble. Tao watched his friend, trying to determine if Hadith meant the trust behind the words, or if the words' purpose had been to make it seem as if he'd meant the trust. It didn't take long for him to realize he couldn't tell.
We are meeting in the stables?
Kellen asked, glancing at the adobe and wood-walled building behind them. In answer, Tao walked to the stable doors and reached for them. Before his hand could grasp the door's handle, he heard footsteps within and stepped back.
There's someone inside,
he said, hoping to sound normal and not as if he had any worries that it might be one of Isiogo's demons come to torment him. The leftmost stable door creaked open, and out into the sunlight came Naya and Thandi. Seeing the four men, the vizier's eyes narrowed.
I can name several accomplished military leaders who still stand within this city's walls. I can name them, but I do not see them here with you. Vizier Naya, Hadith said, I came myself. I am new to my role, but if my counsel is needed to help set our direction, I prefer to come to an understanding with as small a group as possible. Well, you've brought one noble with you, though I have doubts he's old enough to shave, she said. Do you fear more experienced leaders might undermine your authority? She asked. If that's the reason for the presence of the men before me, I wonder if your authority might not need some undermining. The Indlovu you've excluded have fought battles and led warriors when you were still sitting on your father's shoulders.
With respect,
you're wrong. Hadith said. Am I? I did not know my father, and never sat on his shoulders.
Udwak stifled a snort.
Ah, yes. Let's make light of our situation,
Naya said.
Nothing is serious until you watch everyone you love put to the sword because you valued your pride and humor over their safety.
You misjudge me, Hadith said. I value nothing more than the safety and lives of the people I love. It is because I value them that I do not invite more greater nobles to my first meeting with the Queen. They will seek argument with me, not because of my ideas, but because of my person. Naya waved away his objection.
If your ideas hold merit, they'll win out in spite of your person.
Yes, that's the lie everyone unaffected by hidden hardships believes.
Hadith Buhari, you expect me to believe were you to present plans that would save us all, the nobles would reject them?
Vizier Naya, I think the world is too complex for most things to be purely right or wrong. Given that, the way words, actions, or even intent is viewed depends on who is doing the viewing and on who is being viewed.
She chuckled. Is this why you think you can't achieve all you want? You think that just because you're a lesser and they're noble, they'd kneel on glowing coals for no better reason than to prove you wrong if you said the fire was still hot? Come now.
You're right. They wouldn't do that, Hadith said. They'd have me walk across the coals with them as equals, me in my bare feet, and them in leather boots.
Naya sucked her teeth. If you regard nobles with such distrust, you'll see even the ones reaching down to lift you up as nothing more than hands trying to push you down.
I presume the Queen is already inside? Hadith asked.
That's it? Nothing more to say?
Not to those who can't hear, Hadith said, taking a step forward and getting Udwak and Tao to help him on. Naya was annoyed, but she also seemed done with the discussion.
Wait, I need to speak with the champion, she said.
Still holding Hadith, Tao looked over his shoulder at her.
Alone, she said.
Kellan, will you help me inside? Hadith asked.
Of course, General,
Kellan said, moving to take Tao's place.
Thank the goddess,
said Hadith when Kellan replaced Tao.
If I had to take 2 more angled steps, I swear I would have been hunched to one side forever.
The 3 men walked into the stables, and Thandi followed them, closing the stable door behind her. When they were alone, Tao turned to Naya.
Vizier.
I'm grateful. I want you to know that. You saved my daughter. You saved me. I am grateful.
Tao inclined his head.
But my gratitude cannot offer you favor in matters that hurt the queendom.
I do not follow.
A champion is required to fulfill their martial duties, she said. That is the only duty they must fulfill.
Tao frowned. I think I know what you're suggesting, and I'm insulted by it. Naya moved closer to him and lowered her voice, ensuring her words wouldn't carry to any inside the stable.
It hasn't been easy for her.
Nor for any of us, Tao said.
Oh, enough of that. Can't you leash your lesser's self-pity for even a moment?
Tao choked back the choice words he wanted to throw in her face. What do you want? He asked instead.
Don't use her. She won't be able to take it.
Use her? Are you mad?
She's strong, but so much is asked of her, and there's only so much any of us can take before we crack, before we break.
Why tell me? Her nobles resist her rule. She's disconnected from the lives of her lessers, and she must win back a capital without the fighters to do it. Why do I rate in the list of obstacles to be overcome?
Because I know her strengths as well as her weaknesses, and because you don't know her anywhere near as well as I do.
And I have no intention of doing so, Vizier.
Liar.
What did you call me?
A liar. She's told you that she thinks you're a gift from the goddess, hasn't she?
Tao clenched his jaw.
Yes, I see she has. Don't think to use her faith to bind or bend her will. It won't go well for you."
That was a step too far, and Tao gave himself over to the man he was in the underworld. He locked eyes with the vizier and spoke with the same intensity with which he fought.
"Are you threatening me, vizier?"
She stepped back.
"I will protect my queen."
"Is that what you think you're doing now?"
"She worships Queen Tefa and Champion Siori. You can tell that, can't you? She reveres the Dragon Queen's courage and idolizes the love that existed between her and Siori. She sees them as a model to be followed. You're not too foolish to see that, are you?"
Tao said nothing, and Naya nodded, as if he'd admitted guilt in a hanging offense.
Queen Siora has been isolated her whole life. Every decision has been made for her, guiding her to these moments. And now, finally, she's come to power. And finally, she can make choices for herself. She's a good woman, and she'll prove to be a great queen. She will, because we've spent every day of her life getting her ready for what we knew was coming.
"Vizier, I'll help her win the fights to come, but
we didn't know you were coming."
"What?"
"A lesser who fights like the goddess herself blessed him. A man who resurrects the legend of Champion Siori in a new image. We didn't expect you, Tao Solaren."
"I'm no Siori."
"No, you're not. And that's all I'm asking you to remember,"
Naya said, walking away from him and into the stables.
"Are all gifted and nobles insane?"
Tao asked under his breath, following her. He wasn't a step past the doors when Kellen came over and placed a hand on his shoulder.
"The vizier warns you away from the queen?"
"It seems I have my answer," Tao said to himself.
"Beg pardon?"
"Nothing, Kellen, nothing."
"You are the queen's chosen champion,"
Kellen said.
"Out of everyone, she chose you, and that means she wants you to defend her queendom, as well as be her—"
Tao put his hands up, palms out. "Kellan, listen to me. The queen chose me because she wanted me to fight. That's where I can give my all, and it's the only place I can. There's nothing else in me worth giving or taking." Kellan squeezed his shoulder. It was meant to be comforting, but Tao had to hold himself back from shrugging Kellan's hand away.
"Champion Solaren,"
Kellen said,
"don't give in to the lie that you honor the dead or gifted Zuri Uba by closing your heart forever. Grief, anger, they'll hold you for a time. They must. But if you let them root and fester, they'll become a hate that will consume you."
Kellen patted him on the shoulder again, opened the doors wider, and walked into the stables to join the others as Tao seriously considered turning around and going to get some badly needed sleep.
"Champion Solaren,"
the queen called from across the stables.
"Will you join us? We have something for you."
Fury. Feeling suspicious, Tao made his way to Siora and the others. The queen, dressed in an ocean blue something that looked like a cross between a gifted's robes on top and an Ihashi's pants below her waist, was brushing down the enormous horse Mirembe had stolen. It was the same animal that had smashed Tao's demon to ash. Though, in the time since, Tao had come to wonder if the memory was a true or false one.
"Where are they now?"
Tao heard Siora ask Naya.
"Riding hard for us,"
Naya told her.
"Don't worry about the handmaidens, my queen. They can take care of themselves."
The queen's hand, the one holding the brush she was using on the horse, hung in midair. She did not appear reassured.
"Are they pursued?"
Naya shook her head.
Lelise did not think so.
Tao wondered at handmaidens who could ride and who could create so much worry in the queen.
"Then the goddess watches over them,"
the queen said, turning to Tao and gracing him with a smile.
"Champion,"
she said. Like Hadith, she had a gift with people. Tao couldn't deny that, but he also had no interest in playing the obsequious Kellen to her Hadith. Queen Siora had promised him more than smiles and sweet words for his loyalty. "We lost our father to the war when we were young," she said, the conversation's sudden weight putting Tao off balance. At the time, it felt like his pious ashes hadn't even had the chance to cool before our mother's sickness returned her to the goddess. The queen's smile fell away. There were days we didn't think we could keep going. There were nights we thought it better if we didn't. The vizier had looked away, as if she had no desire to remember or share in the queen's recalled pain. Naya helped us through that time with her care and compassion. She could see the thread holding us to this life unraveling, and she gave us something to keep that thread strong. Aimed at Naya, the queen's smile returned. The vizier met her queen's smile with one of her own, and for once, Tao had no doubts about intent. The two women cared for each other. Naya told me that life, like love, is meant to be shared, and that we are least linked to our own selves when we have no one with whom to share what we are. None of us are meant to go through this life alone. The queen continued brushing the warhorse. When our mother died, Naya brought us to the royal stables in Palm City, and we walked its length, stopping at the last stall. Inside was a tiny foal, newborn. "Foal?" Tao asked. The queen's eyes crinkled at their corners. "A baby horse." "I see." Naya opened the stall door, and we went inside. We sat with the foal until we were exhausted and hungry. We asked Naya if we could come back on the morrow, and she told us that we'd better, since the foal had lost its mother, and was now ours to raise and shelter. We thought less about leaving this life after that. Tao began to worry about where this was going. "This is Fury," she said, patting the side of the coal-black horse. "It has a name?" "She does, yes."
"Fury."
"Fury."
Does she live up to it?"
"You'll have to find out for yourself." Tao's stomach dropped.
"My queen?"
"Fury is yours." His first thought, though it shamed him, was that he could trade the animal for enough rations to feed himself, his mother, his sister, and his mother's husband for the rest of their lives and the lives of all their children. But he was no longer Tao Tafari, the boy who needed to worry if he'd have enough to eat. For good or ill, that boy was gone.
"My queen, the gift is too great, and I am not worthy,"
Tao said.
"I have some sense of how rare these animals are, and I have no knowledge of them or their care. I don't even know how to ride."
That smile from her again. "We will teach you," she said. Tao shot a look at Hadith. His sword brother, allowed to sit on a straw bale due to his injury, mouthed the words, "Thank you."
"Thank you,"
Tao said to the queen. "It pleases us to do this, Champion Solarin," she said. Then, turning to the rest of the women and men gathered before her, she sighed. "Now, gift granted, we must deal with less pleasant tasks." Tao missed most of that. He was eyeing Fury, hoping the thing could continue to be housed in the stables, wondering what it ate, and worrying over how much it had hurt to ride a horse the one time he'd done it. It could be, he thought, that most of the pain had been because of his injured leg, but that didn't account for why his ass and back were still so sore. Shaking his head, Tao surrendered the issue of the horse to another day and brought his attention back to the queen. "Naya will go over the rest," the queen said. Bowing her head, Naya spoke. "The Omehi have been split, and the traditional ruling structure benefits the traitors. They sit in our capital city with the support of almost all the royal nobles, and we, a small group lacking experience and any authority but that which flows from our queen, hold council in relative exile. With every day that passes, the loyalty of the nobles and lessers who still call Queen Siora their monarch will weaken." "You want to move quickly," Hadith said. "It's not a want, it's a necessity. Naya said. Odili asked General Bisi to leave the front lines and march to Princess Essie's defense in Palm City. The Queen's face was stern. This is a mistake we made. We should have requested the General's aid before Odili had the chance. To ask it now would give Bisi the chance to choose which command to follow. It would give him the chance to announce to all Omehi which side he views as the legitimate one, without appearing partisan. He'd simply be following orders. Never having had much patience for political maneuvering, Tao watched the faces of those around him. Of the Queen, Naya, Gifted Thandi, Hadith, Kellen, and Udwak, the oldest among them was the vizier. And out of the 7 of them, 3 were lessers, with one of those lessers being their Grand General. The Queen's hopes rested on the shoulders of a group comprised primarily of the inexperienced and the young, brought together by circumstance and plotting to retake a queendom from a stable. Just once, Tao thought, he'd like to know what it was like to be on the side that wasn't being dragged to slaughter. Earlier today, we received Bisi's response, Naya said. He sent the same edification to Citadel City and Palm, letting both Queen Siora and Guardian Counselor Abasi Odili know that he cannot leave the front lines because he must defend the paths into the peninsula.
So, he'll wait for us to spend our might on one another before marching in to pick up the pieces?
Tao asked, thinking he needed to say something to show he was listening.
Respectfully, champion, I don't believe so,
Kellen said.
General Bisi is a true soldier. He'll do what he believes is right to secure the future of our people.
Yes, but what will that be? Asked Hadith. We cannot know, the Queen said. Perhaps we need not know. If the General comes to neither our nor Odili's aid, we have a chance to finish this without bringing the larger might of the military into the conflict. It will be a single battle instead of a true civil war. You still mean to attack Palm City? Hadith said. The Queen nodded. My Queen, we don't have the soldiers to win that fight, Hadith said. We'll call upon the fiefs to honor their allegiance to us, the Queen said. We'll ask them to send their Ihagu, and we'll commandeer the remaining Ihashi from the northern and southern Isikolo. With those forces, as well as the ones in this city, we can take Palm City and free our sister. Hadith bowed his head to the Queen. If we can gather these forces, we'd have enough to defeat Odili in open combat, but it's still not enough to successfully siege the capital. The vizier looked to the Queen, as if asking for permission. Siora nodded, granting it. There is another way, Naya said. What was told to Mirembe and Otobong in the council chambers was true. We have agents inside Palm's walls who are loyal to Queen Siora. How can you be so sure they've remained loyal? Hadith asked. Naya looked very much like she'd have preferred not to say, her mouth twitching before she managed to get the words out. There is a group among the gifted who are specifically chosen for their loyalty to the Queen and the greater cause of the goddess. We call them the Shadow Council, and they have existed in one form or another since the time of Queen Tefa.
Shadow Council?
Asked Hadith. Created by whom and for what purpose? This is royal noble business and not something discussed beyond their circles. But Queen Tefa's rule ended when the royals determined that her aims ran counter to theirs, Naya said. Like us, Queen Tefa was betrayed, Siora said. But the goddess told her what was to come, and in preparation, the Queen formed the Shadow Council. For what purpose, my Queen? Hadith asked. For our purpose, Queen Siora said, her words running a chill through Tao. The point, Naya said, is that we can communicate with the Shadow Council through edification, and they can help us take the city.
With respect and deference. How does it do that?
Asked Kellen. We'll have them open the city gates, answered Hadith. Then we can walk right in. You know the city, Buhari? Asked Naya. On maps I've studied. On maps you've studied? Naya pressed her fingers to her temples and gave the queen a look. Hadith turned to Kellen.
Odili's army will be at the main gate because Palm City sits between the two estuaries of the Amansi. He'll probably destroy the bridge crossing the rivers when he learns we are on our way. But all that does is slow us down. The southern fork of the river is shallow and thin enough to be forded. So, he'll position his men behind the main gates, because the main gates are the only ones we can attack.
But then there's no way for the Shadow Council to open the main gates if the whole of Odili's army is standing behind them,
Kellen said.
That's not the gate they are going to open,
Hadith said, and Tao saw Naya's eyebrows lift. Hadith was putting the pieces together faster than she'd expected.
The northern fork of the river is the wider and faster-flowing one, but it was partially dammed so that a section of its waters flow through the city itself, yes?
That's right, Naya said.
And the waters that were redirected to run through the city, they enter it by way of an opening in the city's walls, an opening that faces away from the city's main gates. It sounds like you're speaking of the port gates, General.
I am. But you already know this, because you've already come to this plan and wish to see if I can as well.
Have I?
Naya asked.
We'll split our force into a main army, water army, and reserves, Hadith said.
Our main army will move on the city's main gates, ensuring that Odili and his fighters remain focused there. Our water army will be made up of Ihashi from the northern Isikolo. Most men from the north know how to swim. They'll get to the port gates, which the Shadow Council can, I assume, open. Naya's eyebrows went from slightly lifted to fully arched.
The port gates are a massive bronze portcullis that a child could not slip through, and they can only be raised using the mechanism inside the city.
And? Asked Hadith.
And the Shadow Council can overcome the guards protecting the mechanism,
Naya said.
They can raise the gates.
Hadith nodded. The water army will enter the city and make their way north. Their destination will be the much larger gates facing the northern fork of the Amansi River. The water army will fight the few sentries Odili is bound to leave at the northern gates, and then, Hadith said, opening his hands in Kellen's direction.
Kellen was grinning. The water army opens the northern gates, and our reserves can invade the city.
Exactly, Hadith said. In the days leading up to the attack, the reserves will build rafts large enough to hold every fighter with them. When we attack the west-facing main gates, they'll ford the river and enter through the ones in the north. The queen was smiling at Naya in a manner Tao might have called smug if it weren't the queen doing it.
We'll rip half the city from Odili's grasp before he even realizes it's gone, Hadith continued.
And then we have the choice to continue hammering against the reduced strength behind the main gates, or we can march our main army around to the north side and flow into the city like a river of bronze. Naya inclined her head. She'd underestimated Hadith, and was admitting as much to the queen. But, Hadith said, there's still a problem.
Yes, there is, the queen said.
To make this work, we need Odili's forces concentrated at the main gates, and the best way to make them do that is to attack them. To stop us, Odili will have his gifted call down their guardians, and our men will die in dragonfire.
Which is why we'll call to the guardians as well,
the queen said.
Some of them will fight for us, some for Odili. It means the guardians will have to turn their fire on each other instead of on our soldiers. The risk in drawing so much from the underworld is grave, but necessary. We must pray to the goddess that the call won't notice.
Naya shot the queen a look at her mention of the Omehi's ancient enemy, and Kellen cleared his throat, seeking permission to speak.
Yes, Ingonyama Oka,
the queen asked, before raising a hand to forestall him a moment.
Excuse us. In this company, we have little need to be so impersonal. Yes, Kellen.
Having Siora say his name seemed to make Kellen forget what he'd wanted to say.
He said, stammering. Don't Odili's gifted outnumber our own?
Naya answered, but Kellen, Tao noticed, kept his eyes on the Queen. Our numbers are evenly matched, but by and large, the gifted in Palm City are better trained. They'll be more efficient with their powers, and able to call to the Guardians for longer. Hadith, sitting, leaned back and grimaced. He'd forgotten his injury. This is where we fail, then, he said, placing a hand over the bandages beneath his loose-fitting shirt. If Odili's Guardians outlast our own, we'll lose too many soldiers to dragonfire, and once our main force is decimated, he'll use his army to crush our reserves. Perhaps the Queen's talk of prayer had put him in a faithful mood, but for just the second time in his life, Tao felt as if the goddess spoke to him, showing him the path forward.
Explain it again,
he said. Seriously, Tao? Asked Hadith.
Not the whole plan. The issue. What's the issue?
Hadith's eyes thinned, but he did as Tao asked. Odili's gifted can field dragons for longer than we can, and the few dragons he has left, after we lose control of ours, will be more than enough to burn through our main force like a horde brushfire. Turning to Siora, Tao captured her eyes with his and spoke quickly, trying to tell his tale before grief could stop him.
During the battle for this keep, I was in Isiogo with gifted Zuri when Hashraud failed.
Saying her name hurt more than he cared to admit.
The demons came for her, but I fought them away.
It allowed her to draw energy from the underworld for longer than she could have otherwise.
We see, the Queen said.
Tao thought she might reach out to him, and he pushed on before she could, worrying that her pity would make him give in to his emotions.
I can train warriors to fight in Isiogo, he said. We can protect you and the gifted. We can give you time you wouldn't have otherwise.
Kellen gawked at him.
Train in Isiogo to fight demons?
Tao nodded, trying to look calm as he waited to see if the Queen would allow it. The evening prior, she'd worried that telling Tao's sword brothers his secret, before knowing if they could maintain their sanity in Isiogo, could lead to a group of unstable men using the underworld to become unstoppable killers. But now that they had another reason to commit men to the training, Tao's sword brothers would think they did it just to defend the gifted. The excuse gave Tao the chance to evaluate each man so that he could reject the ones in danger of losing their sanity before they could grasp what Isiogo really offered. Only the men able to withstand the underworld's torments, and whom he and the Queen could trust, would be told the truth. It was perfect, unless Siora thought it wasn't.
We see that you may have solved last night's dilemma,
Siora said with a raised eyebrow, her words making Naya glance at them with suspicion. Beg pardon, Your Majesty, Gifted Dandy said. I'm worried that the champion is mistaken. As best we know, the underworld's demons can't be killed.
We don't need to kill them, Tao told her. We just need to keep them from getting to you.
Have you by any chance discussed this before? Naya asked the Queen.
We saw our champion fight the demons in Gifted Zuri's defense, Siora told her.
Naya appeared neither convinced nor satisfied by the Queen's response, but nodded as if she were both. Well, if it's true that the demons can be held back, Dandy said, her words coming faster as her excitement grew, it's possible our gifted could keep their guardians in the fight for as long as Odili's gifted could keep hold of theirs.
We'll be able to eliminate Odili's last advantage, and Hadith's plan to take the city can work,
Kellen said. He was grinning, and Dandy, abandoning all reserve, grinned back at him for long enough that Naya felt it necessary to clear her throat, startling Dandy back to the present. Tao imagined the young gifted's reaction to Kellen was the kind of thing that happened often. Okar's face and body were annoyingly symmetrical in that way that always drew attention. The man, thought Tao, needed more scars.
A main army, water army, reserves, and men in Isiogo to protect the gifted,
said Dandy to the vizier, as if she'd had nothing on her mind but battle plans.
And men in Isiogo to protect you,
echoed Kellen, his words drawing Thandi's eyes back to him. Your Majesty, Hadith said, asking for the Queen's approval. The Queen had remained focused on Tao as the others talked. Isiogo warriors, she said. Very well, champion. You'll have your way, after all. Train them for us.
Tao's blood was up. He was going to do this. Your will, my destiny.
Take care in whom you trust, she said. If those you train cannot stand with you, loyal to the end, we may lose more than our battle with Odili. That seems to deepen Naya's suspicion. Take Thandi for this training, she said. She'll stand in for the gifted you must protect. With her there, you'll see how long the shrouds of most gifted can last. Tao, who moments ago had felt near collapse, couldn't hold still.
We have our plan.
We do, the Queen said.
And little time,
Tao said. The Queen nodded.
I'll begin immediately.
What? Gifted Thandi looked aghast. When last did you sleep? What men have you chosen for this?
I go to choose them now, Tao told her.
Chapter 6.
No.
Tao gathered his chosen in a small open-air circle tucked away behind the stables. It was quiet, and the ground was soft sand, where a man in a panic could curl up in reasonable comfort. Most important, it was private. He'd explained the basics to the 5 facing him, starting with how to enter Isiogo. They'd all done that several times already, leaving long before the demons could come. As the Queen had wanted, he'd told them nothing of his own training. The 5 fighters knew only that, if they could manage this, they'd be giving their gifted a desperately needed advantage in the battle for Palm City. Not to be dense, but to confirm. We are going to Isiogo to fight demons that can't be killed, and that will, without doubt, kill us, Temba asked.
Yes,
Tao said. So, we are to be a meat shield, and everyone is fine with this?
Lessas,
Udwak said. Ne? Temba asked the big man. We are lessas, Ya said. We've always been a meat shield. He's not a lesser, Temba said, pointing to Kellen. Since Hadith had to return to the infirmary to rest and recover, Tao tried Hadith's trick in his place.
I trust Kellen. That's why he's here.
The greater noble, standing tall, drew in a breath and held it, his broad chest puffing out, making Tao want to shake his head at how well some of Hadith's silly tricks worked. It was true, though. Tao might not have wanted to admit it, but he trusted that Kellen would fight harder than any other man he could field, so he'd selected him. Kellen was also the only noble he'd picked. In fact, he was the only man in the circle who had not been in Scale Jayed, and if that was favoritism, so be it. The Queen had asked that this training go to no man Tao couldn't trust, and the 5 men standing with him in the circle were men he trusted.
I've taught you to enter Isiogo and how to leave it,
Tao said to them.
I've told you that once the demons attack, you cannot leave, and there remains only one escape.
And you're sure they can't kill us? Azima asked. The drum player from Scale Jayed was the last man Tao had approached for the training. He needed at least 6 men to be able to encircle the gifted they would have to protect, and after the fighters who'd been part of Jayed 6, Azima was the Scale's strongest survivor.
So long as you do not take any of the underworld's energy into yourself, your body here cannot be harmed by the demons there, Tao said.
Not well. He said body, muttered Temba, tapping his head.
Temba, I've done this before.
Temba opened his hands in Tao's direction, as if to say the point had been made for him.
Would you prefer I select another in your place?
Tao asked. Temba cracked his neck from side to side. I'll fight.
Udwak nodded at that. We'll all fight,
Kellen said.
Then let's begin,
Tao said.
Aren't we to wait for gifted Thandi?
Kellen asked.
We don't need her for this. But Naya said, it's early in the training and we don't need a gifted to act as our timer.
It had bothered Tao, having Naya force the gifted on him. and after the frustrating conversation with her outside the stables, he was only too happy to get started without one of her gifted looking over his shoulder. "Sit," he told the men, and the 5 of them did so. He joined them on the sand, letting his gaze touch the faces of the others. It was what Jayed would have done. At the last, he came to Yaw.
"Where we fight,"
Yaw said, voice low.
"the world burns,"
Tao and the men from the scale said.
"Kellan,"
Yaw asked. The greater noble hadn't offered the response.
"You're with us now."
Kellan paused, then, making up his mind, he inclined his head. Yaw turned to Tao, waiting.
"Where we fight,"
Tao said.
"the world burns,"
came the call from the 5 warriors around him.
"The world burns."
Tao watched his sword brothers close their eyes, slow their breathing, and send their souls to suffer. He was about to do the same when he heard sandaled feet slapping against the sand. He looked over and saw Thandi running toward them.
"No!"
she screamed.
"No!" "The world burns,"
Tao whispered, closing his eyes and joining the fight. Fine. Tao, his swords out and up, scanned the mists. They were in the same circle behind the stables, and yet they were not. The air was thicker, taking more effort to draw in and out. The ground was not the sand of the circle they'd left, but a shifting murk the consistency of wet mulch. And of course, Isiogo lacked true color. It was as if he was seeing the world through squinted eyes. The amber brown of the stable's rearmost wall had become the gray of decay, and the twilight sky lost its star-stained blue, replaced by an infinite black. Isiogo was a realm with the substance of a waking nightmare, holding only enough detail to keep the mind captive. It was a quarter-formed world, where the only things that seemed whole were the golden glows emanating from each of his sword brothers. "They've found us," Tao shouted against the blowing winds, catching snatches of movement out in the deep mists.
"Goddess save us,"
Yaw said, pulling closer to Tao's shoulder.
"Do not take the power Isiogo offers you,"
Tao reminded them.
"Take it, and you'll die back home as well as here."
Home, Tao thought. How much time had he spent in the mists? How much time before someplace foreign becomes home?
"To the left, I see it,"
Azima shouted. It was unfortunate. They'd hit a nest their first time in the underworld. That was what Tao called it. The times he came to Isiogo only to be overrun by a pack of demons. Typically, he'd run into nests toward the end of a long night of fighting. But looking to his left and right, he wondered if the glow of 6 golden souls might have drawn more of Ukufa's thralls than usual.
"Spread out," he ordered. "Form the circle. Fight them."
Kellan was first to obey. His huge sword held defensively, he jogged several strides distant, covering Tao's back. Udwak was next, taking up a position to Tao's right. Temba shook his head at Tao.
"Madness!"
he shouted before running to stand near Udwak. Yaw had his eyes closed and his mouth was moving, praying. He finished quickly, his eyes snapped open, and with a nod to Tao, he moved into position.
"Azima,"
Tao said.
"I can't. Goddess wept. Tao, I can't."
Tao understood.
"Stand with me. We'll do it together. Remember, take nothing from this place. The gift it offers is poison to—"
Feeling the presence appear beside him, Tao whirled, weapons ready. Her shroud was thick and thin, a multifaceted patchwork crystal that masked her features and hid her soul's glow.
"Thandi!"
Tao shouted. She ignored him, running straight for Kellan and trying to pull him back, but the greater noble wouldn't be moved. Tao couldn't see Thandi's face or mouth, but he knew they exchanged words. He saw Kellan shout his response to the gifted, though his voice did not carry to Tao across the distance and gale, and then it was too late. The time for talk or retreat had passed. The demons had come.
"Umama!"
cried Azima when the first demon leapt for him. Tao shoved him clear, spun off the demon's killing line, and hammered his twin swords into its back, sending it crashing to the ground. It growled and began to rise, but the next demon, a centipede-like thing, had reared to attack, thinking to decapitate him. Tao flowed beneath the creature's claws and came up stabbing, driving his black blades into its core. The demon shrieked and slashed at him with 4 of its legs. Tao was already out of reach, kicking the first monster in the back of its head and driving it back to the ground.
"Azima, to your left,"
Tao shouted. A thing on 8 legs was charging his sword brother, and by the time Azima saw it, it was too late. The demon barreled into him, bowled him over, and drove the middle pair of its spiked legs into his torso. Azima howled and dropped his sword. His shield, still strapped to his arm, hung limp as he grasped at the demon's legs, desperate to pull the spikes from his rib cage. Tao raced to help and skidded to a stop when the 6-legged monster plowed its spiked forelegs through Azima's skull. Spinning, Tao took stock. Themba was on his back, kicking and slashing at the thing on top of him. Yaw was surrounded, but moving too fast and fluid to have been caught yet. Udwak, mouth open in an unending war cry, fought a demon that had to be double his weight. And Kellen was in front of the still-shrouded Tandy, trying to protect the only one among them who was actually safe. The greater noble was facing 2 creatures working in tandem. He was determined that they would not get past him, not realizing that they had no interest in a shrouded Tandy. And as Tao watched, the demons attacked. Kellen slammed his shield into the body of the first and swung his sword for the misshapen head of the other one. His sword found its mark, and the demon collapsed, its head nearly severed from its shoulders. That surprised Tao. Isiogo's revenants were usually harder to hurt. Thinking the demon he'd downed finished, Kellen turned back to the creature he'd stunned with his shield. Tao screamed a warning and started running to help, but he could not overcome the winds, and Kellen did not hear. Still running, Tao saw the demon on the ground twitch and spasm, while the sword-separated sides of its head stitched themselves back together. The process took no more than a few short gasping breaths, and then the demon rose. Tao called out again. That time Kellen heard, and the greater noble turned as the reanimated demon attacked. He could have blocked the blow. Tao knew how well Kellen fought. He could have returned the demon's strike, but Kellen froze, unable to comprehend how the thing he'd destroyed could be standing against him, and with razored fingers the length of Tao's forearm, the demon latched a hand around Kellen's neck, driving him back as it throttled him. Kellen's mouth opened to yell, and though Tao was close enough to have heard him, there was no noise. The demon's barbed fingers had cut through Kellen's neck in 7 places, digging deep enough to sever the arteries in his neck, the muscles in his throat, and the cords that made his voice.
"Kellen!"
Tao called, and the noble's eyes rolled to Tao, terror in them. Tao threw himself at the demon, chopping his strong side sword into the appendage with which it held the greater noble. The demon reeled and lost its grip, and Kellen lurched free, staggering toward Tao, arms outstretched and fingers dragging at the air, begging for help. Kellen caught Tao's wrists and pulled Tao to his knees as he fell to the ground, dead. Dandy, still hidden behind her shroud, went to her knees beside Tao. She was leaning over Kellen, and Tao could hear her crying. As soon as the last of the noble's golden light winked out, she vanished from the underworld too. Tao had little time to consider her odd behavior. The 2 demons he'd fought at the start were coming for him again. The one Kellen had beaten down with his shield had regained its feet, and the thing that had killed the greater noble had recovered its senses, and its arm was whole again. Tao searched the circle. Azima was gone, Yaw too. Themba was dead, and Tao watched Udwak deliver a sacrifice thrust into the chest of the demon he fought, forcing his sword through to the hilt. In turn, the demon wrapped its arms around Udwak and ripped away his face with its teeth. And that left Tao. He got back to his feet.
"I know I can't kill you,"
he told them, his swords twirling in lazy circles as he spoke.
"But I think you feel pain, and tonight, that will do."
Snarling, laughing, jeering, the nightmare among them attacked, and the demons fought back. After falling to the monsters, Tao was forced back to Umlaba, where his mind pieced itself back together like it was made from demon flesh. When he was enough of himself again, he realized he was no longer sitting, but on his hands and knees, Still, he was doing better than his brothers. Yaw was face down in the dirt, breathing and snorting, creating puffs of sand with every exhalation. Temba was scrunched up against the stable's wall, mumbling and twitching as his eyes flitted back and forth, following after-images of things that did not exist in the real world. Azima was on his feet, but in bad shape. The drummer moved like a drunk, shouting to no one and nothing.
"They're not supposed to be able to kill us,"
he said.
"They're not supposed to be able to kill us,"
over and over again. Udwak, near Tao, rocked himself from his knees, jaws clenched and hands running up and down his face. He looked at Tao, and though the big man's eyes did not seem able to focus, there was some clarity in them. He rocked and watched Tao, as if truly seeing him for the first time. "You'll be well," Tao said to the big man as he got to a knee and then stood, shaking off the last of Isiogo's hold. He looked for Kellen last, and found him.
"Don't do that,"
he told Thandi. She was kneeling next to the greater noble, cradling his head and whispering to him.
"He'll be well. Just give him time and space,"
Tao told her. She turned to him, her eyes wild and face tear-streaked. And that's when Tao saw the blood.
"I told you, you bastard,"
she said.
"I told you."
Tao ran over to them and saw that there was blood seeping from gashes in Kellen's neck. The worst of it was the arterial red spurting between Thandi's fingers. Kellen was awake, his eyes wide, and Thandi was telling him to be still. She hadn't been cradling his head. She was squeezing her hands and fingers against his neck to slow down the bleeding.
"No,"
Tao said.
"He can't be hurt. The demons, they can't—"
Her face was screwed up so tight she didn't look like herself.
"Get help!"
The fear and fury in her voice jolted Tao from his confusion.
"Help!"
he shouted, running for the infirmary.
"We need the priestess! Help!"
Wounds. "Champion?" Consciousness came rushing back.
Kellen,
Tao said, waking up disoriented. "He's fine." It was Priestess Hafsa Ekene. She was standing over him, and he was sitting, leaned up against the wall outside the infirmary. He'd come here with gifted Thandi and the Ndlovu who had carried Kellen. Thandi was gone, and he must have fallen asleep while they were waiting to hear Kellen's fate.
"How long?"
he asked. 7, maybe 8 spans. He rubbed a forearm across his eyes.
"You shouldn't have let me sleep."
"I didn't," the priestess said. "I tried to wake you spans ago." Tao's leg was throbbing, and he shifted to ease the pain, touching above the wound with his right hand. "I can take a look at the thigh, if it please you."
"No,"
Tao said, waving her off and rising. "I need to see Kellen." It wasn't just his leg. He was stiff all over. He'd fallen asleep in his leather armor. As he stood, a blanket fell off him. He looked down at it, surprised to think that someone had been able to get close enough to place it over him without his knowing. The priestess bent over and picked it up. "You were exhausted?"
"Long days."
"And nights, I suspect." He nodded.
"And nights."
"The vizier is coming. It's why I'm waking you now, but there's time to see your friend. Follow me." She walked to the infirmary doors, opened them, and led him inside. Tao walked past the bed that held Jabari. It had curtains on all sides, and he couldn't see in. He needed to visit him. It had been... Tao couldn't track the time. The last few days were a jumble. He also passed Hadith, who was sleeping. Udwak was doing the same, albeit in the chair beside the new general's bed.
"Udwak,"
Tao said. The big man stirred, opening one eye and then the other.
"How are the others?"
Tao asked. Udwak turned to Hadith, saw him resting, and looked back to Tao.
"Shaken."
"And you?"
"Shaken."
"It gets—" Tao let the words die on his tongue. He didn't want to lie. Instead, he nodded to the big man and moved on. Kellen lay asleep in one of the last beds in the infirmary, and his neck had been swaddled in bandages that showed through with bloody streaks. Gifted Thandi was with him, sitting on the edge of the bed, and the look she gave him, with her red-rimmed eyes, was not one Tao could call pleasant.
I gave him something for the pain, Hafsa said. It'll also help him rest.
He shouldn't have needed it, Tao said, shaking his head. He should be fine. He knew not to take the underworld's power.
Hafsa made the dragon span with her fingers to ward off evil.
Do you know why this happened?
Tao asked, turning to Gifted Dandy. The way she was looking at him, Tao half expected her to leap across the bed at him, but look was all she did. She behaved the same way when they'd brought Kellen to the infirmary. She wouldn't say a word to him. Footsteps. It was the vizier. She was alone and walking toward them.
Vizier Naya, Tao said in greeting.
Do all who deal with you end up in places like this, champion? She asked.
It makes no sense, Tao said. He shouldn't be hurt.
Did you wait for Gifted Dandy as you were meant to do? Did she say it was fine for Kellen to be one of your madmen?
Gifted Dandy has no say in who fights with me.
Naya closed her eyes and kept them closed. The Queen wishes to see you.
Kellan is the most disciplined man I know, Tao said. He wouldn't have taken the underworld's powers into himself, and without them, the demons have no way to carry the harm they do in Isiogo to Umlaba.
He pointed toward Kellan's neck.
Those wounds match the demon's claws that...
That's quite enough, champion, Naya said, tilting her head in Hafsa's direction. Priestess Ekene is very busy and does not need to listen to us speak of fever dreams. Tao glanced at Hafsa. Her eyes were round, and they bounced between him and the vizier. The Queen is waiting, Naya said.
Tao lowered his head to rub at his face as worry and weariness set back in.
I don't know how this happened. Then let Kellan rest, and come with me to the Queen so she can explain it, said Naya.
Handmaidens.
Tao pressed Naya for answers, wanting her to tell him whatever it was that she knew. But she rebuffed him, saying over and over again that the Queen would make things clear.
What does the Queen have to do with this?
He asked, struggling to keep pace with her. His leg burned, and the night spent sleeping on the floor outside the infirmary hadn't helped. I told her Kellan Oka was injured, and I explained how. She asked me to bring you to her.
That doesn't answer my question, he said.
No, it doesn't. To take his mind off his frustration, Tao tried to figure out where they were going. They'd left the keep and were walking through the city's east side. It surprised Tao to find that once he was away from the urban center, the buildings and homes got smaller, ragged, and the faces he saw staring back at him from behind crooked windows were the faces of lessers.
This is where those who serve the city live, he said.
Yes, here and in the city's south, the vizier told him, glancing down at his injured leg. We are almost there. The adobe on the buildings around them was unpainted, paper-thin, and where it had worn away, poorly patched. The thoroughfare was in equally bad shape. Its cobblestones were loose and uneven, and it intersected with many tiny paths littered with refuse or night soil. It seemed that the lessers who lived in the east side spent morning to night caring for the rest of the city, only to come home to a place where no one did the same for them. The conditions here are... Tao began, when he heard shouting and running feet. The sounds were coming from the intersecting path immediately ahead, and Tao watched as the first of several figures came into view. He thought them demons when they appeared, their smaller size and strange movements not matching his expectations. But it was children, 4 of them, playing. They ran into the main path and were heading for the tiny one running perpendicular to it when they spotted him and Naya. The lead child, clothes in tatters and face showing more dirt than skin, skidded to a stop. The 2 behind him crashed into his back, and all 3 came close to tumbling to the ground. The last child had enough space to come to a standstill without incident, and soon Tao had 4 pairs of eyes locked on him. "Date lesa," said the smallest of them, her voice thin as a river reed. "Hush," said the lead child, dropping his gaze to the ground. "I am," Tao said to the children. The lead child and the 2 closest to him kept their heads down. The smallest one was not so deferential. She examined Tao. "Why you dressed like them, then?" she asked.
Tao wasn't sure he had a good answer for that. I'm the Queen's champion.
Liar,
the girl said.
Goddess's bare ass, Nali,
the lead child hissed, making Naya wince. I'm not lying, Tao said.
But you're a low common like me,
the girl said. I'm a Tao began before giving up. Yes, like you.
And you're champion?
Yes.
Didn't know you could be both.
Not sure I did either, Tao said.
Champion is supposed to be the strongest.
That's part of it.
Big part,
the girl said, looking him up and down. Tao shrugged.
Shouldn't you get back to your parents, child?
Naya asked. The girl's gaze bounced over to the vizier.
Ma's dead, and Dad's been fighting in the course since before I could talk. He'll be back soon. Shut it, Nali,
the lead boy said.
Come make me,
she said, and Tao took a closer look at her. She had to be 8 or 9 cycles, and if her father had gone to the front lines before she could talk, his mandatory service should have ended long ago.
You have those black swords, she said.
Yes, he said.
Never seen someone with 2 before.
The lead boy gaped at her.
Nali, you can't just ask people why they have 2 swords. I can, and I just did,
she said, glaring at the boy. Returning her attention to Tao, she pointed at Naya.
I'm going to be like her,
she said. Huh? Tao asked. Naya shot him a look.
Yes,
the little one said.
I practice every day.
The girl had lost him. What do you mean?
The black robes talk to the goddess, and she makes them strong,
the girl said, speaking like she worried that he might be simple.
I practice by talking to her too, all day and all night. When I'm older, I'll be gifted.
Practicing is good, Tao said. The vizier couldn't seem to meet the child's eyes. Tao knew why. Near 3,000 Omehi women were born for every one who was gifted. The girl could talk to the goddess all day and every day, and it wouldn't change how badly the odds were stacked against her. I wish you well, little one, Tao said. I hope you grow to be very strong.
I'm already strong,
she said, chin out.
I'm still alive, and most nobles would be dead if they were me.
Tao blinked slowly, both acknowledging her words and wanting better for her than what was. She reminded him of his half-sister. Well, she reminded him of Jelani on Jelani's good days. Nali, is it? Tao asked, reaching for his belt pouch. Come here. I have something for you. Her eyes thinned, and she took a step back.
Something like what?
The distrust and fear, coming so quickly after her boldness, cut at him. A low-common girl in a city full of nobles. He could imagine her life. Here it is, he said, pulling his purse free from the pouch. I don't need it anymore. Her mouth fell open.
Anything in it?
Tao nodded, and quick as a rumor spreading, she was next to him, hand out. He let the purse fall into her grime-lined palm, and it landed with a clink, pushing her hand lower with its weight. She gaped. The purse contained the coin left over from his last pay as an initiate. It'd be spare change to a noble, but more than what most lessers saw in a moon cycle. Goodbye, Nali. Grow ever stronger and be powerful, he said.
Bye, champion lesser. Goddess keep you close.
Tao smiled, and clutching her new purse, Nali ran off, the other children following close behind.
They'll take it from her,
Naya said. Tao watched until the children disappeared down the side path. I don't think they can, Vizier, he said. Which way now? She watched him like he was a map she might be holding upside down.
We are almost there. The Queen will be at the city's eastern gates.
The gates? Why?
In cities, even the walls have ears,
Naya said. Tao sighed. The gates couldn't be more than a couple of 100 strides distant, but he knew how much his leg would hurt, carrying him that far. Lead on, Vizier, he said, letting her move past him. Within 50 strides, Tao was sweating, more from the pain than from the heat. His leg and hip throbbed, both feeling 3 sizes too big, and he let his head hang down as they went, not wanting to see how much farther they had to go and finding it easier to keep his eyes on the swishing, dust-coated hem of Naya's gifted robes. It was the horses and their noises that let him know they'd arrived, and raising his head, he noticed the queen first. He couldn't help it. She was mounted, sitting astride her horse beside 4 more of the animals, one of them Fury, and the queen was wearing a dress the color of fresh-boiled maize. Tao shook the thought away. The color that boiled maize brought to mind was the right one, but the queen's riding dress was more than that. Her dress looked like the cloth's dyer had stolen rays of sunlight just so they could be worked into the fabric, and seeing the queen in that fabric, it was hard to think of her as anything other than beautiful, which was the problem. It was always easy to find nobles beautiful. They were properly fed, they dressed in marvels, and they could move through the world with confidence, heads held high, treating the world as if it were fair and decent, because for them it was. Nobles had the better of everything, and they wrapped themselves in that betterment, appearing to everyone else as beautiful, right, and good, just like sunlight. The queen offered him a smile. Tao greeted her, but couldn't find it in himself to smile back. Her smile weakened. He didn't let that get to him. He pictured how beautiful Zuri would have looked in that same dress, and his heart had no room to worry over the feelings of a royal noble. Having greeted his monarch, Tao gave his attention to the oddities standing next to the horses. Dressed in light, long-sleeved robes of pure white, belted at the waist, were 2 young women. Their hair was cut in matching styles, shaved on the sides, with the middle wrapped around itself in twists that locked their tight curls into knots that ran down their backs. The women were slim and hard, Tao's height, and they both had skin as dark as midnight. They had to be sisters, not born together, though. One looked a cycle or 2 older than the other. Outwardly, they didn't look to have the same interest in him that he had in them. The sisters made it seem as if he was less interesting than a rock in a quarry, but he could feel their eyes on him whenever they thought he wasn't looking. "Our handmaidens," the queen said. "Auset and Ramya." The women inclined their heads in turn, their movements slow but precise as a full-blood salute. "They arrived not long ago from Palm City. They escaped to return to us as soon as they could." "Should we begin?" Naya asked the queen. "We should," the queen said. "Champion, we know you have questions, and we hope we have answers. We also promised to teach you how to ride, and those lessons may as well start now." Tao glanced at Fury, wanting little less than to ride a horse after the painful walk he'd endured. "As you wish, my queen," he said, tamping down his unease with the handmaidens and limping the last few steps to the horse. His horse. The handmaidens headed for their horses too, but the way they did it, moving with perfect balance, chilled the blood in his veins. They moved like fighters, like assassins, and they were closing the distance to the queen. Tao turned to them and watched them more carefully, and the slightly taller one, Auset, the queen had named her, stared at him with red demon eyes. "Stop there," Tao said, pulling his swords free and dashing forward to put himself between Siora and the 2 women, who reacted as if expecting him to do just that. Their expressions of disinterest vanished, replaced by snarls that showed their mouths to be filled with pointed teeth, and they assumed fighting stances, each of them holding 2 dragon-scale dirks snatched from the wrist bracers they had hidden beneath their sleeves. The dragon scale surprised him. Demons didn't use weapons. He hoped the surprise didn't show. "Run or die," he told them. Bloodlines. "Enough," Naya said, the force in her voice pulling Tao's eyes away from the handmaidens. "No one is dying here." "Damn you, Vizier. You don't understand. They're—" Tao returned his attention to the 2, who had spread out to make themselves harder to fight. The pointed teeth had vanished, and the taller one, Auset, no longer had red eyes. Tao blinked, trying to clear his vision. "All 3 of you, put away your weapons," the queen said. Hearing their queen, the handmaidens whisked away their dirks, vanishing them up their sleeves as if they'd never been. As they did it, Tao considered killing them both.
Auset and Ramia have been with us since birth, the Queen said. We trust them as we do Naya, as we do you. We trust them with our lives.
It was shaming to hear her speak of him in that way, when Tao didn't think he'd have much to do with queens or queendoms after he was finished with Odili. But he couldn't say demons. They weren't that. They're fighters, warriors, he said, his swords aimed at the two women.
Thank you for that, Naya said. We'd never have known if not for you.
Humor, Vizier? Tao asked. The Queen, speaking before Naya could retort, did not look pleased.
We thought we'd asked for the weapons to be put away. Were we not had?
Tao eyed the handmaidens. They were back to playing the part of docile servants, and though he wasn't convinced there was no danger, he had to admit that what he'd seen, what he had thought he'd seen, was not real. Grumbling, eyes still on the two women and making enough space to redraw, Tao slid his swords back into their scabbards.
I know handmaidens, he said. I grew up around them. My sister is one, and those two are not handmaidens.
They are the Queen's handmaidens, part of the Shadow Council and charged with our protection, said Naya.
What does that mean? Their bodies, like the royal nobles have?
Tao tried not to sound petulant.
I thought the champion fulfilled that role.
Auset and Ramia are a less visible but needed layer of protection.
Needed layer of... from whom?
Tao asked. Naya wouldn't say.
Our royal nobles,
the Queen offered in the Vizier's place.
Apologies, my Queen. You said these women have been with you since birth, and though the coup is much more recent than that, they move like they've trained for violence since they could walk. Why would that be, when the royals have only just turned on you?
He'd been flippant, and the Queen did not answer right away. She made him wait, like one would a naughty child, giving him time to stew and settle. When he did, she gestured in Fury's direction.
We'd hoped to explain further on our ride.
Still Tao pushed.
And Kellan, my Queen?
We'll offer one story, and you'll have two answers, she said.
That felt a lot like a riddle, and Tao wasn't fond of those, but he wanted to understand what had happened to Kellan. So, without giving the handmaidens his back, he moved to Fury's side and tried to climb aboard.
Did Auset and Ramia explain the situation in Palm?
Naya asked the Queen.
They did. Odili has been parading my sister in front of the royal nobles, forcing her to publicly proclaim her right to the throne. He gave the royals just enough of an excuse to back him while holding their heads high, and they took it. Our plan is to fight, Naya reminded the Queen. And yet, we'd still hoped there might be another way, but that's gone now.
They stopped talking, and Tao felt like everyone was watching him struggle with the horse.
Watch how Auset does it,
the Queen said, after giving him another chance at clambering aboard the creature. Face hot, Tao watched as the handmaiden flowed into her horse's seat. As she did, he noticed her robes were actually loose-fitting pants with wide bottoms. Auset's and Ramia's clothing masqueraded as the standard, constraining handmaiden's robes, while actually allowing much more movement. Then Ramia was next in the saddle, making it look easy as spitting. Sliding his jaw back and forth, Tao nodded to himself. He'd not be outdone by false handmaidens. He put his hands on Fury, to do as they had done, and the horse looked back at him, snorting. Tao jerked back, worried it might bite.
Fury's just curious, the Queen said. Go on.
Weary of the horse's mouth and its large, block-like teeth, Tao gave it another go, and to his own surprise, he swung up and into place on the first try. He was about to flash the handmaidens a look of victory, but Fury took a step, and he had to fall forward, wrapping his arms around the horse's neck to avoid toppling off.
Relax. Sit up. She'll sense your worry, the Queen said.
I am worried, he said. Siora shook her head as if exasperated with him, but Tao could swear he saw the laugh behind her eyes. "Then we'll start slow," she said, clucking her tongue so that her horse, a smaller, tree-brown version of Fury, moved off in that rolling gait the animals had. Tao sat up, unsure if he should cluck his tongue too, when Fury began following the queen's horse. They rode to the eastern wall and through its gates. Ehashi were guarding them, and they saluted the queen, the vizier, and him.
"Is it safe to travel outside?"
Tao asked, looking back to the walls and gates that closed behind them. "We have you and our handmaidens," the queen said. "Could we be safer?" Yes, we could, Tao thought, back in the city. "We are sorry about what happened to Kellen," the queen said, eschewing titles to speak of Okar in closer terms. "We assumed you'd choose only lessers to train." It was what a noble would have done, Tao realized. They'd have picked people from their own caste and no other, and the queen was used to their way of thinking. Neither of you had any way to know what would happen to him, because that knowledge is a matter of history told only to royal nobles. The queen glanced at the handmaidens and Naya. "Well, royal nobles and members of the Shadow Council."
"How can old stories hurt Kellan in Isiogo?"
Tao asked. "Because the stories are about his blood. Because Kellan Okar is not Omehi, as you are." Tao squinted at her.
"Not Omehi?"
"Not always."
"Apologies, Your Majesty," Tao said. "I'm not good at riddles."
The smile she offered him was a somber one. "It means that lessers and nobles were not always a single race of man." Tao looked to Naya and the handmaidens, trying to see if this was some game or trick. All three women were stone-faced. "We are telling you the truth," the queen said. "Long before we sailed to these lands, there were nobles and there were Omehi, and these were two separate peoples. It is why the nobles are bigger and stronger than you, and everyone like you. It is their gift." The land sloped down, and Fury took a jolting step, shooting pain up Tao's thigh. He hardly noticed.
"Their gift?"
"Men of the noble race are all born gifted, and that gift is a permanent connection to Isiogo. From the day they are born until they die, a fraction of their soul exists in the underworld, drawing a small but steady stream of power from it. The fraction glows dimly, unlike the souls of those holy in the underworld, and the nobles draw too little power from Isiogo to attract its demons. But what they do draw is enough over a lifetime to make them grow bigger and stronger than the women or men of any other race." Tao's mouth was open. He could feel it was, but he didn't seem to be able to close it. "Kellan Okar cannot fight the demons in Isiogo as you do," the queen said.
"Kellan always has Isiogo's power in him?"
Tao asked.
"When he fought the demons, he was corporeal?"
"Somewhat, yes."
"Goddess, I sent him to his death."
"He did not die, and you did not know."
"Two races of man. Is this why the castes aren't permitted to mix?"
"Some do," the queen said, dropping her eyes. "Almost all gifted are lessers, and they couple with greater or royal nobles." The thought hit Tao like a hammer.
"Our gifted. Their gifts come from our race, the lessers."
"Edification, innovation, and entreating are the gifts of the Omehi people," the queen said. "And long ago, we learned there was more that we could do. We learned we could enhance and multiply the natural gifts of the nobles."
"Enraging,"
Tao said. She nodded. "Enraging."
"How did we come to be one people?"
Now the queen's smile held sorrow. "That is a hard story, and it was difficult enough convincing Naya to let us tell you as much as we have." Tao swiveled to face the vizier.
"I've heard half the tale. Give me the rest."
For once, Naya seemed to treat Tao as an equal. "What you've been told is dangerous," she said. "Already a rift has opened in our queendom,
and stories like the ones you ask for are enough to turn that rift into a permanent sundering. You had to know this much, because you had to know that a man who can be enraged cannot fight Isiogo's demons with impunity. The blood precludes it.
Why tell me anything then? Tao said, better understanding the reason for a horse ride outside the city and away from everyone else.
Because it's unlikely that we can retake Palm City without the benefit of your project, Naya said. Because you need to understand why you can't use men like Kellan.
Tao thought the problem through, working out how to explain his position without telling Naya and the handmaidens that the greater value of training men in Isiogo was not to enhance the powers of the gifted, but to create men who were killers without peer.
What I'm trying to do isn't easy, he said.
I need men I can trust, and there aren't many left.
Naya sniffed. You're short of lessers? There's you, that big one, the light-skinned boy who's always sunburnt, the drummer, and Temba.
Tao narrowed his eyes. Temba? Why do you know his name?
How could I not? He never stops talking nonsense,
Naya said. Tao shrugged, ceding the point. Your count puts us at 5. It's not enough to form a protective circle around the entreatas. I need more men, at least one more.
Then pick one, anyone.
Tao let his gaze slip to the queen's face. Her features were placid, smooth as a mountain lake. It was a false calmness, similar to the false meekness of her handmaidens. The queen, Tao thought, had not told Naya exactly what he was doing in Isiogo, so he trod carefully.
It's not as simple as choosing anyone, he said,
thinking about how he sought to create and unleash men as deadly as permanently enraged Ingonyama on the world.
It takes time to develop the courage to stand when the demons come. It takes time to learn how to fight them.
Tao gave his words a moment. He wanted Naya to focus on the nightmare of having to stand and fight monsters, and not on one would have to become in order to do so.
To hold the demons back long enough for our entreatas to gain an advantage, our fighters must be experienced at facing them. The only way to gain that experience is by taking men to the underworld night after night, where they'll fight and die to an enemy they cannot defeat over and over again.
On some level, Naya had to have understood this part of the plan, but he could tell that hearing him lay it out so plainly was unpleasant.
I see, she said. I need men who can withstand the underworld's trials. And I need enough of them to hold the circle,
Tao told her. He needed men who could withstand the transformation into demigods without being driven mad.
And there's no one else you can use?
Naya asked.
I have lost many of my closest sword brothers, but our family is not all gone.
Tao turned to the queen.
Will you make time to teach me more of riding, my queen?
We will. Why do you ask? She said.
I'd like to ride back to the keep. I think I have a 6th man.
Chapter 7. Duma Sibusiso. Duma couldn't be sure if he was lucky or damned. Night had fallen not long ago, and he was sitting cross-legged in the dirt behind the building where they housed the horses. It seemed strange that the animals had a better roof over their heads than anything he'd had growing up, but a lot happened around nobles that was strange, and Duma wasn't one to waste thoughts on foolishness he couldn't control. Instead, he wondered if Tao, champion Solaran, had become some kind of noble. He certainly looked like he had, sitting across from Duma in that red and black leather armor. Scale Jayed, Duma thought, had changed Tao. Well, it changed all of them, but him the most, and Duma knew himself well enough to admit that the man Tao had become was a frightening one. Solaran had always had a way of looking at a man like he'd just as quick slit his throat as offer a word, but Duma had known that type back home, and there was usually something you could do to stop them from actually cutting your neck. The thing that made the new champion most frightening was that, as best as Duma could tell, there was precious little to be done if Tao got it in his head that someone had spent more than enough time living already. So, Duma wasn't sure if he was lucky or damned, but Tau Solarin had come to him that night to ask him to be the 6th man in his new unit, and Duma took pride in that. He looked round at everyone, seeing Udwak, Yaw, Temba, Azima, that pretty lady gifted, and of course, Tau. Unlike Duma, they'd all done this before, and yet he could still see the anxiousness in their faces. Given what Tau had told him to expect, it made sense, and Duma couldn't say he was looking forward to what they were set to do either. It also made his mouth dry, thinking that he was expected to do something Kellen Okar hadn't been able to handle. But the way Duma saw it, if Tau and his sword brothers needed him, he'd do his part.
"Remember what you've been taught," Tau said. "Take no power from the underworld."
Duma needed to piss. He'd gone just a quarter span ago, and had no idea how an empty bladder could feel so full.
"Close your eyes and breathe," Tau said. "Let your muscles go loose, limp."
It was hard to relax, and he thought the tension in him might keep him anchored where he sat. But Duma's head began to spin, and he could tell that some better part of him was being taken from the world.
"Form the circle. They're coming,"
Tau shouted, though his voice wasn't louder than a whisper. Duma opened his eyes and looked around, seeing the sunlight glow of his fellows, bright and clean, and so very different from anything else in the gloom pressing against him like a weight. He held his sword up and sent out a prayer as he peered into mist that was briar thick. His hands were shaking, and when the first monster burst through the fog, running for him, Duma's empty bladder opened right up and found itself some piss anyhow. The demon, racing into range, leapt for him, and Duma screamed. He also slashed at it, catching it somewhere between its ugly head and gruesome body with the edge of his blade. The power in its jump and the angle of his swing took them tumbling into the muck that coated the ground. And then he was rolling and fighting, pulling his dagger from his belt. He jabbed the small blade into the nearest part of the demon he could reach, and black blood belched out of it, the smell making him retch. They scuffled a little more, and the thing got its back legs onto one of his thighs and pushed off, ripping skin, muscles, and bone to bits. Duma screamed again. Pain and fear and the need to stay alive mixing themselves into an inseparable muddle of shit. He scooted back, scrambling to his feet, his torn leg ready to give out from under him, and the thing came at him again. Duma knew he was dead, but he lifted his sword regardless. If he was going to the goddess, he'd go with his killer's blood on his blade. He didn't get the chance to do any dying. Before the demon could get to him, Tau was there, cutting at the creature faster than Duma's eyes could follow, until the thing was down and done, bleeding its life into the muck. Tau grabbed Duma and pushed him back to the circle. Duma went, but he couldn't take his eyes from the thing Tau had cut down, because the cuts Tau had put in it were mending themselves.
"Keep holding,"
Tau yelled. Duma had lost his dagger, his sword felt too heavy to hold, and on his wreck of a leg he was moving slow as new-made mud. So when the next monster came through the mists, fear had him clamped in its grip. But Tau Solarin had chosen him for this. His brothers needed him for this, and Duma would not let them down. The demon attacked, and Duma gave no ground. He fought it, shouted at it, and when they went to the ground and his sword slipped from his fingers, he pounded at it with his fists. It butchered him anyway.
"Duma, take your time. You're safe. You'll be well."
It was Tau's voice, his normal voice, not the wind-dampened shout he had to use in that evil place. Duma opened his eyes. He was on the ground. He was crying and couldn't stop. He had wet himself.
"Try to get your breathing under control first," Tau was saying to him and the others. "It makes the rest easier. Focus on your breathing."
Tau was pushing a small bowl at him. "Duma, here, drink." It was water, and Duma took it. It was good going down, though he choked a bit, since his breathing and crying made it hard to manage a clean swallow. "It's not possible." That, he realized, was the lady gifted speaking to Tau. Duma lifted his head and saw her. She was collected and calm, and it shamed him to be out there on the ground in front of a woman like that, with his pants soaked through.
"It's possible," Tao said to her. "It'll just take time."
"Champion Solarin, they fall immediately. We are asking too much of them, and for what? They're unable to offer anything beyond what my shroud gives me."
"I'm telling you, they need more time at it. Give them that, and they'll be able to hold the demons at bay."
"I worry that we are torturing these men in pursuit of a destination they can't reach. Every day, more fiefs and hamlets turn away from the Queen in favor of Odili. If we wait for your men to master the underworld, they'll be the only ones left in our Queen's army."
"We have enough time."
"Champion, the Queen intends to march for Palm before the season ends. Look around you. Your fighters need longer than that."
"You're thinking of it wrong," Tao said.
"We are back in Umlaba at almost the same instant we left. Gifted Tandy, we have all the time in the world."
The Lady Gifted looked frustrated.
"We have the time we need in the underworld, but look at how much is wasted here while they recover," she said. "How many battles do you think they can manage in a night? 1, maybe 2? It's not enough. We should tell Naya and the Queen that we need to find another way."
Tao sucked his teeth and turned to the Ihashi.
"Men, gather yourselves. We fight again."
Duma heard someone lowing in fear, letting their cowardice show. When he took another swallow from the water bowl, the sound stopped, and Duma realized it'd been him making it. That alone told him they weren't ready to go again. Not that night. Maybe not ever. He looked at the others, expecting to see similar thoughts writ large on their faces, but saw nothing of the sort. Udwak was sitting, looking worn but ready. It was the same with Azima, Yaw, and even Temba. And Tao. The champion could have woken from a nap a breath ago, the way he looked. Duma didn't know what to do. He couldn't face the monsters again. There was no way he was...
"Ready?"
the champion asked them.
"Remember, hold the circle. Watch your brothers' backs. We can do this. Now, close your eyes."
Watch your brothers' backs. Duma saw everyone else close their eyes, and then the Lady Gifted was looking at him. The last man with his eyes open. And goddess, that woman was pretty as a new flower. Watch your brothers' backs, Duma thought, nodding. Fear or no, demons or no, he could do that. He'd always do that. He closed his eyes, battled his breathing, and, getting it close enough to control, he let his soul sink to that awful place.
"Form the circle,"
Tao said. "Watch their backs," Duma muttered. "Watch."
"Move in, Temba. You're too far out,"
Tao said. Duma had little enough idea where the others were. He knew they were near him, and knew the Lady Gifted was in the center of their circle. He knew it as a practical thing, but he hadn't turned to see it for himself. He couldn't. His eyes were locked on the mists. He heard them before he saw them. The demons had been drawn to the glowing of so many souls, and they came, screeching, howling, and cackling, disturbing the mist with their movements while staying hidden behind its ebb and flow. Their sound set Duma's nerves jangling, building a tension in him that stacked itself higher and higher until there was nowhere left for it to go but out.
"Mseku,"
he roared at the roiling mists.
"Why do you wait? Come out! Come out and fight!"
2 demons, small ones, raced toward the circle of men. The first one lunged for Temba, and the second angled for Udwak. Another demon, bigger than the initial 2, charged at Tao, and then 3 more burst out of the mists, crooked things that came for Yaw and Azima. Duma saw his brothers engage the monsters, and he knew he should help them, but his feet wouldn't obey his commands. He remained in place and out of reach, letting Azima fight 2 of them alone. The drummer was on his back foot, slashing wildly at the demons harrying him, and it was the reverse of the situation on the night of the Zidane invasion. Back then, it was Duma who'd been outnumbered. He'd been caught out of position by 2 spearwomen and was mere breaths away from meeting the goddess when Azima came along. Even fighting together, it was close. The spearwomen had been damned good fighters, but in the end, Duma and Azima got to leave that battleground, and the spearwomen did not. Using the memory of that victory to lend him courage, Duma finally got his legs moving. He ran to stand with Azima, but he delayed too long, and one of the creatures clawed the drummer's head clean off his shoulders. Duma stopped in place, watching his sword brother's head roll around on the ground. Azima's eyes open, but unseeing. "No, no." The fear was back, and Duma turned to run, to flee this senseless battle with its certain outcome. He turned and saw the demon lord step from the mists. It stood like a man, but could never be mistaken for one. It had no eyes, and in their place were wide holes that expanded and shrank like nostrils tracking a scent. On the sides of its head were more holes, 4 on the left and 4 on the right. Those ears, if that's what they were sunk into its head instead of protruding from it, and on top of the thing's head were hardened spikes, ringing its skull like a melted crown held too long in a fire. Fear took Duma's voice from him, but that didn't matter. The demon lord heard, smelled, or knew him anyway, and its head swiveled to face him. It came for him on 2 legs, spiked, malformed, and ending in 2 clawed toes that split from the mane of each foot. Panting, shivering, all hope stolen, Duma spun, searching for help, safety, anything. In the eye of the maelstrom, he saw the Lady Gifted, hidden from the demon's view by her blanket of darkness. Behind him, his sword brothers fought and fell, their battles lost already. The only man not breathless from destruction was Tao, though the champion was besieged on all sides. "Help me," Duma begged, finding enough of his voice to call to the Lady Gifted. "Please." If she heard him, she gave no sign, and Duma turned back to the demon lord. It was almost on him, and he swung his sword. The lord used its arm to block the blade, smashing into it with so much force that the collision sent Duma stumbling back. He swung again, and the demon lord parried with the thing it held, with its sword. In its claws, the monster held a weapon that looked like the dragon-scale swords made by the Omehi. It was a bastard brother to the blades Tao bore. The handle appeared to be twisted bone. It had no pommel, and the blade itself was unrefined, seeming for all the world as if the demon had torn it from the back of a dragon and fused it clumsily to its hilt. "This isn't real," Duma said, pulling his sword away so he could swing it up and at the demon lord's neck. The creature let him strike it, wading through a killing blow without reaction. And when it came within arm's length, it flung its free hand out, snatching Duma by his face, its rock-like grip scraping the skin from his cheeks. It pressed down with its claws, puncturing his flesh, and it lifted Duma from his feet, pulling him close. He could smell it, and the reek was one he knew. The demon lord was a funeral pyre, its odor the foulness of the dead being burned. Duma tried to call out, opening his mouth as wide as he was able, and in the space he'd made between his top and bottom teeth, Duma felt pain so pure it bloomed in his head like lightning. The Lord's claws had pierced the meat of his cheeks, cracked through his teeth, and the thing's thumb and fingers had scissored together, slicing his tongue away. The thing's palm was over Duma's face. He couldn't see, and that made the next shock worse. The demon lord drove its bastard sword into him, spearing him on its length, and Duma's soul, bright with suffering, collapsed in on itself like a dying world. Eyes snapping open and mouth half filled with sand, Duma sputtered, clearing the dirt from his lips. He sat up, and eyes wild he scanned the yard. He was with the Lady Gifted, Udwak, Yaw, Temba, and a crouching demon. Stumbling, Duma leapt to his feet. The mists were gone, but the kneeling demon, with its yellow eyes fixed on him and its open maw, showing knife-like teeth, told him where he was. He was still in the underworld. The thing in front of him rose from its crouch and stepped closer to Temba. Temba had his back to the demon, and it was too late for a warning to save him. But there was still time for Duma to act. He charged the creature, sword crashing through the air, and the demon, with its yellow eyes, watched him come,
waiting too long before it tried to scurry off the killing line. Too late. You're too late, Duma thought, putting all his weight behind the blow, and feeling the blade bury itself into flesh and bone as he was spattered by the monster's blood. It raised a taloned hand for him, and Duma swung again, blasting his weapon into its side. "I won't let you have my brothers," he shouted. "I won't." "Duma!" The growl, bending sound unnaturally to form his name, had come from behind him. Duma spun, and his knees buckled. It was the demon lord, with its twin twisted blades. It was the Lord come for him again. Duma sought his fellows, but they were unmoving, watching him with terror, undone by the moment. Duma looked back. The Lord was coming. "I won't let you have my brothers," he said, attacking it. It moved out of the way, mocking him with his name. "Duma, stop," it said. "Duma." Fear lending him strength and speed he didn't know he had, Duma sent his blade streaming the other way in a backhand blow. But somehow the Lord had known the attack would come and avoided it. It was toying with him, Duma realized, toying with him so it could torture him again. It wanted to keep him trapped in Isyogo, and that's when Duma understood. The demon lord had found a way to hide the underworld's mists and most of its demons. It had found a way to batter and torment him without killing him. It meant to keep him in the underworld forever. Duma forced out a laugh. He'd seen through the deception, and knowing what needed to be done to free himself, he dropped his sword. "Duma!" the Lord roared, rushing at him as Duma pulled his dagger from his belt and quickly plunged it into his chest, pain exploding through him. The Lord had him then, grabbing at him. But with the last of his strength, Duma shook the demon loose, ripped the dagger free, and slammed it home again, piercing his own heart. He lost control of his fingers when he did it. His hand fell away from the dagger, and with the sound of blood rushing through his head, Duma collapsed. He was on the ground, and the edges of his body seemed to be contracting. His sense of his fingers and toes, his hands and feet, his calves and forearms vanished, and the vanishing kept going, hurting as it went, hurting as it erased him. Standing over him was the Lord, and Duma, time short, offered it a trembling smile. He'd won. The demon's face fell apart like a city of sand struck by a wave. It fell apart as if it never was, and in the demon's place was Tao. "Duma, I'm so sorry," his sword brother said. "I'm sorry." Desperate and filled with horror, Duma lurched his head to the side, seeking the demon he'd felled. Azima was on the ground not far from Duma, his body broken, destroyed by sword cuts and awash with blood. Azima's eyes were open but soulless. His sword brother was dead. It was then, staring into Azima's lifeless eyes, that Duma finally understood the truth. He was already in Umlaba, but he wasn't free. He was lost, and in the last beat of his broken heart, Duma Sibusiso went helpless, damned, and all alone into the dark. Legacy. They burned Duma and Azima in the eternal flames of the Sa Citadel's funeral pyres that same night. It was late, and with no words passed between them, Tao's brothers had gone to their beds. He stayed behind in the open-air circle of the citadel, watching the priestesses and priests, their features hidden behind sculpted nickel masks shaped to resemble the face of the goddess, as they tended the twisting flames that they never allowed to die. There were rumors about the two Ihashi from Tao's scale who had come to a strange end in the Guardian Keep. Some said it was a fight between friends turned deadly. Others said that gifted, loyal to Odili, remained in Citadel City, and that they had forbidden powers that could break a man's mind. The worst of the whisperers spoke the names of those they believed would be next to die.
Tao let the rumors run. They were no worse than the truth, and they were better than he deserved. As Hadith had once warned, he'd pushed too far, and his brothers couldn't follow. Now 2 of them were dead. Gifted Dandy came to stand beside him, and he saw her mouth moving in silent prayer. "I failed them," he said when she'd finished. She turned to him. "Duma became demon-haunted. It can happen to women and men in their beds." "He wasn't in his bed when he died," Tao said, thinking about the demon that had come for Duma in Isiogo. He hadn't seen it clearly, but it had looked like one he'd fought before. It had looked like it was carrying a weapon. "You are right," he said to Dandy. "I'm asking people I care about to take too many risks. I'm pushing them too far." Dandy was quiet for a time. "Maybe I'm right," she said. "Or maybe coming out of bad times has always meant pushing for a place that seems too far." Lowering his head, Tao pinched the bridge of his nose, hoping to ease the ache in his skull. "I keep failing the people I'm supposed to keep safe." Dandy didn't have words for him on that score, and she turned away from the fire. "I'm going to see Kellen. Would you walk with me, champion?" Tao still wasn't ready to leave, but losing Duma and Azima was a reminder that the line between life and death was a thin one, and he knew he should see Kellen. More, he knew he should see Jabari. He'd not been by his friend's side for too long. He nodded to her, and they left the priests, their citadel, and their eternal fires behind. When they were alone, Dandy spoke. "Do you know why I'm on the Shadow Council?" "No," Tao said, wishing they could keep walking in silence. "It's because I believe in the things the Queen is fighting for." He grunted. "She's fighting to give us back our legacy, and with that legacy comes freedom. Real freedom, which will mean safety for the ones we love. Champion, I was born a harvester. My family are all harvesters, except my older brother. He was sickly and couldn't fight. He was made a drudge. But a man too sickly to fight will be too sickly to labor as drudges must. He died in a farming field, and it took 2 seasons for the news to reach us." Dandy's hurt remained fresh. Tao didn't think he was good at reading people, but he could see that much. "Goddess keep him," he said to her. "I pray she does, but I'll also work toward the day when such fates cannot find my family or any others like it." Gifted Tandy, with respect, "You and the rest of the Shadow Council serve the monarchy, not families like ours." Dandy shook her head. "You don't understand Queen Siora's dream. She wants the Omehi to live as we were meant to." She smiled. "She's going to take us home." Tao realized that the unending agony in his leg wouldn't have the chance to drive him mad. The fruitless hopes of religious zealots would do it first. "We have no home," he told her. "We do, and we always have," she insisted. "It's on Osonte." "You think, after all this time, there's a place for us there?" he asked. "Will Osonte's women and men greet us warmly when we return, as warmly as the Zidin did?" "The goddess will see us through, and when that happens, we'll no longer be lessers. We'll simply be Omeki. That, Tao Solarin, is what the Queen wants. That is what I want." "And now we are back to praying for change." She actually laughed. "You think everything is so hopeless? What are you even fighting for?" "I have my reasons," Tao said, thinking of Abasio Dili as he stopped in front of the infirmary doors. "Are they good ones?" "They'll serve." She fidgeted with her belt. "I'd like you to know that I grieve the loss of your friends with you." "And the grief is more bearable for that," he said, doing his best to be gracious. "Tell me, will Duma's and Azima's passing be in vain?" Tao took his hand from the infirmary door and faced her. "What?" "Or will you honor them by finding others to complete the mission to which they gave their lives?" "Lady Gifted," Tao said, Their funeral pyre is still burning, and that's what you ask me?
Their funeral pyre is in the Sa citadel. It will always burn.
But must my brothers be its fuel?
Don't you see? Unless we take back Palm, everyone we love will feel the flames.
She looked nervous and perhaps even ashamed.
Champion, I went to the Queen. I had concerns and I raised them to her.
Did you?
She told me to have faith. She told me that she believes in you, and because I believe in her, I choose to believe in you too.
Tao wiped at one side of his face in frustration. It's nice to have your faith, but it doesn't change the fact that I have too few to hold the circle. There's 4 of us, and that's not enough.
I need more fighters.
Then find them,
Tendi said. He didn't mean to do it, but he sighed.
Lady Gifted, if you'll excuse me, I'm tired, and would like to visit an injured friend whom I've neglected for far too long.
You go to the burned petty noble? His survival is a miracle from the goddess herself.
There's no give in Jabari,
Tao said, reaching again for the infirmary door when the thought struck him. Some things are made stronger in fire.
Kellan can't fight in Isyogo because his blood prevents it, right?
Tendi gave him a quizzical look.
Yes, you know this.
What about the blood of a petty noble?
Tendi's eyes widened.
Jabari? Champion, his body is a ruin.
Tao began to pace. But he doesn't need his body in Isyogo.
It's his spirit that will see him rise or fall.
He stopped and turned to Tendi.
Can it be done?
Tendi looked away.
Petty noble blood is weak. It may be that he can fight in the underworld without suffering harm here, but why task him with this?
Because of the man that he is. Because he's always wanted to fight for Queen and Queendom, and maybe I can give him something of that dream.
You'll be asking him to suffer more than he already does.
Lady Gifted, as far as I know, the only path to becoming what others cannot is to suffer what others will not.
She opened her hands, palms up.
I have no idea what to say to the Queen about this.
Tell her that we'll have 5 men for our circle. Tendi tracked him with her eyes as he paced.
This is what you want to try? And you really think of yourself as a man lacking in faith?
Tao refused to think of it as faith. I know who he is and what he's capable of doing, he said.
You believe in him?
Of course.
I understand, Tendi said. It's how I feel about the Queen and the goddess.
Tao stopped mid-step.
Clean thrust, he said.
Tendi gave him a small smile.
Yes, it was, wasn't it?
Tao walked to the infirmary door and opened it.
Lady Gifted, he said. Can you tell the Queen to meet us at midnight tomorrow?
What happens then?
She can watch us hold back the demons.
7. Tao was nervous. The night before, after deciding to ask Jabari to fight in Isyogo, he'd gone to his friend's bedside and explained everything. Jabari couldn't speak, not with the damage to his throat. It was likely he'd never speak properly again. But Tao had gotten an answer from him anyway. At the end of his tale of demons, dragons, gifted, and suffering, he'd placed his wrist in one of Jabari's bandaged hands and asked the petty noble if he would do this terrible thing with them. He couldn't believe Jabari would refuse, but as he waited for a response, he pictured himself in his friend's place and started to doubt. Ashamed for putting his friend in such a position, Tao began to rise, intending to leave Jabari to rest. But Jabari squeezed his wrist before he could move away.
Tao looked into his best friend's eyes.
The blacks at the center, the only normal thing about them. Once the petty noble's condition had stabilized, the Sa priests had done what they could to make his body function as it once had. Early on in the process, they'd sliced away the fused flesh on his eyelids, permitting Jabari to open his eyes fully. It had been done long ago, but the whites around Jabari's pupils seemed to be permanently bruised and stained red.
You're certain?
Tao asked. Another squeeze. Jabari's eyes had a hunger in them. So, on that next night, the night the queen was meant to see them fight the demons, Tao was at Jabari's bedside again. The curtains around the petty noble's bed had been pulled back, but there was no one to gawk at Jabari's condition. Priestess Hafsa, not knowing the reason for the request, but grudgingly respecting the authority of it, had moved all patients except for Hadith and Kellen into another ward. The infirmary was Tao's. Hadith, at the other end of the ward, his chest wrapped tight with bandages, was sitting up and watching them. The Grand General had wanted to be moved closer to observe. Tao told him it wasn't wise. He wanted enough space to stop another accident, if one occurred. Next to Hadith, gifted Thandi, was Kellen. The greater noble had woken that morning, demanding his release from Hafsa's care and an immediate return to duty. The physician, declaring the worst behind him, had refused regardless. She wanted him in the infirmary for one more night. Tao had already gone to Kellen and spoken with him. He told him as little as he could, while still convincing him that he could not train in Isiogo. Tao had said that the same strength of blood that allowed the gifted to move their powers through him meant that the demons could move the injuries they caused him in Isiogo into Umlaba. It was basically the truth, but Tao knew that Kellen knew there was more to it. Thankfully, Kellen was too graceful to treat Tao's explanation as anything other than the whole truth. Thandi had come then, telling Kellen that he'd been brave and lucky to survive Tao's foolishness. She told Kellen that her concerns about him fighting in the underworld had been due to her theory about his blood and the way it would interact with the demons. Again, Kellen was graceful. He was always graceful, and the effect his good manners had was never more apparent than when women were present. Gifted Thandi hung on the greater noble's every mutter or mumble. So as Thandi and Kellen conversed, Tao took his leave, walking over to Jabari's bedside. The sun had just set. The rest of the unit would arrive within a span, and Tao intended to work with Jabari until that time. He'd show him how to enter and leave Isiogo, and though he tried to hide his worries, Tao wanted this to work. True, Isiogo had its price, but it was a rare thing of value that didn't, and if Jabari could withstand the underworld, he'd finally learn to fight as powerfully as any Ingonyama. Tao wanted that for him. "You understand what to do?" Tao asked. "We'll enter and leave Isiogo a few times. I want you familiar with that before the others come." Jabari squeezed his hand. "You're sure you're ready to squeeze?" Tao smiled. "Of course. Close your eyes and listen to my voice." In all the times Tao had taken himself to the underworld, he had never entered it indoors and was unsure what he'd see. The mists, heavy, oppressive, and omnipresent, were there, and so were the infirmary walls. But they had been transformed, taking on the shape of outcroppings of gray vertical rock, instead of the infirmary's cleanly scrubbed adobe. It was as if Isiogo denied the design of human hands, though that didn't explain how Tao's armor and weapons appeared to him exactly as they did in Umlaba. Glancing about, Tao saw that there were no beds, tables, or anything else that could be easily moved. All that was temporary or unfixed was not replicated in the underworld's version, and the souls of Kellen, Hadith, and Thandi, the ones who had not joined them, could barely be seen. The soul's glow of those three looked more like after-images of light than they did the real thing. Then, afraid of what he'd see, Tao turned to the place where Jabari's bed would be. "Tao!" "Jabari." Relief flooded him. "Jabari." The petty noble was on his feet, his sword belted to his hip, and he had on the thick gambeson he'd worn to their countless training sessions back in Kerem. But none of that held Tao's attention. Jabari's face did. Tao's friend was unburned, uninjured, and it filled Tao's heart to see him so. "There's no pain, Tao. Goddess be praised, there's no pain. Jabari, will it last?" "Last?" "I don't think I can go back," Jabari said, his voice breaking. "The bonds, they hurt so much, and the priestesses and priests, they come to scrape at me, telling me they're removing dead and ruined flesh, but it feels like they're there to torture me,
to pick at me like biting ants feeding on helpless prey. Tao, I spend my days in agony, and the nights are worse.
I should have been here. I should have come more often.
The petty noble's eyes were hard as he stared down at Tao.
Yes, you should have.
I'm sorry.
Jabari shook his head.
It's no matter. You're here now, and you're giving me so much more than you know.
I am sorry,
Tao said, hearing a howl in the distance, out beyond the gaps in the rock that took the place of the infirmary's windows.
We have to leave.
Leave?
Jabari asked.
No, I can't go back to that body.
Jabari, the demons are coming.
I'll hide. I'll hide and I'll stay.
Look down at yourself, Tao said. See the way you're glowing? It calls to them. They'll find you. They always do.
Then I'll fight,
Jabari said, touching the sword on his hip.
Isn't that why we're here? I'll fight to stay.
You will fight, but not now. Come back with me, brother.
To what, Tao? For what?
The howls had multiplied. More demons were coming, and they were close.
We'll be back,
Tao said.
Trust me.
Trust you? Jabari's smile was strange. Of course, brother. Of course. You remember how to get back? Tao asked. Jabari nodded. Good. Free the air in your lungs. Let no more take its place. It'll feel like you're dying, and every moment I have feels like I'm dying, Jabari said, walking 3 steps away and exhaling. Tao watched as Jabari's golden glow flared, dimmed, trembled, and vanished, taking Jabari with it. By then, the demons had arrived, and it was too late to leave as Jabari had. Body itching in anticipation, Tao pulled his swords free. Tao's eyes flew open, and he was back in Umlaba. There had been 3 smaller demons at first, and he'd held them off for a while. It was when the 4th had joined the fight that he'd fallen, and he was still coming back to himself when he felt Jabari squeezing his wrist. Jabari's eyes and mouth, the only parts of his face not covered by bandages, were wide open, and his back was arched.
Jabari.
The petty noble kept squeezing Tao's wrist. Something was wrong, and Tao began to rise. I'll get Hafsa. Jabari latched onto Tao's wrist, holding him in place, and given the state of his hands, Tao could imagine what it cost him to do it. You don't want the physician. Jabari slowly, purposefully shook his head. What then? What do you need? Jabari spoke one word, broken and hoarse, like the hiss of water thrown on a fire.
Isyogo.
Tao rubbed his neck with his free hand. The demons will be closer. They are called to places we go, and they stay around them for a while after we are gone. Jabari squeezed his wrist 1, 2, 3 times. Tao understood. We have to be quick. No fighting. If you engage the demons, the only way to leave the underworld is through death. And for now, it's more important to learn how to enter and leave Isyogo. Are you ready? Another wrist squeeze. Close your eyes, and Jabari's eyes were already closed, and he was working to bring his breathing under control. Listen to my voice, Tao said, helping to focus and guide his friend to their destination. How long can we stay? Jabari said, shouting over the underworld's mists. Not long. If we come back to the same place, there are always demons waiting. Can you move me? Move me in Umlaba. Then I can come back, and it will take them longer to find me. Tao hadn't thought of that. Perhaps, he said. It might help a little, but it is never long before they come. The glow calls to them. Can we stop the glow? The question brought Tao's mind to Zuri, and the memory hurt. No, he told Jabari, we can't. Gifted can shroud themselves in the underworld, but only gifted. How do you know? Have you tried? Tao didn't answer. You've tried, Jabari said. Maybe it's because you're Elessa. Maybe I can. You can't. A demon roared from beyond the walls. I can't go back yet, Jabari said. I need more time. We have to leave. Jabari screamed in the direction of the roar. Sack! Still angry, He turned to Tao and expelled the air from his lungs, holding his eyes on Tao's face as he did it. They went back 2 more times. The last time, they had only just stepped into the underworld when the demons had marked them. So after that, they waited for the others, and without the need for words, Tao could sense Jabari's impatience. Udwak was the first to arrive, and with a quick salute to Tao, he went to sit by Hadith. Yaw came next, bobbing his head at everyone, which made his necklace swing back and forth. After the first fights in Nisyogo, Tao's sword brother had taken to wearing the short necklace symbolizing deep faith in the goddess. As best as Tao could tell, Yaw's necklace was typical. At the end of a short bronze chain hung a circle of wood that had been carved with the goddess's likeness, and fingering the wood, as Tao had often seen old Proven do, Yaw elected to stand a few strides away. He was trying to make it look as if he were examining the other infirmary beds, but Tao knew that Yaw simply wasn't sure how to be around Jabari, given the petty noble's particular state. Themba was the last to join. He strode up, saluted Tao a little too sharply, and smiled at Jabari.
"You're a fool to do this," he said to the burned man. "Brave, but a fool."
"Themba, bring Udwak and the Lady Gifted. We'll begin," Tao said, not wanting Jabari to have to wait any longer. Themba's smile was back.
"Can't even give him a moment, can you?"
"Who, Udwak? He's been a better brother than I have. He's always with Hadith." Themba chuckled and lifted an eyebrow.
"Well, that makes sense, given everything."
Tao was feeling tender after worrying over Jabari and didn't need Themba piling on. "Given what, exactly?" Themba let his eyebrow drop back in place and raised his hands, palms out.
"Don't take me the wrong way. I've no problem with it," he said. "It's just that they got a lot more serious after Udwak was injured in the melee."
"More serious?"
"Yes. After Udwak was hurt and Hadith..."
Themba cocked his head.
"Wait. You can't mean you didn't..."
The smile was back, and Themba began speaking to Tao slowly, like he was talking to a child.
"Why do you think I made all those jibes about Udwak and the pleasure houses, or Udwak becoming the Queen's champion and having to perform all his duties there, or... Goddess wept. You didn't know why I was always teasing him. How small is Kerem?"
Tao wasn't listening anymore. He was staring at his 2 sword brothers, Udwak and Hadith, clasping wrists and speaking in low voices to each other.
"It's not... Kerem isn't that small."
"So you say,"
Themba said, smirking at a straight-faced Yaw and then at Jabari, as if the 3 of them